Well, I've set the recording up, so at any point we can go ahead and get going on this.
Sure.
All right.
All right.
Let's see how good these
I'm
arguments are.
buckled in.
Hell yeah.
So a YouTuber named Sheev Talks made this video about Across the Spider-Verse, basically saying that the movie ruined Peter B's character, and that he's very out of character coming off of Into the Spider-Verse. Before I get into this response, there's a couple things I want to preface. One, if you disagree with anything said in this video and you would like to discuss it, there's a Discord link in the description so we can voice call, or you can join one of my Disagreement Day streams hosted by me and SK. We try to do these every weekend. Number two, the person I'm responding to still thinks Across the Spider-Verse is a great movie, but he just has issues with this part of the movie. And then finally, number three, I want to give a shout out to both SK and Crisis for helping me out with a couple parts of this video. So with all that said, let's get into it.
Now, of course, the most obvious thing that irks me about Peter is the way he handles his job as a parent, which again is especially frustrating given the fact that him having a baby represents the culmination of his arc in the last movie, and I was really excited to see what they would do with that here. Peter even made her own web shooters so that she can swing around, which is questionable. The broader point I'm about to make here is that Peter is extremely irresponsible when it comes to how he parents Mayday, and I think this is just one of a few microcosms that serves as an example of a larger issue. It's not very safe to give a baby with superpowers access to the means to swing around wherever she wants, even if her powers also grant her at least some level of durability. And no, Peter addressing the fact that it wasn't a good idea doesn't really change the fact that it was bad.
I knew I was going to regret making her that web shooter. I shouldn't have done it. That's an actual mistake.
That's what we call lamp shading, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not irresponsible for Peter to give Mayday a web shooter, especially if he's going to be supervising her. She can't just swing around.
Okay, why not? Does he explain?
He
gives an
explains it the
analogy.
false equivalence, like
Yeah, he gives like a bad analogy.
Okay, because
of like a kid like with a pencil.
oh god,
something.
because the thing
What?
is, what I'm expecting is the whole, well, he's Spider-Man and he's capable of things that, like, you know, we just aren't. So like, if he believes he's capable of stopping her from being harmed in any way, then
If I
it's
recall
somehow
correctly, that is
justified.
brought up later, but like the analogy he brings up right after this, like the second you unpause, is gonna be like
Okay.
really bad.
Around wherever she wants. And she also has super baby durability. By this logic, it's irresponsible for a parent to let a normal kid go play on a trampoline because there's a possibility the kid could break their neck or something. Or it's irresponsible.
Okay. So, where to begin? I guess, like, if you want to be super granular about it, like, yes, there's a, like, you are being quote unquote irresponsible if you let your kid jump on a trampoline, because there is that risk of them hurting themselves. It's a very low risk, and you're probably not going to lose Parent of the Year awards if you do it, but, like, in the most literal sense, yes, if you allow your child to do something that might end up hurting them, they might end up getting hurt. The thing is that this is not accurate as an equivalence. Like, this is just bullshit.
Well,
Yeah.
from web swinging as a means of travel, it would just be like giving an infant child a normal car,
Well,
I guess,
yeah,
and
'cause-
letting it drive into traffic.
Because that's more what I'm getting at in the video. It's not just that he's allowing her the means to swing around, which is, of course, inherently dangerous, but, like, it's more that you have given her access to basically just go wherever she wants, and if you aren't able to constantly supervise her, she might wander off somewhere that is, like, actually dangerous, especially in this place, which has its own, like, training facility. It's
And
specifically
prison.
equipped to be, yeah, and prison, but like, the training facility is specifically equipped to be a challenge for, like, spider people, like, have obstacles that are difficult for them to overcome, because that's the entire point. So letting a baby wander around in there is probably a bad idea. So let's hope she doesn't get to that part of the headquarters base.
Right.
Responsible to let your kid draw with markers or pencils because they might start licking, eating, or chewing on them, or they
Oh my
might
God.
stab themselves.
No, okay, there's a difference between letting your kid do basic things that they're going to need to learn how to do to progress in their life, and actively enabling them to do things that you don't need to let them do at the age that they're at. Like, there's obviously a difference.
Mayday has powers, but she doesn't need to be Spider-Man.
You don't need to be fostering,
Yeah.
like, her want to become. He understands his life is dangerous, like, even for himself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I hope he understands that, because if he doesn't, then he's probably going to get his ass killed. You don't want to be encouraging your child from like toddler age to follow in those footsteps. You want to make sure that she has like an informed perspective on the matter before she ever starts doing superhero shit. So bringing her along to superhero shit is a bad parenting move, Peter. That's obviously not the same thing as allowing your kid to play with markers because the kid
that's just basic
lick
experimentation with the world.
You
have not superhero stuff.
Part of being a parent is you have to let your kids do things that are somewhat dangerous that could cause them to get hurt because like you cannot just baby them forever. You can't protect them forever. They need to learn how to do this shit themselves.
Yeah, even in like a real world equivalent, like with no powers whatsoever, if you bring your kid everywhere with you to work, you're going to be like called out for it, saying, "Hey, you really need a babysitter or something. You can't just be just like bringing down the entire workplace environment."
Yeah, that's like the human equivalent. That's like the human equivalent of this. Yeah, like say you a normal human have a dangerous-ish job. Maybe you work in the fucking coal mines or something, or maybe you're a factory worker,
a construction worker,
police, firemen.
Like if I brought my baby to a construction site, I'm reasonably sure that I could probably protect them in the event of like some kind of accident, but like I can't guarantee that. And just because I'm confident in my own abilities does not mean that it was a good idea to bring her there in the first place. She, like, objectively just would have been safer if I'd left her at home, because she would have never been near the accident in question.
Yeah, or even a more bizarre equivalent is, like, you're a police officer, you pull someone over, and instead of leaving your child in the police car, you bring them to the window of the person you pulled over.
Well,
there are so many variables there.
He's a cop, though, Andrew, and he's reasonably confident in his abilities to protect his child in the event of a fucking shootout.
Yeah, a gun.
That's what we're getting at is like it's not that he's probably capable of protecting her, it's that you've brought her along when you didn't need to this environment that is not inherently safe and has actually a lot of dangers present, like the training site, like the prison, whatever. That's bad. Like again, if you're the cop and you've brought your child to a police station that has like dangerous criminals behind bars, like what if they get out? What if the place gets held up?
What if someone uses them as a hostage?
Yeah. Good fucking job, Peter.
With a pencil. Parents aren't irresponsible for letting their children do things that even have a slight risk to it.
Yeah,
especially
correct.
If that
it's not a slight risk.
And yes, Peter's saying
it's a slight risk to let
guys. I gave my child a gun, but it's a slight risk, guys.
It's like how when you're a kid, you're always taught not to run with scissors. Like you're allowed to use scissors even as young as like 4 or 5 years old, but like you're actively advised not to run with scissors, and if you do, that shit's getting taken away from you because they recognize that that's obviously bad and you shouldn't do it. Oh, someone has joined. Coffin. Hello, Coffin.
How's it going?
I should mention I'm recording this reaction, so you are currently being recorded.
Oh, okay. Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah.
All right. Well, do you think giving a baby web shooters, do you think that's something a responsible parent would do? Because that's what we were discussing before.
I mean, yeah, no shit.
Well, he's likening it to letting your kid jump on a trampoline or giving them markers which they might lick.
But it's like,
what the fuck?
I won't even go with the gun equivalent. I'll go. It's just like giving an infant a normal
fucking
car.
moped and like letting them drive around the city. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just say this infant is reasonably competent with this moped and is able to drive it around, but like you're still letting a 2-year-old, not even 2, how old is she? Like what, 1? If that?
Let's go 1, yeah.
And you're letting her drive around the city in her fucking moped. That's bad. That's not good. Even if you're like in the passenger seat, it's like, why is she here though? Why are you not driving, if anything?
One of the defenses I've heard, I don't know if it's in this video, but they were saying, "Oh, but Mayday's intelligent." And it's like, how do you know?
I mean, I guess she seems reasonably more intuitive to what's going on than the average baby might.
Well, yes, but the person who was trying to defend this point said that, like, he was so close to arguing that intelligence is genetic Like it's
Oh,
hereditary.
fuck off. No, that's not how that works.
Average Spider-Man fan, apparently. This is
So I guess Peter inherited it from his dad, but like Ben just didn't fucking get that gene because he's not like he's like an average smart guy, but he's not exactly a neuroscientist.
Nah, Ben was a genius. He was
Ben-
just hiding it.
Ben was a genius. That's why he went for the gun when nobody's life was in danger.
It was a mistake was obviously a joke, and it technically is lampshading, but even though a piece of media makes a joke of a concern someone might bring up about the part of that piece of media, that doesn't mean it's actually a valid criticism of the piece.
Okay, yeah, but what
Well-
like the context is always going to matter in this case. Like if the show or film in question doesn't meaningfully address the actual concern and just kind of makes a joke about it, then that concern is still present. And you can still
Right.
talk about whether or not that was a good idea on the character's part and what said decision then means for their characterization.
Right. So like here and across the Spider-Verse, like Miles and Gwen point out, like, okay, why'd you even bring Mayday when you have pictures? And he's just like, he kind of just hand waves that like question away, even though it still raised the audience.
Yeah, well, I think the question was, like, why do we need to see pictures if she's right here? But I take your meaning. Like, why is she here? What is she doing here?
Yeah. Oh, wait. Also, what point of the video are you on? Because I think I might be a bit ahead.
I'm at 238.
Okay, he just talked about, brought up Kung Fu Panda as an example. I think I'm a bit
Yeah, I
ahead.
haven't gotten there. Do you want to just jump back to where we're at?
Yeah, sure.
All right, 238.
Kung
ready.
Fu Panda. That's wild.
Is everyone else here at my
Yeah.
spot? Yee.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. We ready?
Yep.
Piece of media. For example, in Kung Fu
Oh,
Panda
here it
1,
is.
they make multiple jokes about how Po is fat, he's a fat panda with no experience,
Wait.
but it's obviously not a valid criticism of that movie to
What?
say that he had plot armor against Tai Lung when you actually analyze what's going on.
Wait, what? Hang on. Sorry.
What?
I recently watched Kung Fu Panda 1 like several months ago. What point is he trying to make here?
And
It's
he's trying to
unclear.
make that like Poe being fat using as armor against Tai Lung at the end.
He's making an appeal for like a character arc or something.
No,
but
hey,
that doesn't.
it seems like...
applicable-
Sorry, continue.
Oh no, go ahead.
But it seems like what he's saying is because the characters in the earlier parts of the film are treating it as though Po is not capable of defeating Tai Lung, that he defeats him in the end is somehow like by my own arguments with Mayday, somehow that's like a bad thing. Like that the film is lampshading something that isn't like true, but then it ends up being true. I think that's what he's saying. Correct me
The
if I'm
whole
wrong.
battle is just him using his weight to his advantage. I think that's what the point he's trying to get at.
Well, him using him using the resources available to him, like the things that he brings to the table that the others
The things that were joked
necessarily
about
don't.
earlier.
Yeah. And the thing is that like Po wasn't capable of defeating Tai Lung earlier, so if his point is they made jokes about how he wasn't capable of defeating Tai Lung, and then later in the movie he was capable of defeating Tai Lung, I'd be like, oh, yeah, he had an arc. He like learned things about himself that he didn't previously understand. And that helped him win. It's not that's not even remotely the same. Like I wish you'd used a better example. Oh, Jolly's coming. Hello.
Yay.
I'll wait for him then. I'm just confused by this example because I don't see what
guess
equivalence there is here.
The fat jokes in Kung Fu Panda seem more similar to the bleeding from your armpits joke about
Yeah.
Miles's new suit. I don't.
Okay, Jolly, maybe you can help us out because you've watched this video. We're at the part where he makes the comparison between Peter lampshading the fact that he gave Mayday web shooters to Po is fat, and he gets made fun of in the first Kung Fu Panda movie for being fat, and then he defeats Tai Lung with being fat. And I have no idea what point he's trying to make here.
I literally just think he's the only thing I can see there is like an abstract thing of like it's fine for something to lampshade, like, you know, it's fine for a show or a movie to lampshade something as a problem and then not have that, you know, and then have that problem not go away. But the difference is like with Poe, being fat is like an he's a panda. Being fat is an intrinsic quality to his species that's got nothing to do with like.
Yeah, well, that's what
his
we were
behaviors.
talking about. It's the fact that he beats Tai Lung at the end with the fact that he, like, with things that he has that none of the other Kung Fu warriors have, which is being fat. Like, yeah, that's the lesson here is that, like, he always had what he needed. He just needed to learn how to use it.
Well, it's not even that, right? Because it's deeper than that. Because the being fat is like is an extension of the true thing that he is that allows him to beat Tai Lung, which is like he beats Tai Lung by being himself, right?
Yeah.
He beats Tai Lung by seeing the value in being an individual and not just conforming to like a hierarchy of prescribed values. Like it's one of my favorite things in all of film, right? It's like when he opens the dragon scroll and it's just that
And it's
reflective
blank.
surface.
Yeah, it's just reflect. He didn't get it
and
at first, and then he
Yeah.
realized in the moment of in the 11th hour, if you will.
Yeah, and like that's what allows him to beat Tai Lung because he understands that and Tai Lung doesn't. And like actually one of the saddest moments in the film is Tai Lung finally opens the scroll, looks down, sees it, and his first sentence is, "It's nothing."
Yeah, Kung Fu Panda 1's really good.
Yeah,
Right.
excellent. Nothing to do with the idea that like if you lampshading like that only works if you then tie it back into the point in a satisfying way. Like if you address what you're lampshading in a satisfying way.
Exactly.
Which
This
is
is
not
not
done
that.
in
That's exactly what I was saying. Was
Yeah,
like,
what's the payoff for taking Mayday into danger?
well, she almost
Yeah, it's like,
doesn't die. Well, she does die.
Yes,
She
like, we
almost
la-
doesn't die. Yeah.
We lampshade that he's a bad parent, but like we have him address the fact that he's a bad parent. It's like, oh, how does that tie into his resolution of his arc or Mayday's story? It's like it doesn't. It's just a joke.
It also,
Well-
he doesn't ever like meaningfully acknowledge that he's a bad parent. Like so, I kind of just refuse that premise anyway. If he doesn't meaningfully acknowledge it, then even if there are like throwaway lines where he mentions that he's a bad parent, I don't accept that as, oh, that's him saying he's a bad parent. Because no, it's not.
Right.
Also, is everyone watching separately, or is there a like group screen for this? By the way.
Oh yeah, there's a watch
there's a
together
watch
link
together.
if you just scroll up.
Okay, let's have a look.
I'd love to get your commentary as we proceed.
But Sheev, he uses Mayday to talk to
fuck
Miles, bro.
I should also
And,
mention, Jolly, that I am recording this, so you are being recorded.
Oh, ours.
Yeah.
And he
Oh my
also
god, an invasion of my
calms-
privacy, you monster.
He also calms
Who needs
Miguel down.
privacy nowadays? Let's be honest.
True.
I feel like because I didn't bother putting the icons on the screen, it's going to be hard to tell who's talking in the actual recording. But honestly, this is just for me, like me to reference if I ever need to. So I'm not going to upload this anywhere.
All right.
Probably.
Yeah, no worries. I'll have to duck out for 10 minutes in about 15 minutes time because I've got sausages in the oven and I want to have a sandwich. But
That's
I will
alright.
come back once I have my sandwich, so it'll only be a momentary absence.
We will miss you dearly in the time, but until then,
Oh,
are you ready? Can we?
I am.
All
Buckle
right.
in. Let's go.
Huzzah!
in the film.
Now, it does seem worth getting into exactly the nature of Mayday's abilities since it is relevant. Like I said, she has spider powers, which I would imagine gives her a lot of the same advanced reflexes and reaction times as you typically see from a spider person, as well as a lot of the same agility and a good deal of durability. Though, seeing as she's a baby, I don't imagine any of that is nearly to the same extent as a fully grown or even teenage spider person. So while Peter, Miles, or Gwen can take pretty severe damage and walk away fine, I'm gonna assume the same can't be said for Mayday. We frankly don't have any way of determining exactly how much she can take. It might be as much as your average adult human, maybe more, maybe less. Though it's probably safe to assume that if she were to, for example, fall out of Peter's baby carrier while he's hanging from the ceiling and Peter isn't able to jump down in time to catch her, that would probably really hurt or injure her, if not outright kill her.
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
So you say that the superhuman durability isn't as relevant as any of the other teenage or adult spider people, but you have no references in the film that actually show that age is an effect on the extent of their superhuman ability.
Are we
what
actually
the
doing
fuck?
this right now? Is this what?
Yes.
Fuck!
This is
The
this is a
burden is
repeat
not
of the this is a repeat of that thing from the last Spider-Man escape moment where he was like, people shouldn't know what physics is or what is possible or isn't possible.
Why do these
Except we're
people?
doing it in the real world this
Why
time.
did this crowd keep doing? Like, stop! Stop,
Guys,
it.
the kids are stupid.
Argue with the references.
And see,
Yeah.
Jack, this is why I say I don't want to join his disagreement day stream, because it's like, I know it's just going to be shit like this. I'm not going to debate him. The fuck?
there's
You should just bully him.
the thing I said in the fellowship chat from which I joined when this was brought up, which is like, if you're going to reasonably say like, oh, you've got no evidence that the fucking baby, is less durable than the adult versions of the same superpowered beings. I'm like, so do you understand how babies' development works? Like, they have separated cranial plates to allow their head to be flexible enough to pass through the cervix during birth. And much more of their bone structure is cartilage. Like, babies are fragile. They have to be, because they have to be flexible enough to make it through the birth canal. Like, that's just an intrinsic part of the being a baby. So yes, they're going to be less durable. Like, they have to be, or they wouldn't. Or MJ would have been ripped open when she was born.
Yeah,
I'm sure she was fine.
In addition to that, Jolly, why as a parent would you ever feel the need to put your child in a situation?
Yeah, like how do you
where
test
that out in
that?
the first place?
Yeah.
How do you
Actually,
how do
side note,
you
I
as Peter
imagine-
B know what she is physically capable of enduring unless you've put her to the fucking test?
It's like
Yeah,
Homelander
I guess there's also
shoving
the
his
thing of,
child off a roof.
Yeah, it does.
Guys,
it does have that feel to it. Yeah,
Homelander's such
it's-
a good guy.
it's that thing as well of like, you know, if you think about this like coherently, Mayday would have to have been born almost without powers and then slowly develop them over time, because otherwise, even like grabbing her mum's hand, like, you know, as a baby, she could have broken her wrist. Like, Peter, full-grown Peter can like pick up, like, can out-muscle Captain America and like pick up helicopters. Like, honestly, it should have been almost like a Twilight scenario where this baby was punching her fucking way out of the womb and like killing MJ from within. Unless, this baby would have to have been born fragile. Is my point. Like, Mayday may have been more durable now at 2 months or 2 years or however old she is to have that much hair than like the average baby of her size and weight, but she is not able to take a fall from a bullet train or. Like, I don't even believe that Spider-Man is able to take the fall from the bullet train.
That's the thing. I make sure to go out of my way to be like, look, even the fully grown, fully trained Spider-Man are probably not surviving this, right? Because
so his argument to address that is fucking hilarious. Like, well, I'll wait to get there. Also, not yet, but like 6 minutes in is one of the most deceptively, disgustingly dishonest pieces of manipulative editing I've ever seen in a video. Just FYI.
Okay.
Oh, God.
I cannot wait for that. Yeah, so Colin, this baby argument, like I anticipated it going in. I think I may have seen one of Jolly's messages or something. I was hoping there'd be more context than what Jolly provided, but of course, as usual, Jolly was just being honest. So
Yeah, bad argument.
pain. Jolly, just once can you fucking lie to me? And not about spoilers for TV shows we're watching.
Sure. Everything's gonna be all right, Chief. Everything's gonna be fine.
Aww.
abilities. Peter B is a lot older than Gwen and Miles, and they all seem to be around the same level of power in terms of their physical abilities.
No
Okay,
way.
well, first of all, different universes, so jot that down. They're obviously, depending on the universe, there's going to be different power sets. Also, wasn't Miles's spider like genetically modified? Isn't that the reason he has certain powers that like other spider people just don't have? Or am I making that up?
Yeah, his is genetically modified, because if you remember, Spot is part of the experiments that brought it here. Actually, I don't know. It might just be a genetic. He said he pulled it from a different universe, so I don't know if it was genetically modified in universe. Although the fact that it's labeled with like a digit number strongly suggests that this thing is artificial in nature.
You'd
Wait, is
assume
Colin's point that the
there's been
differences
some
between
kind of...
an adult and a teenager are like similar to the differences between like an adult and
Yeah,
Mayday?
so that's the second point too, because I've been a teenager. I am now an adult, so I have a decent enough frame of reference to know that like durability between teens and adults isn't really that different, and if anything, it's stronger for teenagers, right?
Yeah.
So you would
Teenagers
expect
have less brittle bones than adults.
Yeah, you would expect Miles and Gwen to have better durability than Peter, probably, if not around the same levels. Though neither of them are going to be anywhere compared. Yeah, exactly. He's like what, mid-30s, at least. No, he's been Spider-Man for 22 years. So assuming he got his powers at 16, he'd be like 38.
28. Yeah, and actually, given the 16th month time period gap, he's now 40.
Yeah, he's
41.
so like 40. Yeah. So yeah, of course he's going to have less durability. Okay. Of course he's going to have less durability than Miles and Gwen, but like neither of them are comparable to a fucking baby. What are we doing? What is this? What are we doing?
It's almost like, you know, those really dark jokes where it's like, how many babies does it take to paint a wall red? One if you throw it hard enough. It's almost like we're doing that with the spider people. Like, how hard would I have to throw Mayday at the wall for it to paint it red? Like, and like out of nowhere, he's like, well, if you threw Gwen at the walls, like, but Gwen is like 16.
How hard do I have to throw Mayday against the wall to prove that Peter is badly written?
Is a negligent character.
It's like the monkey typewriter situation, except it's just like monkeys throwing Mayday at the wall until Peter finally does something about it.
An infinite series. Yeah, like, there's just a universe where like the entire universe is just like, millions and millions of Peter B's throwing millions and millions of Maydays into various scenarios.
Show a clip from TASM 2 as if it correlates at all when the context of both movies.
I'm obviously just using that as a B-roll visual. Like, we all got that? We understood that? Okay.
Yeah.
Is laid out, and you show a clip of Peter catching Mayday when she falls as if this proves anything either. For all we know, he's just trying to be protective of her.
Why would he be protective of her if she wasn't in danger?
It goes back to, like, I don't know what he believes she's capable of withstanding. If he's being protective of her from falling from that minuscule height, that implies then that he knows that would hurt her, right? You would think?
Yeah.
Or that he's not willing to risk like finding out if it would hurt her.
Yeah, but again, if he's not willing to risk finding out what she can withstand, then how the fuck does he confidently enough know like what she can and can't withstand?
TK just said Colin believes she's as durable as Peter is.
That's bullshit.
No.
The fuck?
I don't
no.
know.
Fucking
It's not how humans or babies work.
If she was as durable as Peter is, and like Peter believed that for even a second, then her falling from the ceiling, why does he care? She'll be fine.
You know what's really strange about this is like I'm pretty sure SK is in the crowd that thinks that Tony was wrong to bring Peter to the fight in Civil War because he's a teenager and could get really hurt.
Yeah.
What? So.
Well,
he probably argued that Stark is making him a child soldier or something.
And Mayday isn't?
So here's the thing about Civil
Mayday's
War. Here's the thing about that example that Jolly just used. Tony's in the wrong, and the film doesn't seem to acknowledge that meaningfully. Especially considering the motivations for why he wants the Accords to be signed and implemented, which goes completely against what he then does by recruiting Peter to go fight Captain America in Germany. Like,
That's
completely
true.
goes against that, yeah. So like, if SK was under the belief that was a correct, like, and valid criticism of Civil War, he'd be right. It's rare, but he does eventually, like, get to that.
Well, a broken clock.
But it'd be very hypocritical if he took that stance and then had no issue whatsoever with what Peter does with Mayday here. Be very hypocritical.
SK hypocritical? I
don't know
go
what
too
you're
far.
talking
Sir. You go too far, sir. I don't believe you.
See, that's the thing. I feel like I'm jumping. I'm grasping at straws here with that one because SK's never been known for his hypocrisy and lack of principles and morals. How far in are we? About 4 minutes. We're almost to the point that Jolly mentioned. Let's go.
This would be like saying I can't survive falling from 10 feet because someone caught me when I landed. And even if Mayday...
Huh?
Huh?
No, just carry on. This
Okay.
is nonsense. Like,
Okay,
that's not worth addressing.
superhuman abilities aren't to the level of the other older spider people, this would still be irrelevant because even if she had the same level of durability as, let's say, like a regular adult human in this universe, we still see, based on the physics of the previous films, that the physics in this universe, just like many other comic book things, live action or animated, are exaggerated and people can usually survive things that normal humans in the real world cannot. And this would still be irrelevant.
I mean, that's true. I do say that in the video, to be fair.
Yes, you do. And also, there's another thing to this, which I just did, maybe just because I've spent a whole section of my video now just talking about it, which is like people invoking cartoon physics to defend inconsistencies. It's been like, in Avengers when Loki throws Tony through the window, that should have killed him because that's plate glass window at the top of a skyscraper. But like, if you're gonna do this, you're gonna be like, oh well, humans can survive cartoonish levels of damage in this universe and still be walking around. And I'm like, okay, but that's fine, provided that the level of damage that they're shown to be able to take is kept consistent, right? If it's inconsistent, we've got problems because that just means that it's plot durability at that point.
I literally played like 2 clips back to back for C because I'm working on my Dial of Destiny video. And there's this part that we both laughed at in the opening bit of Dial of Destiny where, like, he's fighting a Nazi on the top of a train, and they go underneath a tunnel, and, like, the way they're positioned, Indy's, like, on top of this Nazi, so the Nazi just kind of, like, pushes him up against the back of, like, the top of, like, the roof of the tunnel, and just scrapes his back against it. And, it's a brick roof, and they're going, like, 70? So, like, obviously that would kill Indy. And there's a scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark where Indy survives something similar, but not nearly as egregious. he's like going underneath a car, and he like scrapes his back on the ground underneath the car as it's moving, and it's going maybe like 30, 40. But like obviously the difference is the speed and the fact that one is brick and one is sand. But another difference that C pointed out to me is that was actually performed by a stunt double. Like, they actually did that. That wasn't like CG, like with the tunnel. A real human being did that, and it hurt like a fucking bitch, but he survived it, because that's something you can survive.
I've just put, for those interested, I've just put the video in the chat of this particular train moment.
I was talking about a different train moment, but that one too is hilarious.
Yeah. And if you watch that clip and then people try to argue to you unironically that this is fine, that this character survived this, because he does, like, not even with scratches or anything,
no injuries whatsoever.
Like,
he's completely fine.
But a character surviving this is like fine because Indy's a cartoon physics universe. I'm just like, I'm sorry, like, fuck off. I'm not accepting that.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Because that's what I'm kind of getting at, is like in Raiders you see Indy do certain kind of extraneous things, but like it's all done practically. Like most of the time, like anything that he survives is something that you could reasonably survive, even if you'd be probably injured or at least severely hurt.
Right, and the standard should always be like heightened is fine, exaggerated a-okay. It's coherency that we're concerned about. It's consistency of that we're concerned about. And so with an example like this, right, where he's like, sorry, I forgot the exact thing he just said, right, where he's like, oh, humans can survive ridiculous shit in this world, therefore it's fine that Mayday could survive ridiculous shit because she's also like equivalent to a human adult. I'm like, sure, but this is also a universe where Kingpin can flatten a prime peak physicality Spider-Man and kill him with that blow. I mean, admittedly, he's taken some punishment beforehand, but like that's enough to finish him off. So the idea that like there are just no rules and you can do whatever and therefore it's fine is just basically saying that you're okay with inconsistency. And like, sure, if that's your standard, then go right ahead, but don't tell me that's good writing.
It is good writing, though. Have you never... as far as I understand, Across the Spider-Verse is like the standard. It's like the gold standard. Everything has to be about as consistently written as that movie, or else it is bad. Even if it's more consistent, like, that's bad.
Putting children in danger is cool. I should know.
I don't know why I keep running into this in like legacy sequels with like characters that I grew up loving as a child, just like endangering the children that they're tasked with protecting, like without it being necessary at all. I don't know why this keeps happening.
Yeah, at least with Indiana Jones, he was always consistently comfortable with putting children in danger.
Yeah.
Relevant, even with the points brought up later in the video.
So with that in mind, I wonder if we think it'd be a good idea for Peter to bring her along with him during this incredibly intense, fast-paced chase sequence where several superpowered beings are trampling over each other trying to capture Miles. Yeah, I don't think so either.
Alright. Sorry for doing this. This is bad parenting.
Stop lampshading! The defenses I've heard for this are interesting, to say the least.
Oh my god.
But I suppose if we...
Do you guys think you can pause real quick? So I left a comment on the YouTube video, and Colin actually responded. It was it was for the point on so I said this. I'll read it right now. I don't understand how anyone can seriously argue that Peter B wasn't Flanderized in Across the Spider-Verse. He loves his daughter so much that he stupidly risked her life by taking her with him to work taking her with him to work at a dangerous facility that functions as a prison. And Colin says this: you mean the prison that's got hundreds of Spider-Man villains to protect her, and Peter B can just leave in the event of a breakout? Are people who take babies to meet their family members in jail stupid too? Thank you for listening to 0 points made in this video and commenting this dumb shit.
I can't.
Yes, because whenever I go to a prison, the prisoners are always universally able to do things like chuck electricity through their body, or like have the strength of 15 men, or like.
As TK just said in the chat, Spider-Man villains. Spider-Man, like the Prowler is literally in one of the cells. Like, he's the Prowler. You understand who the fucking Prowler is? He's not your just average, like, you know, like someone you might see in a precinct in like a holding cell about to be transferred to county or whatever. Like, it's the fucking Prowler, dude.
There was Rhino,
Goblin, or Octavius.
Dude, there was the real dude.
Villains we're talking about. I imagine that some of them break loose and go like and just like run around the facility from time to time.
Well, the thing is,
or even
like,
if they don't,
it's
still a risk you wouldn't take.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I also have issue with that part of the film, by the way, which is that, like, you have all these Spider-Man villains in these prisons, and these spider people are just walking around without their masks on, just talking, like, interacting with them. That's not smart. Why are you doing that? What the fuck?
And it's abundantly clear in the facility that Peter Parker is a very popular variant among
Yeah.
spider people. So villains, when they get back to their universe, they're like, hey,
Yeah, they may
maybe
not
I
have-
should hunt down Peter Parker.
They may not have known that
That's-
Peter Parker was Spider-Man before they got captured, but now they fucking do.
Nah, that's fine. The Willem Dafoe Goblin couldn't even read bylines. I'm sure they're fine. That's true.
He just, like, sees Peter in the spider costume, and that's not enough. But then seeing a cut on his arm that vaguely resembles one
Yeah.
that Spider-Man just got is like, oh, that's... Yeah.
Yeah, like they're like he's in this facility and all the Spider-Men are walking past, and Peter walks past in Spider-Man costume and he's like, "Hey Norman," and he's like, "Hey Peter, what are you doing here?" And then he sees like a cut on his arm, like, "Wait, where did you get that?"
He's just cosplaying, it's fine.
It's like, it's like Perry the Platypus. It's like Peter Parker, Spider-Man Peter Parker.
And then he puts a fedora on top of his mask, and it's Perry the Spider-Man Peter Parker.
Yeah, SK also made a point. Pay attention, Pinpin. Prisons have guards alongside reinforced glass. Spider Society has hundreds of friendly neighborhood spider people with futuristic technology at their disposal. This is more security than your home does. Should Peter never leave Mayday at his home?
This has more
What if his
security.
dad-
No,
What?
I'm addressing that. Fuck you, SK. No. Because there's obviously a difference between bringing her somewhere that might and probably will be attacked by someone with superpowers and your home where nobody knows that you live and nobody knows that, like, that's a target.
Well, you see, it was fine in The Incredibles that the kids were in danger because it's a cartoon universe, and actually, like, you know, who could stop it? Like, this is what I find really irritating. Is like even like The Incredibles. Like, I say even The Incredibles. The Incredibles is great, but like The Incredibles address this, right? Like, yeah, if you bring kids into what's Helen's speech of like these aren't like comic
These
book villains.
aren't,
And, you know,
these aren't
they
those
will kill
Saturday
you.
morning cartoon villains that you're used to seeing on the TV. Like, they will kill you
Yeah.
without a second thought. Yeah, I love how in The Incredibles they go out of their way at every turn to not put the kids in danger, and then only do so when it literally can't be helped.
Yeah, and the kids put themselves in danger and disregard the rules.
What's funny is, like, hey Southpaw, I even have like a moment in my Ahsoka video because, you know, I'm complaining about Hera doing the exact same thing with Jason, and I'm like, I think it's so sad how the Kenobi show understood better than this one that you're not supposed to put children in, like, children should not be in danger if it can be helped. That was the entire premise of that show.
Yeah, and here's the rest of the SK's point. Should Peter never leave Mayday at his home? What if it gets attacked like when Venom went to Peter's home in Spider-Man 2? Should Peter have someone else take care of Mayday? Should he never bring Mayday outside because there could be a supervillain event anywhere? Should he never let her go to school because of possible threats made to the school? Ignoring real-world threats such as shootings, Peter's school has had fights take place in media.
Well, hang on.
I guess Peter should always homeschool Mayday, and by extension, anyone with kids should do the same.
If SK is saying that there are, like, active threats against the school that Mayday is going to, then yeah, Peter would be irresponsible to let his kid continue going, right?
Also, this harks back to something I put in the other chat as well, which is like a lot of the things that happen in this video are like they'll state your argument and then they'll instead of like addressing the meat of it, they'll just repeat their defense in like a voice of hurt incredulity to make you sound stupid rather than actually like giving a defense. Because like, you know, SK's just got like, oh, so you're saying he shouldn't have like Mayday left alone at home or shouldn't leave her unattended? Like, I mean, actually, you know what? Maybe not, because he's Spider-Man. Like, this is a bit like, you know, if you're the president of the United States and someone's like, oh, you don't let your daughter, just like, you're not just comfortable leaving her in an unguarded home. Like, no, I'm the president, motherfucker. I could be attacked at any moment. Honestly, if you're a superhero in this universe, you probably should consider having your child homeschooled and, you know, being really careful that no one ever finds out that you're connected. I mean, surely a lot of superheroes might even just not have kids at all because they're worried that that would be a thing.
Yeah,
like,
so
that's
carrying
like a
her
Batman thing, right?
carrying her around on your chest while not wearing a mask and like walking around active like Spider-Man villains, probably not the best idea.
Hey,
showing your
remember
face.
how
to
I
them.
can't believe I'm about to praise this movie, but do you remember how in the TASM movies he broke up with Gwen because he realized that it was going to put her in danger to be with him, even just as Peter Parker?
Right.
That's natural conflict these people have to deal with. Like Miguel even does this in this movie, right? Where he's like, "Oh, I chose to be in this universe with my children because in this universe, I wasn't Spider-Man. I didn't have villains. I could have this finally," which implies that in his own universe he couldn't.
Yeah, and there's also a factor of like them valuing like their secret identity. It's like Peter valuing like his privacy. If like Mayday doesn't have like the sense to not use her powers in public. So if she starts crawling on walls at preschools, like that exposes his like identity. So yeah, there is a justification there to homeschool her in that sense.
In fairness, regarding the TASM movies, I mean, the first movie has a lot of like fair criticism on the basis of the fact that George Stacy Lily makes Peter promise not to involve Gwen, and he breaks that promise at the very end. But then, like the second movie, then decides, oh no, he's going to like break up with Gwen again. And then later on, the movie basically concludes with like, nope, we're going to make it like work out anyways. And then it like results in, I mean, it ends very badly for Peter. But also,
Right,
like,
but
it's not just
I'm not arguing for
detectives.
the sorry, I'm not arguing for the idea that the TASM does a good job of exploring this concept. I'm just saying that the idea that TASM even recognizes that this is an issue that might arise as a superhero, that like getting close to people who don't have powers is a problem.
You're right. Even TASM understands this. That's the funniest thing. And in the Raimi movies as well. Like, that is a big thing for why, Peter decides not to, hook up with MJ at the end of the first movie. But, like, here's the thing. It's one thing if it's, like, a love interest, and then it's another thing if it's your fucking offspring. But, I mean...
Well, regardless,
and again,
I just think like Peter wouldn't bring any person who he thought he could be in danger into danger unless he absolutely had to. This is a guy who feels like guilt over everyone and is constantly worried. He literally didn't have kids in the first movie because he was afraid of the consequences.
Yep.
I mean, you don't see like cops or soldiers basically bringing their children to fucking like to work like into war zones.
That's exactly
point.
That's exactly the point that we made earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you guys, hang on. You guys all said that.
Yeah.
Wait, because later in the video, oh boy, does he bring that up?
Wait, no!
Oh no! Yes!
No!
If we want to get into this, we should lay out all the context and determine what I think the best choice probably is if you're Peter. He wanted to bring Mayday along because he was hoping to get a moment alone with Miles, have him hold the baby to calm him down, and try to have a heart-to-heart with him to get him to see reason about the whole letting his dad die thing. You know, as you do. Okay, so I'm not a father, so maybe I just have no idea what I'm talking about, but I somehow don't think I'd feel safe with bringing my baby along during this dangerous spider chase and carrying her around through all these narrow spaces as I chase Miles through this factory, just so that I can have a heart-to-heart with the guy. I'm sure Peter cares about Miles, but the priority of his child's safety has to come first, even above all that, surely. I mean, he just never struck me as the kind to be so brazen with the lives of the people he cares about is all, especially his own flesh and blood. And you really don't even need her here to say what you need to say to Miles. Again, he wanted her there because he hoped she'd be able to help de-escalate the situation, but given the things we've just listed, I think you're better off just giving him the speech without her.
Peter bringing her on this chase still isn't really him being irresponsible, even if the film again makes it
Okay, well, I'll hear his arguments, but I would love to know why he thinks that.
joke out of it. Because as we go throughout the chase, Peter is consistently keeping his distance and not really trying to engage in any kind of physical contact.
He says this while he's like actively showing clips of him crawling through this narrow space in this factory with all these gears and shifts. Well, that too, but like the fact that he's showing a visual of him going through this really tight spot with a baby, like that's insane to me. Like that's so. Am I crazy for thinking that's dangerous? Please tell me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
Conflict. He's also holding Mayday really tightly when he needs to, so as to make sure that Mayday doesn't fall out, as well as keeping his distance from the other spider people.
We've seen that baby carrier is not very like secure.
Yeah.
That like
and he's jumping around on cars.
He's jumping exactly. He's swinging around.
Yeah, she slips out really easily.
Yeah.
Cars hurt.
The thing is, like, if there was like some kind of really secure harness that kept her in there, then maybe there'd be a point. But there isn't one. We've been shown actively that there isn't one. So no, I refuse that premise. He's not holding her tightly whenever it's necessary. Fuck you.
They might have a higher risk of bumping into him. And Peter is a very experienced Spider-Man. He knows how to maneuver his way through things so that Mayday won't be hurt by something. And I think that's a very reasonable thing for the audience to assume. So if he believes that Mayday will help calm Miles down and de-escalate things so that an entire universe doesn't get destroyed, then yes, I think he might take a small risk, a very small risk.
I love that. We're minimizing this so much, like to an insane degree, so that we can try to paint it as though I'm the weirdo for going, wow, you're acting like this is some big deal, when really it's a small risk and the reward is so great. Like, fuck you.
It's a train.
It's
going to the moon.
You see how fast it's going, Colin? Like, what are we doing?
Do you not miss the line where it's like, oh, next destination, the moon? I don't.
I feel like he'll play a clip
Small
of me like
risk.
laying out why all these things are dangerous, and then he'll just go, "No, it's not," and also this, and it's like, oh, like he's not actually explaining why it's a small risk. He's just going, "No, it's not a risk. Fuck you. You're wrong."
Does he know that the atmosphere ends?
Does he know?
Does he know?
Andrew, you're the child endangerment expert here. What are your thoughts on sending Short Round to the sun?
You know what? It's fine.
I'm losing my shit right now. Like, this cannot possibly be the state of the arguments here, right? They get better, surely. Surely he's just warming up.
You're giving Colin too much credit here.
I've never watched a Colin video, except for whenever he and SK were beefing, and I was still friends with SK at the time.
They do not get better. They get worse.
Okay, jolly. So we just got to the part.
Worse.
We just got to the part where he was like, "By the way, it's not really that big of a risk, and also the reward is far outweighs whatever small, tiny, insignificant risk there is." As he's showing visuals of her like hurtling on the back of this train, going toward the moon at hundreds of miles an hour.
Yeah, have you had the terminal velocity argument yet?
Nope.
What?
Oh God.
I know he told me to not bother like debating him, but like I'm very curious to see how he substantiates any of these arguments, like like in a live discussion, because there's no way like he actually believes this like argument.
I feel the problem is I think you're wrong. I think he does.
Yeah,
he would just get angry.
Does.
He would do what SK did and just get angry.
If he's anything like SK, he 100% believes them and will then yell at you.
Look, Jack, if you go on to debate him, like all the best luck to you, and I will happily tune into that, even if after the fact, to hear what arguments are made. But like, don't expect any kind of like change to be made here. Like, he's not gonna listen to you. He just isn't.
Yeah, I'll try to be as cordial as possible, but I'll see.
No, bully him, please.
Oh no! What has Joe commented?
Oh, fun.
Oh, no.
Joe, please stop. Is that
no?
Is that
Why are they back?
This is bad. It doesn't make sense. It shows context in the films of it making sense.
What the fuck are we? What are you? Okay,
I don't know.
Usually with Joe, I have no idea what argument they think they're even addressing, because like, where did I say it doesn't make sense? It like technically makes sense that that like this is like everything is following, if you want to call it that, cause and effect. It's just that the cause and effect is bad. Like, what Peter's doing is bad, and because it doesn't make sense with his character.
Yeah, the thing that doesn't make sense is the internal consistency of his character. That's like not the sequence of events on the screen in terms of the plotting. It's that those events are being facilitated by a character doing something they shouldn't be doing.
Sheev always has to complain about something, so I'm not surprised someone has finally made a video debunking him. What are we talking about? First of all, this is not the first video trying to debunk one of my arguments. Like,
I'm sending this comment.
Does nobody remember the Dark Thor comment? Does nobody remember the Dark Thor saga?
I'm wondering, unironically, whether this kind of whether Colin's video is on the same level or even slightly worse than Dark Thor's criticisms.
At least it's not terribly edited.
Oh wait,
here with you, like saying that you can't criticize Spider-Man because you never like.
Oh, I saw that comment.
Yeah, you never webbed up bad guys yourself.
I also have a point in this video where I say I'm not a father, but I can imagine that it's probably not a good idea to endanger your child. Does me not being a father disqualify me from talking about that?
Yeah, no, you're not allowed to talk about something unless you are that thing. That's the new rules.
This is the exact same argument people make whenever they're like, "Oh, you're not a writer, so you don't get to judge the writing of whatever thing in question."
Mm-hmm. You're not a chef. You don't get to tell me what food is tasty.
Do they understand that by making that argument, they're essentially like forfeiting their right to critique anything?
Yeah,
at all, ever.
Ads, they aren't fathers.
What is this? The SK versus Southpaw and Sheev Talks incident. Funniest shit I've ever seen. I just don't understand.
Well, you see, as a husband to a bad argument, and a father to a beautiful bad argument.
Yeah, actually, stop talking.
Why is Peter B. Parker the only straight white male in the entire film? That one's at the bottom.
Oh, I saw that one. That was
God.
What?
Yay, SK is attracting the chuds. They found each other.
See, unfortunately, I've attracted the chuds in my own comment section on that video because
But the thing is that
I get people going like, "Why is he wearing a pink bathrobe?" And I'm like, "Oh."
The thing is, I don't understand how that makes sense because, like, with SK, like, he's the kind of person who'll call someone a faggot behind their back when they're queer. But with you, like, you've had multiple streams and videos being like, I do not associate with this kind of line of thinking. If that's your line of thinking, you're not welcome here. So, like, it's just I don't know, man. The world is full of bizarre, strange weirdness.
I just don't understand the bathrobe argument. Like, is it that it's pink? Do you think it emasculates him because it's a pink bathrobe?
A pink bathrobe. Why is it emasculated?
Oh, Drinker did make a video about this, didn't he?
He did. I don't know if that was him or I don't know if that was him or Robot Head.
It was Drinker. I remember.
It was more the line of him wearing a pink bathrobe than anything else.
Who gives a shit?
The most substantive argument.
If anything, I actually like the bathrobe because it symbolizes, he's kind of like chilled out a lot, like he's happy now and he's
like Big Lebowski,
like less stressed about things. It's nice. What he does with Mayday sucks, but like him being happy is great. That's what I thought that's what we all wanted.
I always have the headcanon that it's not actually his bathrobe, it's MJ's, and he just stole it because it's comfy.
Yeah, which I like that too. Fuck it.
That's fun.
That's cute.
Peter Parker fan wanted him to like settle down with MJ for years. Like that's why the latest Ultimate Spider-Man comic is outselling it, because it gives the fans what they want. They don't have like this dipshit named Paul like dating and
okay. Jolly, have we gotten to the example of the deceptive editing you
talked
about?
It's nearly halfway through the video where you get to the deceptive editing.
Oh,
I'll tell you when it comes.
I thought you said 6 minutes in, so I was like keeping my eye out for it.
No, I think I said another 6 minutes or so. So it's about the 10 to 15 minute mark. I forget exactly where.
Okay.
Of not being able to keep Mayday as safe as possible, especially with all the factors that I just laid out.
At any rate, once this plan failed... I need to hear that last part again, actually.
He might take a small risk, a very small risk, of not being able to keep Mayday as safe as possible, especially with all the factors that I just laid out.
Okay, first of all, like, I'm not even going to address those factors.
Small risk, and it's Miguel jumping off a train.
Yeah,
my God.
like,
that was going to the moon!
It's going to the moon. Like, that can't be stressed enough. Like, I didn't even say the moon. I literally just said going toward outer space, which isn't better, because that's still outer space, which is, believe it or not...
going to Saturn.
He was going to the one place uncorrupted by capitalism.
So yeah, like, the factors he's already laid out, that's a fucking foundation of quicksand, so I'm not even going to worry about that. But, like, I again, really want to hammer home this whole, like, he's really trying to make it out like it's some small risk that he's willing to take for the greater good.
Again, it's that thing I said earlier. Like, they're not actually addressing the meat of your arguments. They're just restating the defense that you've already debunked in an incredulously hurt tone to make it sound like you're obviously an idiot.
Yeah, it's really, really annoying. I'm not liking this.
Well, it's manipulative as fuck and just deceptive and just generally shitty. I don't know how else to phrase that. Like, I have no respect for this tactic. It's really foul.
I don't know Colin well enough, but like he kind of just seems like SK, but in a different channel. I don't know.
I think he's cut out to be a parent, personally.
Like,
oh, that's true.
He's SK if he had 50,000 subscribers rather than 7,000 subscribers.
SK
like, that's
if he was more ableist.
Wait, he has more subscribers than SK?
Yeah, he's got almost as many as I do.
What the fuck?
Eh. At any rate, once this plan fails and the chase proceeds again, it should be clear to Peter that this isn't going to work, and he should go ahead and take Mayday somewhere less dangerous.
Just pause for a second, because I just want to point out the funny thing that, because like a lot of the arguments here is like, oh, because they will literally restate this later. Colin's like, oh, it doesn't matter if he drops him because he can safely catch him because he's got spider reflexes. We just showed a clip where he got caught by surprise.
Mm-hmm. I made sure to play that clip in the video because I was like, anyone who tries to argue that he's capable of just like anticipating anything and everything because he's Spider-Man, it's like, here's him getting duped by fucking Miles, a far less experienced Spider-Man.
On top of that, he's been caught by surprise and is now hanging upside down with the very unreliable baby carriage that's hanging above a bunch of moving fans.
A really hot surface, yeah, that like if you were to drop her, she might fall into that and die. We see fully trained Spider-Men go into that hole and hurt themselves because they're not able to keep up with Miles.
Remind me, because I can't remember off the top of my head. Into the Spider-Verse, what are the circumstances that lead to Peter B being knocked out?
well, he comes up to Miles in the graveyard, and then Miles instinctively reacts by electrocuting him without even realizing he can do that, and it knocks him out. That's literally it.
Wow, it's a good thing. Good thing that didn't happen on the train by accident. Like, good thing something like that doesn't happen when Mayday's in danger. Because my God.
Yeah.
Fortunately, Peter B is omniscient. It's just a shame he didn't. I guess the thing is, if you're going to have this argument, then you're retroactively making the first film worse. Because you're like, well, and how did he ever get caught by surprise in the first film? Was he stupid?
Yeah, apparently he wasn't at the top of his game there, but now, when he has a loved one strapped to his chest that, like, he's actively, ostensibly trying to protect, he's fully in control of the situation. That makes sense.
All those donuts he ate in the first movie, it impacted his omniscience.
Bagels? How could you get it wrong?
As in the flashback, he's eating pizza and donuts, isn't he? Like when he's
true.
talking about like how he went downhill.
I'm just thinking about that amazing, like really funny part where he's just like, all right, not going to turn invisible, selecting a bagel.
I just like how they had the bagel sound effect when the bagel hits somebody, but also B, the fact that it's now Spot canonically is the funniest thing.
You threw a bagel at me!
I've thrown a lot of different foods at a lot of different people.
Also, wait, yeah, hang on. Also, yeah, you didn't Miles didn't throw the bagel at him. Peter did.
No, it was Miles.
No, Miles threw the bagel.
Was it Miles?
He was like, now we
okay.
do a switchy switch, and then he took the computer from Miles and gave him the bagel, and then Miles threw it back at the
All right.
I love that
I'm gonna
movie.
get my food back in a second.
All right. I fucking love Into the Spider-Verse. It's so good. It's so great.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Incredible movie, yes.
So even just accepting that he's brought her along this far, there are two courses of action that I would recommend next. Number one, take her home. Literally just use your fancy little wristwatch to head back to your own dimension, lay her down in her crib, and then come back to rejoin the chase. I've heard it argued that this is a bad idea because we're shown how long it takes to dimension hop, so by the time he gets back, the chase might have moved miles away, and he'll have no idea how or where to find them. Which is an interesting point to make, given that all the spider people chasing Miles are communicating through earpieces, and Peter is connected to that network, so I don't think he would have had that much trouble figuring out where they all were, if it wasn't already obvious just by scanning the city and seeing a sea of Spider-Men all gathered in one spot. But also, it really doesn't take that long from what we're shown. I don't imagine the chase will have even moved all that far by the time he gets back to Miguel's dimension. And option two, just swing her back to the Spider Society headquarters real quick, leave her under the supervision of Spider-Bite, and then go join the chase, which is what you should have done anyway, Peter. If you're afraid of her going off on her own while you're not there to protect her, fucking web her up or something.
One, Peter is literally still trying to de-escalate both parties' emotions in this scenario. I don't know why you would assume he would just stop trying. And guess what? This literally did work during their
Okay, does he even do that though? Like later on in the chase? Cause like he kind of like from the sidelines is yelling at Miguel like, "Hey, chill out, man." But that's basically all he does. Like you think if he's putting his own baby's life in danger to try to accomplish this goal, he'd want to make sure that he fucking accomplishes this goal, right? Am I crazy? Why is everyone muted except for Andrew? What the fuck?
Oh, hello.
Hello. How's it going?
What was the question?
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
Stop posting in our Discord, Andrew.
I was saying, because like he was arguing that Peter didn't want to leave the chase because he was still actively trying to de-escalate emotions on both sides, and I'm like, but he kind of didn't really like even try that hard. Later on in the chase, like he's there and he is like, shouting things like, "Hey, Miguel, chill out," but like he isn't really doing that much more than that, right? Like you'd think if you're bringing your baby along on this dangerous chase and you're risking her life, you'd want to make sure you accomplish this goal that's apparently more important to you than keeping her safe. So you'd want to you take a more proactive stance than like sitting on the sidelines and going, "Miguel, stop it, stop doing that." That was the point I was making. You guys all fucking ignored me. Ugh.
I agree. I am holding a thumbs up.
Yeah,
Same
so
here, yes.
I was just thinking of another point. So in the epilogue, or near the end of the movie, like we can all agree that Peter lied to MJ near the end, right?
Yep.
In the sense that she sarcastically asked him, "Oh, did you take her on another fight again?" And Peter basically just lies to her and just takes her on another
so the scene
fight with him.
The scene frames it as though like he's like they both know what he did, but it's kind of cute and funny, and it's not really that big of a deal. Like he's saying, no, I totally didn't, but like in a way that's kind of playful, as if, yeah, I did, and that's fine, and she's totally cool with it. So I don't know if I'd say he lied to her necessarily, and more just that they're both bad parents.
Yeah, it then calls into question the the quality of the parenting that MJ is, which sucks.
Yeah, because I don't know, like I wanted to say like, oh, she's not really aware of like the danger he's putting her in, but at the same time, like she should know better.
You'd think.
Definitely.
You'd think, the countless hours she probably spent, like countless days and nights that she spent like waiting up for Peter because he was out doing his Spider-Man thing, and like that, putting himself in active danger, and like the amount of worry that probably made her feel would make her realize, yeah, I don't want my baby being anywhere near that, or at least not until she's old enough to make a conscious decision for herself.
Yeah. Oh, both of my loved ones are now putting themselves at risk. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, which is, it's such a bizarre angle for MJ, considering the reasons why they divorced in the first movie.
Right.
Southpaw's here now.
It's just so bizarre.
Am I though?
No.
Are you driving?
Is
this
anyone
time?
really here?
Nope. I'm
Definitely
currently
not TK.
at McDonald's.
I meant more like in a philosophical, like, is anyone real kind of thing, but...
No,
How's
but
it going,
Colin is.
everyone?
Well,
Southpaw,
we're about 8 minutes into the video, and it's not good so far.
Oh, that really, man, a video from SK and Associates trying to defend a thing that one of us criticizes is bad. Fucking shocker.
I feel like you had that response like ready to go and like loaded up.
He thought about that in the car, and he was like, "Oh, I got it."
It's really interesting because sometimes the dude is shown to be capable of actually like having a decent argument. I mean, Sheev would know this. Sometimes. But it seems like ever since late September, basically, he's decided to commit to like this insane. It's like he's entirely chosen to just abandon what he actually what he used to believe about like consistency and whatnot, and he wants to like make up these weird double standards, which is like, again, like I heard you mention the stuff about Hera in Ahsoka, and it's like, yeah, it's a problem there, and then naturally, of course, it's also going to be a problem with Across the Spider-Verse as well, as much as I like Across the Spider-Verse. This is the crazy thing, right, is, Sheev, we weren't even trying to argue that Spider-Man 1 is a bad movie, or one of the worst movies we've ever seen. We just wanted to say that this is a part of the plot that doesn't make sense. That's all that we tried to say. And SK just like fucking flipped out. And it's like it seems like
what we got at too when we like actually watched his defense video was we realized this movie's plot is actually more broken than we initially thought because SK is poorly defending it, and I think that's really funny.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And also, SK, I don't know if you know this, but SK helped write this video, so...
So Southpaw, I'd love for you to jump on in. We're at 8:12. You're in?
I'm living in the watch party.
Cool, awesome. Then I'm just.
I'm the user that says Southpaw. You see?
I have it full screen, and I'm not going to unfull screen it because I'm still recording. But I
gotcha.
Going to go ahead.
I see it. I vouch.
Play. I don't believe you guys, by the way, but
talk. He calmed Miles down. The only reason it escalated.
Also, I love how he's skipping. I'm not going to skip over this. Like he calmed Miles down without Mayday. Like I don't see why people can't accept that. Like he didn't. Like she wasn't a factor in that.
No, she wasn't.
Like, people keep trying to bring that up. It's like, oh, yeah, but he was right. It worked. It's a good thing you brought her along. It's like, but he didn't use her for that.
If anything, she was a distracting.
Just to unmute quickly, but this is literally just like, well, it worked, so it's fine. It's like, no.
Yeah, that's not a good argument anyway, for just very obvious reasons, because the ends do not justify the means in matters of protecting your loved ones. But also, it just didn't work. Like, she wasn't a factor.
She was a distraction and an annoyance.
I just love the strain of thought. Like, imagine if the plan from the Avengers in an Infinity War had been like, oh, the way we're gonna deal with Thanos is we're gonna take a chicken and we're gonna throw it at him because I played Zelda recently, and when you do that in Zelda, a bunch of other chickens come and attack you. So maybe that'll happen to Thanos. And then then they unironically commit to that plan. If that had if that had actually worked, if they threw the chicken and that had actually happened, and then Tony was like, see, we're geniuses, that would not excuse how bullshit what just happened was. Like, the fact that the writers pulled it working out of their ass.
To play devil's advocate here, there is a part of Peter B's talk with Miles where he does mention, she happened, referring to Mayday.
But you could have said that
like,
without her, is the thing.
Right.
I make the argument in the
I was
video
going
that just don't have her there.
Yeah.
You say, I had her because, because of you.
Have a photo of her, and it's literally the same
He has
effect.
photos of her.
You don't. Yeah. On his phone, exactly.
Exactly. So she doesn't need to be here. He
What
wants
if-
her to hold the baby because he thinks that'll rejuvenate him. But it's like, is that worth it?
What if instead of Mayday being a baby, she was like a teenager in this movie, like an early teenager in this movie? Would that work
How
better?
much fucking time has passed for Peter? Jesus Christ.
He is now 60 years old.
But I mean, just to indulge it for a second, if she was Penny Parker's age, because Penny's what, like 10, 11?
Yeah.
I guess.
Then that would be more excusable. The difference obviously being is that, like, Penny has already got loads of experience of being a Spider-Girl before, well, not loads, but she's got experience of being a Spider-Girl before she even meets Peter B. And frankly, the fact that she's in a giant armored robot is really what's allowing him to be uncomfortable with her tagging along.
Well, and I also,
if Penny was just
I bring
by
this
herself,
up.
I don't think Peter would be comfortable with taking her to the Collider.
Well, I mean, I think he would on the sole basis of what I brought up in the video, which is that she literally needs to be there so she can go home.
So understand me, like, I'm sure he would bring her, but he would not be comfortable about that.
Right, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I get what you mean. In fairness,
would
I don't
put
think he
her-
was comfortable bringing any of the children along at any point, even if he knew that they were capable of fending for themselves.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, one of the criticisms I'll level at Into the Spider-Verse, and which I don't think Across the Spider-Verse really did a good job of addressing, is like considering Gwen Stacy's personal history in Peter's story and the fact that her death is now, as of Across the Spider-Verse, a canon event. As far as the death of that kind of figure, rather, is a canon event in every Spider-Man's life. He should not be okay with bringing Gwen into danger, just purely on his personal history with having lost Gwen in his own timeline. There should have been a conversation about that.
I wouldn't criticize the film for that because, like, I say this in the video, like, he has no authority to tell them they can't do what they're doing, No,
but it's not about authority. It's just I would want a conversation where he acknowledges that he's uncomfortable bringing her there. And, like, ironically, I can't remember which comic it was, but like when they did this crossover in the comic between Spider-Gwen and Peter, that's a conversation they have where he is like acting towards her in very overprotective ways. Like, he never says anything explicit or tells her she can't go into danger, but he's acting like in a really overprotective manner that's starting to piss her off. And eventually she confronts him about it, and he's like, "Well, it's because I was in love with Gwen in my universe, and she died because of what I did. That's why." And then she's like, "Well, that's the same for my Peter, so maybe we should just like have each other's backs." Like something like that. I that's the only criticism I have really of character work in Into the Spider-Verse. I just think it's weird that Peter never brings that up. And I think it's weird that Gwen never brings up that it's an older Peter.
That she does bring up that she lost Peter, but like I would have liked a conversation about it between them at some point. Maybe there was like a deleted scene or something. I know there are like a few deleted scenes floating around. That
I watched
don't think have
it.
ever been released.
Yeah, I watched it like 3 months ago, I think. And when Peter's at the door of Aunt May, I was just like, oh wait, this is Gwen and Peter just standing together, and they're still haven't had a conversation. It was just funny. It was the only time I actually thought of that.
Hadn't they only just met at that point? Like, they'd taken that bus ride and that was it.
Well, yeah, but I feel like they would have some sort of connection.
That bus ride would probably be a good time for them to have that moment, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Sheev, so this is going to be like a uploaded, right, publicly?
Probably not. I'm just kind of keeping it here for the sake of, like, if I want to reference it at some point.
Archival.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I'm just seeing this tweet here that has been linked to the chat from Grant. What the fuck?
Was this a point in your video talking about Jessica?
I briefly mentioned how I'm not okay with what she does any more than I'm okay with what Peter does. I barely even mention her, though, as the thing.
Yeah, it's incredibly disingenuous to say that, she just continued to do her job while she's pregnant. Like, her job, which might result in her miscarrying.
Yeah.
So many factors that can't be controlled. She's actively putting her life in danger every day.
It's such a weird hill to die on, because even, like, when I talk to people who love the movie, they say, yeah, like, she was, like, the worst part, or, like, she was, like, the, like, her motivations made no sense.
I mean, at least...
I'm actually... I'll defend her on the basis of, like, nothing she does in this movie contradicts anything previous, because she's a new character. For all intents and purposes, I'm not making adaptation arguments, because I don't care for those. Like, there is no prior characterization that contradicts the way she's depicted here. So, like, she is in character. I just don't like the way that they've written her character. I think it's very, you know, like, I can moralize while also admitting that that's not necessarily an objective flaw.
Well, I mean, I have questions about Miguel being comfortable with that, and I have questions about the other Spider-Man as well being comfortable with that.
I have questions about Miguel being comfortable with what Peter does with Mayday.
That's
like, I mean, Gwen as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I think there's some character work you could do with Jess, like as a Spider-Man who is also pregnant but also still wants to save people. Like, what would that entail? How does someone who is
I can
vulnerable do that? But then the movie barely acknowledges that, other than like a line in the first opening scene with her.
Yeah, I can. If she'd been given more spotlight, if she'd maybe been a more prominent character, and this was a story about her, I could see them doing a really meaningful arc where she wants to help, but she also doesn't want to actively endanger this child that's growing inside of her. So she has to come to grips with I just have to sit this out for a while, and
or stay back on the chase.
I mean, there are other roles that she could do, like be on the science team, be like a therapist or something. But the film really wants to hammer home that because she's pregnant, she's just as capable as anyone else of being like involved in the action, and weird.
Grant's tweet is worded so disingenuously, where he's like, imagine getting mad or taking points off a movie's score because there's a female character in the movie who continues to do her job while she's pregnant. And like the wording of that implies that she like works at an office somewhere.
Yeah. So here's the thing: is I didn't get mad at it, but I was just like, that's a little distracting. That's weird.
I was about to say, obviously, we now have women serving on the front line of combat as they should be able to. But like, if you're a pregnant soldier, like that, especially that pregnant, you're not just allowed to serve on the front lines.
Yeah, I fucking hope that you aren't allowed to serve on the front lines if you're that pregnant.
This was literally a problem in The Last of Us Part 2. This was literally a common criticism of The Last of Us Part 2, and I don't recall Grant taking issue with that being
what are you talking about?
Pointed out there. Yeah,
true.
I'm just like, why are we doing this double standard for this here? It's a problem in all of these.
I just find it weird. I don't understand why people are so quick to defend Jess specifically, because like it's not like they have some kind of prior attachment to her the way that people do with Peter B. She's a new character. Mm-hmm. And if you like her comic counterpart, whatever, but like she's not the same person as that in any way.
I just don't like it because, I mean, again, this ultimately boils down to the stupid durability argument of there's no danger to the fetus because she's a spider person, and I'm like,
oh, then there's no danger at all for any character.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly what you said, Chief. Like, then there's no stakes. It's like, oh, okay, so we can't have storylines where Peter breaks bones or bleeds or has cuts or
he broke his back in the first movie. Remember, he mentions how he broke his back, and like we're shown a visual of him falling from
what's presumably a great height.
Yeah, how does Kingpin kill Blonde Peter again?
Yeah, great question.
He showed him the script, and he's not in the rest of it.
No,
Goblin and Prowler loosened it.
It's simple. It really is simple. Spider-Man have a longer health bar than most people, and they have like a faster ability to regenerate than most people, but they can still get killed.
Yeah, again, Peter in the first movie, Peter B. Parker broke his back. We see him falling from what's presumably a great height and breaking his back.
Yep. They're not bulletproof.
Now, and I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that whatever height he did fall from wasn't as high as they are while on the train, since that's literally going to space, but maybe he was higher.
Well, maybe. So he says, like, there's a terminal velocity argument later where he's like, oh, falling from that height isn't actually any more dangerous to you than falling from, like, a small building, because by that point you've already reached terminal velocity.
That's not how that works.
And I'm just like... Yeah, and I was like, well, so sure, he could have reached, let's say he fell off a really high building and broke his back, like he fell off the Empire State Building and broke his back, so he was going at terminal velocity, and therefore, like, past that point, the height doesn't matter. It's like, right, but that's still enough to kill you if you land in the wrong place. Like, this is almost like, when people go, because this is the thing, like, if I throw a cat off a building, then technically a cat isn't heavy enough for its terminal velocity to be large enough to kill it from sheer impact. And it's like, yeah, but if I throw a cat off the Empire State Building, it'll die.
Well,
because
also,
even if it's not technically going fast enough to like kill itself, just hitting the ground in the wrong place at a lesser speed will kill you.
Well, also that means we are establishing there is a set velocity that Peter has to fall, like can fall from and injure himself greatly, which means that if Mayday falls from that with that exact same velocity in mind, she will be gravely injured if not killed. Even if we're accepting that she has the exact same level of durability as Peter, which is not true.
Yeah, and unlike
Baby.
Peter, who can at least guide his fall so that he lands, like say, on his legs and just loses the use of his legs or whatever. She's a baby. If she panics and flails and lands on her neck or head, she's done.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just that again, she's a baby. They're much more fragile.
Back again was because of
well,
the
and
call
also
that Peter...
I guess I should say as well, if we're gonna do this terminal velocity argument, is like one of the reasons I mentioned the fact that the train is going as fast as it is because that adds to the fact that if Peter were to accidentally drop her, they would instantly, like, within seconds, be so far away from each other that there's a great chance even Peter with his powers isn't going to be able to catch her. Because she would have started falling, and he would have continued hurtling up towards space at really high speeds.
Look how fast Miles drops when he lets go.
Uh-huh.
Peter got on his watch in the middle of their conversation. 2, if Peter just leaves in the middle of this chase then comes back doing either of the options you listed, this takes time away from the chase, hence giving them a huge head start over him, and not giving him as many opportunities to try and de-escalate either party's emotions. And we literally see the other spider people and how far they are lagging behind. So if that was Peter lagging behind even farther, he wouldn't have had any opportunities to get what he wants. And 3, you literally brought up earlier, and we are literally shown that time works differently in other dimensions. So we don't know how long Peter.
Oh, we do not know that for a fact. That's a
oops.
We've had to headcanon that to make that make sense.
Even if that's true, we know from the way like scenes play out toward the end of this movie that time is running around the same, like relative to other characters. Like, Gwen's in her dimension, Miles is in Earth 42, Peter's in his own dimension, and time seems to be running about the same for all of them.
By the way, can I just say I fucking hate his delivery? He sounds like he's seething. He actually sounds like he's really fucking angry.
It's like what Jolly said. Like he's not actually addressing what I'm saying. He's just saying, "I can't believe you to even say that," in this like really incredulous tone, as if what I said was so stupid that he's like in shock that he has to even argue.
This example is the most clear-cut version of that, I think, as well, because like it's literally he just you stated your position of like he wouldn't survive X Y Z, or like wouldn't be sorry he wouldn't have time to get back, and you addressed like that and go like no he would, and even if he didn't, like blah 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 blah. And then rather than address that, he was like, "Oh, but have you considered that he wouldn't have time to get back?" It's like, "Yeah, I just addressed that. Were you not listening?"
Well, he's arguing that he wouldn't because my arguments are faulty. As in, like, even if it was like a quick trip to his dimension and then back, he would have then fallen far enough behind that like it's not reasonable to assume he'd be able to catch up to the chase. And it's like, I don't know why you think that, but I guess if we're going by that logic, then sure.
I mean, again, I'd still say Mayday's the priority, right?
Yeah, obviously. If it means he doesn't get to continue the chase, then oh well. Because again, we're at a point where that didn't work. He tried to reason with Miles and it didn't work. So
you can't. The thing is, you can't base a defense on like a hypothetical, because basically that defense then rests on the idea like, oh, hypothetically, then he wouldn't have had time to get back, and like that's an assumption that I've chosen to make. But like throughout this video, before and later, he repeatedly bashes you for making like quote unquote assumptions. I'm like, so which is it? Are we allowed to make assumptions when they suit the plot, or and no other time, or just when you want to be like incredibly bad faith to someone else's defenses?
And let me guess, are these assumptions and questions just me making very logical deductions based on the information provided by the film?
Well, you see, Sheev, there's no difference between making a reasonable inference and pulling an assumption out of your ass. They're totally the same thing.
Was there something that I missed about dishonest editing?
It hasn't happened yet.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh boy, all right.
On 4. And then 4, I've already established how he's not being irresponsible throughout the chase, so either way, your points are still irrelevant.
I hate watching video essays where it's like faulty premise. There's not like I can't address this argument because like I already have your premise is faulty and you're building these arguments off of a faulty premise.
I also love how he's like,
your argument is irrelevant. Why what you're saying is wrong, and it's like, but you didn't though.
Your argument is irrelevant.
This the Immortan Joe thing of mediocre.
I recognize that that's kind of cruel, but it's a lot less cruel and dangerous than taking her with you on the back of a bullet train going God only knows how fast and heading...
Your points are still irrelevant.
I recognize that that's kind of cruel, but it's a lot less cruel and dangerous than taking her with you. Did someone just play it back or something, or was that just a genuine editing
I didn't
mistake?
touch anything.
I mean, I didn't touch anything.
I think it was Goosen.
Okay.
Wait.
I thought that was like an edit on his part at first, and I was like, what is he trying to say here? What was he trying to accomplish with that?
No, I don't remember seeing that when I watched the video through. So I think it's just a mistake.
Okay, yeah, all right. You on the back of a bullet train going God only knows how fast and heading straight toward outer space. I don't understand how anyone can defend this.
It doesn't really matter how fast the train is going or
go.
if he's going to space. Once again, as established previously...
It doesn't matter. Hang on, sorry. It doesn't matter that it's going to space, despite the fact that they're on the back of this vehicle, which means they're like, I'm assuming there's some kind of protection inside the train that would allow them to not die once they leave the atmosphere. All right, if this technology exists that's taking them to the moon by train, then sure. But they're not being protected by those same things, are they? Because they're on the back of the train. They're on the outside of the vehicle.
Does he
it's
know
almost
what
like
space is?
Yeah, I was about to say, it's almost like, and bear with me here, that the further up you go, like every 100 meters or so, you drop a degree in temperature and the oxygen content decreases.
Do these people not
it's almost like if
understand
you got
that
high
even...
enough, they would freeze and suffocate.
These people not understand that even Infinity War got this right?
Oh my goodness.
Like Infinity War treated this with more respect to the concept of like space is bad and you don't want to go there without some kind of protective gear.
And this is the thing, right? Because later on he's like, "Oh, this bullet train is traveling at like bullet train speeds." And like bullet trains go really fast, and the atmosphere is a lot thinner than you think it is. Like it's like a couple of kilometers up, and then you're in space.
Well, it's also like
basically
it's I think 7 miles between the ground and the like the upper layer of the atmosphere, right?
I feel like
they're going fast in a vertical direction.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to take very long. Essentially, is what we're getting at to get there.
Yeah. I feel like oxygen is really important to babies. I don't know if I'm right on that or not.
Well, I mean, I drowned my baby,
and
and she was fine, so she's just.
I'm not a father, so who am I?
Yeah, so the total thickness of the atmosphere is only 60 miles, but like that's like including like the troposphere, like the very top layers, right? Like which are just like the ozone layer, like things that are just unbreathable and unsurvivable. Like in terms of like oxygen content, like people need oxygen at the top of Everest, and that's like 3 miles up.
Okay, so 60 miles, and like they're going what, like 400 miles an hour. So like, how quickly do you think they're getting to the out of the atmosphere?
I don't. Well, hang on, I'm just gonna say like let's just be generous and say they're going exactly bullet train speed, so 200 miles per hour. So 100 miles every half hour, so 33.3 miles for every 10. Sorry. Yes, I'm sorry, my brain is not working today. But yeah, basically they would be long beyond oxygen need within like maybe 10 to 15 minutes.
So Mayday's dead.
Great, so in other words, Peter should not fucking be here.
Oh, so this just got worse.
Oh, Colin. Oh, fuck.
I wonder if SK wrote this part.
He probably did. Honestly, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
Peter
the thing is,
movie,
gets worse. I don't know how he did that with Spider-Man 1. Just saying. I don't know if I don't know how similar in terms of just like critical structure these two characters, like these two people are, SK and Colin. But this is argued.
Speed if you want it.
Sorry, hang on. This is argued the exact same way an SK video would be argued. So that tells me that it was probably written by SK almost entirely, if not entirely.
Oh, good. I love it when people plagiarize other people's work and whatever. But like, even if they allow them to, this is still like, oh, you got a ghostwriter doing your work for you. Okay, lazy fuck. Anyway, if you want the exact speed, 200 miles per hour is 3.3 recurring miles per minute. So in a minute, you've run out of oxygen.
They're done.
Oh fuck.
Also, to be clear, Colin did say in the beginning of the video that SK and someone else helped write it. So he did clarify that he was helped with writing the video instead of being shadowed.
Jolly. Let's just assume for the sake of like a hypothetical or whatever, like cartoon physics, whatever you want to call it, that this Earth that they're on is just bigger. Like it would take longer to run out of oxygen.
Bigger.
Well, now, hang on, but if that's the case, then like the gravity would be increased, which means the terminal velocity would be increased.
Okay, yeah, let's not even fuck with any of that.
What
let's
if?
Not even try.
What if they made the atmosphere bigger?
This planet just has a really thick atmosphere. Well, then less sunlight.
Tried, okay?
Hang on. Then less sunlight gets through, and then the surface temperature of the Earth diminishes. So unless the sun is also closer and/or bigger and/or hotter, that wouldn't work.
I'm not
the whole planet would just freeze.
I'm not even gonna go down this fucking rabbit hole because I know that no matter how we try to spin it, it's not gonna work.
Look, they're dead. That's the point. They're dead.
I'm gonna start arguing like Colin. I'm just gonna come up with the stupid defenses.
No, you should just start getting incredulous, just like incredulous at us for making these arguments to begin with.
True.
Peter is playing it smart and keeping his distance. And he's also a very skilled and experienced spider person. And 2, if they're literally about to hit the point where they're about to enter space, Peter can just jump off, like he does.
He should have at this point.
Open Sheev.
Dude, he can just jump off. Are you stupid? He's already entered where 0 oxygen is available. Are you stupid? He's going to the moon. He knows what he's doing.
Oh my goodness! Well, this is starting to feel like the stream we did with like addressing SK's like stupid backflip points, where we're just like so incredulous. We're like, you can't think this. Like, I'm sorry, this must be a bit. You can't genuinely think this.
I'm losing my shit right now.
This is a copy pasta.
Alrighty then. Well, we haven't even got to the dishonesty yet, so let's carry on.
You're telling me that wasn't dishonesty? Fuck off.
Oh no, not
Literally
compared
at
to
the
later.
end of the chase, where he catches up with Miguel right before Miles leaves. And guess what? Mayday is still doing just fine.
Let's take another look at what's
It happened in the movie, so it's fine.
That's yet another. No, they don't get to, like, SK and crowd don't get to make fun of the Birdman for defending No Way Home, like Spider-Man beating Doctor Strange, because, well, I mean, the movie is depicting Spider-Man beats Doctor Strange, so therefore it's fine. They don't get to make fun of him for that, and then also make arguments like this. That's not how this works.
Oh dear.
I'm losing my shit right now. This is bullshit. Talked about with Spider-Man's superhuman durability. Across several continuities, we've seen examples of Spider-Man being able to withstand impressive amounts of punishment, and yet there are still very clear limits to what Peter can withstand before injuring himself. Results are likely to vary depending on the version we're talking about, and in the specific case of these films, there do appear to be some level of cartoon physics at play with what certain characters are able to do that they realistically shouldn't be capable of. So there is some wiggle room here, but it's important that we have those clear limits so that we understand generally what our main characters can withstand, and we're shown in the previous film that a much younger and more physically fit version of Peter is still capable of being badly injured and eventually killed if he takes strong enough hits. The film is also treating it as though they're high enough up that even for a spider person it would be deadly to fall from this height. The only reason it's not for Miles or Miguel is because Miguel has a suit that allows him to guide his falls, and Miles is presumably latching onto flying cars like he did when he initially escaped the tower. So even though people like to defend this by saying she has superpowers, I think it's fair to assume that if Peter were to accidentally drop her, she would die. Oh, but Peter wouldn't drop her, and even if he did, he could easily catch her because he's Spider-Man. This is a situation where Peter is hard. Okay, so I should point out that, like, he's skipping over a lot of points I'm making, so unless he's going to address all of these one by one in some kind of list, I don't know why he's not just playing the arguments specifically that he's going to address and just...
I think he's just playing your video in a whole and then just responding to certain parts.
No, he's not, because later on... Oh, Sheev, you're so close to getting what he does later.
Okay, because, like, I would accept the argument that he's trying to make sure that I'm not taken out of context or whatever, but, you know, then there's the deceptive editing that Jolly keeps alluding to, so I'm not sure I believe that.
In fact, I'm just going to, without saying the specific bit, I'm going to spoil exactly what he does. So basically, like, there's a section of your video where you have, like, a whole cohesive argument, you know, the latter half of which is, like, addressing a potential response, where, like, you know, this is my argument, but also if you think this, then this, this, and this. And he splits those two bits in half, plays the first bit, addresses it, then plays the second bit, and goes, oh, see, I knew you were just going to deceptively respond to my point. You're backtracking and moving the goalpost because you know I'm right. And I'm like, but your video came out after his video.
Colin, are you senile? What are you talking about?
That's just
yes, he is.
Deceptive editing, right? Because it's trying to be like, oh, you backtracked. Like, no, he was addressing a counter argument preemptively. That's not the same thing.
That's not. What the fuck is that?
Piece of shit.
What? It's covering your fucking bases. What?
In the shower. Wait, he really did that?
He does that later, yeah.
Does he not understand the concept of presenting arguments so that you can knock them down just so that nobody brings them up?
Preemptively?
Yeah. You want to make sure that you cover every single argument that you think is probably going to be brought up.
Oh my god.
So,
you were just when you were writing your script and editing, you realized, because this is how he phrased it, like, oh, you realized you were in the wrong. It's like, yeah, that's why I totally just like added it onto my script and edited it in that way rather than just like maybe correct my arguments before putting out the video, because that's exactly how people work. So he absolute fucking clown.
Okay, so then he's accusing me of being a liar then.
Yeah, and an incompetent editor.
Because if
Wait a
I
minute, didn't
realized
this
I
whole
was
thing-
wrong and just kept up this argument anyway, then that would be being dishonest.
Well,
Wait a minute,
it's a triple whammy, right? He's accusing you of being deceptive. He's accusing you of being a bad editor, and he's accusing you of being a bad scriptwriter, all in one go. And he's all doing all that by deceptively editing you in order to try and present it as like a slam dunk in a conversation, rather than just like a response. Like,
Wait,
oh man, it fucked me
Wait a
off.
minute.
Okay, so
Didn't
this guy
start with SK taking issue with being called disingenuous, and taking that as an accusation that he was lying. When
He just doesn't like that word. It's just a word. He just doesn't like the sequence of sounds in order.
Oh, he likes using it against people. He likes calling you, you know. He
I
likes
don't know what
calling-
that word means, but it's pissing me off.
He never fucking said that.
Get out of my head! Get out of my head!
Out of my head!
No, it's like, you know, like in A Quiet Place when they play the frequency that makes them freak out. It's like that, but just the word sequence is like disingenuous. It's like no.
It's like Venom screeching.
Got reverb on it, like church bells.
Oh, well, I can't wait to get to that.
It's so funny that this guy has a disagreement day stream where he debates people, and he doesn't know how to make a response video.
Yeah, he doesn't even know how to do like fucking argue with people's points when he has all the time in the world to get it right.
This is just embarrassing.
Oh.
There's no
He
other way to
puts the
describe it.
re in disagree.
But again, that exactly is why I don't want to debate him. Like, there's no fucking point. It's not going to go anywhere. Hardly in control of all the variables. If something happens, like, say, Miles blasting Miguel with a big burst of electricity, sending him flying back and crashing right into multiple Spider-Men down below, causing them to lose their grip on the train, there is absolutely no way Peter can guarantee Mayday's safety. Nor does being Spider-Man automatically mean you're going to be able to react and move quickly enough to save someone who's falling to their death. Especially when you're this high up and the train is moving as quickly as it is. By the time Peter even jumps to rescue her, she might have already bashed her head in on one of these tunnel edges. Peter also has no idea just how strong Miles actually is, so there's no way of judging how powerful the blast is gonna be when he does it to Miguel. For all he knows, he and Gwen are well within the danger zone and would be sent flying, possibly even sustaining some injury that weakens Peter and makes it harder for him to react in time to save his daughter.
Yes, I agree. Any spider person can die from taking a certain amount of damage. No one is contending this. But you say the film is treating this as if the spider people fall, they will die. But based on what exactly? In fact, when they fall, the film treats it as the exact
Wait, hang on. What the fuck did he just say?
Of damage. No one is contending this. But you say the film is treating this as if the spider people fall, they will die. But based on what exactly?
No, not the spider people, the baby!
Well, hang on. There is a part where I do say that the film itself seems to be depicting it as though if, like, Miles or Miguel or Peter or whoever else were to fall from this height, they'd probably die. Because that's how the movie's framing it. That's true.
I mean,
that's accurate.
Well, doesn't Spider B, Peter B say something along the lines of "This is insane" to Miguel when they're on the train?
Yeah.
Or am I misremembering? Like, I swear that's the thing that happens where they're like, oh, you know, when he's trying to get them to stop fighting, he's like, Miguel, this is insane. And I'm like, yeah, I think he's referring to the general situation of danger they're all in right now, not just like, oh, it's really uncomfortable that two people I like are fighting. So he's not going, this is a disagreement over nothing. It's like, he doesn't think it's a disagreement over nothing. He just thinks that this is going to a dangerous place.
Peter hosts a disagreement day with Miles and Miguel.
Guys, hold my baby!
So yeah, he's doing that thing again where he's like, where are you getting that from? That the film is treating it as though they're in danger.
Logic.
And I'm like, understanding what these characters are capable of based on like the previous films. And by previous films, I mainly mean Into the Spider-Verse, where we're shown Peter being able to like withstand certain amounts of punishment, but still ultimately like being killed if he takes enough damage.
And Chris Pine getting fucking caved in.
That's who I'm talking about. But like also Peter B, again, he breaks his fucking back.
Yeah, break his back. I thought that was what you were referring to.
It's both. It's everything. It's all the references that exist that tell me that if they fell from this height, they'd fucking die.
Wait, Chris told you about that? I thought it was going to be a secret between... Oh, you meant the film. Okay, that's fine.
No, play. What are you doing?
In fact, when they fall, the film treats it as the exact opposite. Because when they do jump off the train, they end up just fine because of their physical...
We only see two characters jump off, and...
Your Honor, it happens in the movie.
No, but also I addressed the reasons why they like would have survived that in my argument, which he played for his audience just now.
Yeah, they web onto things.
Yeah.
Which they know how to do because they're not babies.
Yeah, because they're trained spider people and not a toddler with a web shooter.
And also, like, when he's like, "Oh, their physical abilities," I'm like, "Okay, what would happen to Penny Parker if she'd fallen? Like, if she was on the strain and fell off? Like, even in her robot suit, like, she can't swing. So she's dead.
Oh
Then.
wait, she can swing.
Can she
Can
swing? No, she can. We see in Into the Spider-Verse that they're all swinging toward Kingpin's tower, like Alchemex, and she's with them in her suit, and she's swinging. I think.
I thought the in the robot, it's just the robot's like basically free climbing, right? Because it's a robot. I didn't know she could swing. Because I swear that's the thing that she doesn't have the traditional spider powers.
I can't remember honestly.
The robot shoots a web, yeah.
I'm pretty sure the robot shoots web, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Okay,
well,
then Jolly, you're wrong.
Yeah,
I concede. Okay, what if Penny had just fallen off the train then? Just without her robot?
No, Jolly, you're not supposed to concede. You're supposed to get mad at us and yell at us.
Oh, okay. Let's go back and I'll do it again, and I'll do it properly this time. After you.
The folly chap.
Jolly, you're actually wrong.
Oh my god, you son of a bitch!
Where did I say that?
Fuck you, SK. Fuck you, Colin. If I ever upload this anywhere, I'm not editing a single bit of that out.
Web shooters.
Excellent.
And if Miles can latch onto something after falling from a high height and swing from it, then around the same amount of force that would be generated from landing on the ground would be equivalent to the amount of force his arm would have to support if he swung from a car he latched onto after.
Why?
Well, hang on. So what he's basically saying here is that, like, oh, if you catch yourself on a swing at terminal velocity, that's like basically the same amount of force is being applied to your shoulder as would be applied to your body if you hit the ground. And like, yes, that is true. However, and I don't know if you've noticed this, the cars are flying, so I'm gonna presume that he's either webbing onto things that are close enough to him between him and the ground that he is not falling at terminal velocity. Or he can move his body in such a way as to channel the majority of that energy through his shoulder and into the swing rather than just jerking his shoulder out of its socket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And smacking the ground.
And also, like, here's the thing. Again, we have all these references to conclude that it's most likely that, like, if you fell from this height at this speed, like where they are, you're gonna kill yourself. You're gonna die. We just have these references.
Yeah.
If what Colin's saying is true, and it is bullshit that Miles is able to survive jumping off, then it's like, oh, that's just another problem with Across the Spider-Verse, isn't it?
Yep, that should be another inconsistency pointed out.
So thanks, Colin.
Man, with defenses like these, who needs an enemies?
I hope he
better
never.
The movie. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Andrew.
I was gonna say I hope he never defends any movie that I love and cherish because man,
it's like that clip you used of Drax in Guardians 3. Like, I'm not sure I appreciate these defenses.
I'd love for him to make a video defending Lord of the Rings from cinematic Venom.
I will kill him. I will just kill him. I will show up at his door and just shoot him.
You know how much better? You know how much better the movie looks if you just say, "Yeah, you're right. This is stupid." And just move on. Yeah. It's crazy.
The movie would have ended up being better.
Believe it or not, movies are allowed to have flaws.
It's just not worth defending.
And the thing is that, like, SK has conceded on very few points against this film, like basically nitpicks, and nitpicks that he pointed out himself. So they weren't even really concessions. He wanted to be like, hey, see, I can admit that this movie has flaws. But then it's like here I am pointing out all these like really big issues, and he's like, nope, and then coming up with these really cope arguments, and it's like, oh. So, to me it seems like this movie is basically beyond reproach. And they're fine with a few nitpicks here and there because they want to, keep that sort of, they want to make it appear as though, yeah, we're reasonable, we're rational, we understand that this movie isn't perfect. But in reality, they basically consider it perfect.
Across the Sacred Cows. Yeah.
This is the thing, right? I don't understand. Well, I mean, intellectually I understand sacred cow mentality, but from an emotional perspective, I just don't get it. Like, I recently, because she'd never seen it before, I showed Sheev Inception, which is possibly, depending on the mood I'm in, my favorite movie ever. I adore that film. And it's really good for the most part. It does, however, and I pointed this out to Sheev in a conversation afterwards, have a really significant plot failure in terms of it's one of its internal mechanics, and the severity to which its plot depends on that mechanic really undermines it. I still love that movie. I still think it's a good movie.
Still a great movie.
But
I had a great time.
Yeah, but it has that problem. You just I don't understand why it's so hard to admit that.
I mean, Jolly and I have talked about how Empire Strikes Back has a few pretty decently sized flaws.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's okay because it's still a good movie. Those two things don't have to be mutually exclusive.
Yeah. It's very telling how they stick to, oh, it's okay if you enjoy something even if it has flaws, but don't stand by that whatsoever when something they like is pointed out to have flaws.
Actually, it has flaws. Yeah.
Yeah, because like Top Gun Maverick is
Yeah,
one of
but
my favorite
they're
movies,
right.
But you know what? Like the like Maverick surviving the Dark Star explosion is like, no, he's dead.
Isn't there a bit in that movie? I haven't seen that movie, but isn't there a bit
Batman.
where he bails on his jet when they're going like Mach 13 or something?
That's the Dark Star. Yeah.
Yeah, you're dead.
Yeah.
You're very
so,
dead.
Well,
So-
like the Batman is another example because even the SK crowd are willing to admit that there are moments where Bruce survives things that he should not be surviving.
Oh, the bridge.
The
Yeah,
bridge,
hitting the bridge.
taking the bomb point blank to his face,
Well,
like that sort of thing.
didn't SK actually defend the bomb point blank to the face in
Oh,
his
did
video
he?
responding to EFAP? That's what I
mean,
heard. Yeah.
I haven't watched that, so I don't.
I wouldn't go as far as to like fully defend it. I think I think there's a mitigation to it. I think he should still have taken damage, just not be killed.
Yeah.
But he doesn't even take severe damage, which is like no, that's nonsense.
Yeah, he's fine. He wakes up and is fully capable. He fucking outruns all the cops and gets out of the police station. Which, by the way, why didn't they take his mask off? I still don't understand that. Is there like a good defense?
I guess Jim was protecting him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gordon protecting him was enough to stop all those cops from like taking off
Or
Batman's mask.
listen,
Well,
or
he
they
is,
just
to be
respect
fair,
the
he is a
drip.
well-respected higher up, right? He's a high up officer. He's a lieutenant.
Sure,
Yeah.
yeah, sure.
They respected
Yeah,
the drip.
Sheev.
Was there anything else? I thought someone else was about to say something, but I didn't.
Well, I'm gonna finish the rest of the video by myself because like Colin's disagreement stream is gonna be in 14 minutes. I want to make sure like I don't miss anything.
I will give
Right.
that a listen
Yep.
later on. But yes, thank you for being here.
No problem. Later, guys.
I pray for you if you are going on.
Have a good one.
This
Oh,
video
man.
fucking sucks.
We lost our good old space doggo.
We're not even
Yeah.
halfway. We're not even close to halfway.
He's
through.
gonna
We're like
die
the
if you
third
go-
We
one
lost.
in.
We lost Cosmo.
No.
He's a good dog.
All right, let's try to kind of speed through this at a faster rate.
Reason either party would be worried about falling in this situation is because for Miles, he needs more time to draw out the spider people farther, and from Miguel's perspective, he would be getting farther away from Miles. And another thing to bring up is falling from terminal velocity, which is the fastest a human being can fall from the sky, ranges from around small building levels of energy to wall levels of energy. If you don't know what that is, I'll just put it up on the screen. But that is equivalent to the amount of force that Miles would have needed to be able to survive to tank the explosion at the end of Into the Spider-Verse when the collider exploded. And this was also a weakened version of Miles at that who survived that explosion. So
Okay, explain the physics. Go, Jolly.
I mean, like I don't know because I haven't tracked the bomb, so I don't know. And that's been thrown up on screen in like a split second. He may be right. I mean, I don't know how exactly you would qualify the force of that explosion because there's just too many variables to know for certain.
Yeah, I don't know how we
But
know
let's
the
just say-
force of that explosion. I don't think the film ever
Let's just-
establishes anything like parameters.
Yeah. Let's just say he's right. Also, like, it's a weakened Miles. Like, is it? Or is it just a Miles who isn't in full control of his powers? I don't think he's physically weaker or less durable. But
This is the
putting
explosion
all
at
that-
the end of the movie? Why would he be weakened?
Well, no, I think it's the
punched.
first explosion, the first collider explosion.
Well, also, I don't believe that was Miles like right at the epicenter of the explosion.
He was like above it. Like he was in the same chamber.
He was above it, but
Yeah.
he was so okay. But like earlier in the movie, it shows blonde Peter like literally right at the epicenter of the blast, and he doesn't die like just from that.
Well, so,
but
yeah,
it like, does significantly weaken him.
I guess what he's saying is that if we've seen other spider people survive this kind of force, then it's fine if they're able to fall from this height and survive.
Right, but the two pushbacks I'd have to that is like, first of all, you know, blasts are usually directional, and Miles probably didn't. Definitely didn't get caught in the face any more than Kingpin or anyone else did. As for Peter A, you know, the Chris Pine Peter, for all we know, that was a fatal injury. It's just that Fisk finished him off, right? Like he could have just been dying on the floor there. In fact, it doesn't even have a line of being like, "This is not good."
Yeah,
like,
no. He goes. The coughing's definitely a bad sign.
Yeah.
He's clearly not going anywhere. Like even if he somehow survives this, which I think is unlikely, like he's probably going to be like hospitalized or whatever the Spider-Man equivalent of that is, because he probably wouldn't want to go to an actual hospital if he has a choice in the matter, which I don't think
Aunt
he
May's
would.
couch.
Yeah. So this argument fails on 2 points. Which is the first point is like he's wrong because the only Spider-Man who is directly caught in the blast is shown to be fatally injured.
Mhm.
But the second one is like I don't. If even if this was true, like if Miles was right at the center and just tanked it, and like the next movie was like, oh, so therefore he can survive. Like, okay, well then the first movie has an inconsistency, which is that like Peter, Miles survives this, but Peter doesn't, or even like Peter B can survive the bullshit. Or like the point is that you're just retroactively introducing an inconsistency in order to justify bullshit in the second movie.
We do also have Jefferson taking a good brunt of that blast as well, and like flipping over a table, I think, and it's kind of
he's in the control room, but like that's not like it's as far away from.
Yeah,
so
that's
the second blast.
That's what I'm getting at, is that like we see the blast has the ripple effects that like cause Jefferson to fly back, but it's not enough to kill him, and he's a normal human.
Would there be an argument to be made for these are two different contexts for why the explosions are happening?
Right.
Because the first one is them fucking up. The second one is them shutting it down.
Potentially. I mean, I would still say, having just seen that clip where Jefferson flies head over arse, that maybe Jefferson should have been badly injured there.
I've always maintained that for like as a flaw in the first movie, and I still do.
Yeah.
I had.
You're lying. You're grifting.
Maybe it is.
If anything, we do see like the size of I guess like the mushroom cloud of the explosion. And like from that itself, I've always thought it's kind of weird that Jefferson doesn't just straight up die here. Right? Like we see the exterior shot and the explosion is fucking huge. Like it covers a great distance and like Jefferson just is fine. And that's always been weird to me. Like I'm okay for Miles to survive that, but Jefferson's a human. He's a normal guy.
I'm happy for him to survive for the same reasons I laid out, which was like, explosions can be directional. And so if he's not directly in the pathway of the explosion, if it is like shaped as an explosion, then maybe. But yeah, going head over arse, he should still have hurt himself.
Yeah. Well, but in any case, we've also, again, established that these movies do have some level of cartoon physics at play, where Jefferson himself is put in situations where he should injure himself, but doesn't. Like the water tower example that I literally show in my video. So, I don't know. It's kind of wonky. That's why it's hard to really argue with cartoon physics. However, the films themselves are establishing that Falls from This Height are pretty bad for spider people. Like, they just are.
Mm-hmm.
If the power scaling of the characters in this universe is consistent, then none of the prominent spider people in this movie would die from falling this high. And again, you still haven't proven that Mayday is so much weaker than any of the other spider people. I don't care that she's
I'm not gonna address that point again, but I am gonna make sure that it's not like unaddressed, I guess. Like, yeah, that's a stupid point. Moving on.
I also love that he's still arguing for like he would rather have lack of stakes.
I know, it's like so what can't the spider people survive apparently?
Can they just take a nuke?
It's either that, because he's like, oh, if they're consistent. So like, one of two things he's having to concede here is either like, it's consistently the case that no one can really be in any danger, which the films themselves do not portray as being the case. So you're wrong. You're just flat out wrong. Even if that's what you want, you're just wrong. Or you are arguing that it's okay that the levels of damage that characters can take is inconsistent, not just because they're from different universes, but just within the universes, the characters themselves repeatedly are shown to be able to survive wildly varying levels of things. Like, you're just arguing for outright inconsistency at that point being okay. And like, if that's your standard and that's what you're fine with, then subjectively you go for it, my girl. But like, if
suddenly I'm no longer worried about Jefferson being crushed by the rubble when he saves the child.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's like, when Spot shows the future of Jefferson or Captain Singh being crushed by rubble, why are we concerned? They can survive anything, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
Barely an inconvenience.
So you're telling me that Miles almost destroyed Indian Spider-Man's universe for no reason?
Yep.
Because Singh would have totally survived. Yeah. Yep. Because stakes don't exist. It's fine.
She's a baby. She's still superhuman. And you say that Peter can't control all the variables like Miles shooting off Miguel and...
You know what? I can believe that if I punched Mayday in the face, that Mayday would actually be fine. Like if a regular fucking person punches Mayday in the face, that Mayday will actually be fine. I can accept that Mayday could. I could accept that Mayday could take that level of force, but not this level. You know what I mean?
The problem is though is that like super strength and super durability go hand in hand, right? Like you can't realistically have one without the other. Otherwise, your hand would just shatter as you hit. Even with super strength, your hand would shatter as you hit whatever. So if she's this durable, then she is also that strong. And if she is that strong, then I have serious questions as to how she didn't injure or kill MJ giving birth to her and or rearing her right after birth.
Also, Southpaw.
Fuck me, you're right.
Southpaw. I was gonna make a joke about how like if you punched Mayday, you'd get your ass handed to you by Peter. But then I'd realized, oh no, he probably wouldn't care. Oops.
Peter would just give you the baby back to calm you down.
He would know. He would know the baby's fine.
Yeah, he would.
No, he would grab the baby off you and then to himself be like, I shouldn't have done that. It's a bad parent.
No, he'd just be like, that's not how you punch a baby, and then he would demonstrate by punching her even harder.
And then
drop kicks her over the building.
MJ comes into the room and she's like, Peter, what are you doing? Stop putting our children in danger. And then Peter's like, you always get me with that. You always say, our child's in danger.
And then my brain dies.
They have a fight and a divorce. Yeah.
She just comes in and he's like kicking her into a field goal.
Dude, maybe you know what? Maybe I think I know why Peter B would bring Mayday along with him into like whenever he's fighting crime. It's because he can use her as nunchucks like Colin does with Tuco. Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, if we're just allowed to read whatever bullshit we want because we think it's funny or convenient, then I'm going to say that the fight that MJ was referring to that she was brought to before was actually just a fight between MJ and Peter. Like Peter's just a domestic abuser and just beat the shit out of MJ.
It's the clip from GXK, and it's monkey hitting other monkey with baby monkey.
It's like it's two baby nunchucks max, then one kick, and then throwing Mayday at the guy's face.
My reaction to all of these, has anyone here seen the film Hook?
Yes.
With,
yes.
Yeah. There's a wonderful clip in that where like he whispers in Hook's ear, and Hook just looks at him and goes, "I beg your pardon," and then he whispers some more, and Hook just goes, "You must be joking." And I'm like, that's just my entire reaction to this video.
I should get a screen recording of that. That'd be a great reaction clip.
It's excellent, yeah.
And crashing into him, but he quite literally can and is mitigating that risk to be as low as possible. Hence why he's keeping his distance from the other group of spider people and Miguel and
So again, I address in the video how like him keeping his distance isn't enough because he doesn't know, like he has no control over these variables. He doesn't know how powerful Miles is. He's just been shown that Miles is capable of incredible feats of like bursts of power, you know?
Mm-hmm. In fact, one of the things that's consistently true of across Spider-Man media and in this movie, because it's shown explicitly as to how Miles can get away, is partly based on this variable. The various Spider people are quite bad at working together because Spider-Man is generally a solo act. That means they get in each other's ways dangerously quite a lot, including in the chase sequence. It's not just Miguel or Gwen that he has to worry about. There's a whole train full of Spider people trying to catch up. What if one of them accidentally knocks off Mayday?
Yeah.
And also, it's weird to say like, oh, he's keeping his distance when he's the person in the front of the line.
I know, right? It's like who's gonna get hit if Miles' blast is bigger than they thought it'd be.
He is front row premier seating to this event that's happening. Like, what do you mean keep his distance?
I don't know. Fly casual.
Miles. Also, you say that he doesn't know how powerful Miles is, but he obviously has a very good estimate given that he would assume...
Okay, yeah, so that was actually a mistake on my part, and I felt like correcting it. He does know how powerful Miles is, so this is even worse.
Yeah, exactly. That literally makes...
What a weird counter that you decide... Like, why did you choose to address that, Colin?
He knows how dangerous it is.
Sheev, I am almost tempted to say that right there was you pretending, like lying to say that he didn't know how powerful Miles was.
I was being generous.
Just to bait Colin and be like, you fool, he does know. And then you're like, thank you very much for proving my point.
He tried to counter it and he made it worse for himself. Damn it, Colin.
Yeah, there is that. But also, just to play devil's advocate here, this, just having him witness this sequence does not mean he knows the limits of Miles' power. It just means that he knows he is at least capable of this.
Yeah, what the reason I was able to square away not changing it was I was like, well, he doesn't know that this is the extent of Miles' power. He still doesn't know if Miles is capable of greater than this. But he knows he's at least capable of this, and that's why I chose to show this screen recording. I think I showed it here. I can't remember.
Yeah.
So Colin, you fucked up here. I don't know why you chose... Like, you could have just left this one on the cutting room floor, I think. I love how this apparently went through SK and some other person, and neither of them were like, you should probably cut this part, right? Like, we don't want
to... You're shocked that SK missed this in quality control.
Well, it's crazy, right? It's like, yeah, we've proven Sheev wrong. There we go. And it's like, yes, and you know what?
It's the SpongeBob meme. It's the SpongeBob meme of, we did it, we saved the town.
You've proven that she was wrong on something, a thing that
Makes your argument worse.
Actually makes the movie worse. Where she was literally trying. Or honestly, if anything, she was giving the movie the benefit out there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you failed.
Oh boy.
That was bad.
Yep.
Try harder.
That Simpsons joke of like, we'll just release all these deadly lizards. Like, but what happens? How do we stop the lizards? Like, oh, we'll release all the evil, deadly snakes. Like, how do we stop those?
Oh.
Assume Miles would have used all his power to break out of the containment unit that holds anomalies. And guess what? When that happened, he was far enough away from Miles.
No, he wasn't! He got hit in the blast! No, I'm going back. I'll show you.
Obviously, is a very good estimate.
There's him being hit in the blast right fucking there.
He didn't get knocked over, I
Given
guess?
that he would assume Miles would have used all his power to break out of the containment unit that holds anomalies. And guess what? When that happened, he was far enough away.
Why would he assume that? Citation needed.
This is Miles just figuring out how to use this power, like effectively.
But he would assume that this is like Miles at his most powerful. Like, why? Just give me a reason.
Yeah.
I dare you.
Well, maybe it would be because like he's trying to knock back all the spider people, so maybe he's trying to go full power here.
Maybe he knows that this is the full extent of his power because he overheard Hobie saying, "Use your palms."
He also is wrong because what he does to Miguel later is more powerful than this.
Yeah. If anything, surely you look at this and go, "Oh, this is what happens when he's contained by a force field." Like this is like he broke the force field, and this was the remaining power that spilled out.
Right. Exactly.
Wouldn't you just be like, so if he did that unconstrained, it would be a lot worse?
Oof, Colin, please.
Way from Miles, just like he is on the train.
With arguments like these, who needs anomalies?
I made this joke. Get in the bin.
But I said anomalies instead.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you changed it. No, I take that.
I made it a Spider-Verse thing. It's
artistic liberty.
Fair use. It's transformative.
Joe's gonna get mad at me now. No.
Where he can keep his bearings and keep Mayday safe is that if that was to happen, even though he's farther away on the train than he was in the canon event room. The only reason the other Spider People and or Miguel ever got sent
Also, if Miles had blasted Miguel there with the same amount of like power that we're shown in this clip here, Miguel probably wouldn't have flown back as far, which means he would have been a lot more likely to hit Miles or hit Gwen and Peter on the way down.
Mm-hmm.
Well, honestly, so Miguel is thrown like sideways, right, instead of like straight down.
Yeah. He's thrown sideways and then he plummets after being thrown a considerable distance.
Okay, well here's the thing: is what if Miguel had been like thrown straight down instead of sideways first?
Exactly, that's what I'm getting at.
Well, he also ends up on the train anyway. He ends up back on the train.
Does Miguel get thrown sideways and then hit the ring?
I think he does. I thought he does. Hold on.
I can't remember.
Hang on.
If that's the case, then I should. I mean, like to be fair,
I've got the
movie. But if that is what happens, then at least Miguel can survive hitting something at 200 miles per hour. But Miguel has very objectively has a very different power set to the regular spider people because he's not the typical bitten by a radioactive spider person. Like his powers are required in a different way, and he has different sets of powers to them.
Mm-hmm. He's a vampire.
So maybe he's just much more durable. In fact, arguably he would have to be much more durable to survive that than the Peters have been shown to be.
It could be also his armor is playing a part.
Yeah, also his
it's
suit,
a futuristic suit.
Let me quickly
his suit is much more advanced as well.
Play it, Southpaw.
Let me quickly. Yep.
Roll the tape.
I do like this line. I like this moment in general. Just
it's fun.
I think it's a good character moment for Miles.
Okay.
Yes. Yep. That's how he gets back onto the train. Yeah, he ricocheted. Yeah.
Oh, so he didn't like hit it bluntly. He just hit the top of it to redirect him.
Yeah, basically. Watch.
I mean, that's still a heavy blow. I'm gonna say Miguel's gonna have to have stronger durability than the other spider people to survive that, or his armor is just really fucking advanced.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or both.
Can I go ahead and pop out? All right, cool.
All right.
Flying backwards or they were disoriented was because they were closer to the blast in the canon event scene. And another risk he accounts for is Miguel flying backwards, hence him keeping his distance.
So the problem is that in the canon event scene, they are not on a bullet train headed to space flying at terminal velocity, where they are going
greater than terminal
possibly...
velocity, because 200 miles per hour is bloody quick.
Greater than terminal... but the point remains. Yeah.
there's a difference in context in which Miles blasts Miguel on the train versus in the canon event scene. And so, like, it's going to be riskier. Like, it is going to be more dangerous there's a greater risk, basically, of the blast essentially knocking Peter off the train or Mayday.
No, you see, if I punch you on the ground in a stationary place, then it's just as dangerous as if I punched you while having a fight with you on the roof of a moving train.
Exactly.
It's absolutely the same thing.
That's why the fights at the end of Mission Impossibles 1 and 7 are just like so boring. It's because it's just like
I mean, to be fair, the 1 and 7 is really tedious.
No, it is. No, honestly, that was a very bad. Here's the thing: Mission Impossible 7 is fucking terrible. But yeah, I mean, they're trying to go for there's a fist fight on the top of a moving train. This is a lot more a lot more exciting than if it was. But even though it's not at all as exciting as the bathroom fight from the 6th movie, but I digress.
Anyway, are we good?
This not only highly mitigates any risk of not having enough time to react, but if either of them gets sent flying backwards, someone falling backwards like that and them moving towards them is at a very generous highball, at least 2 times slower than bullets, and that is being generous. The only reason the other spider people.
So wait, hang on. What is he saying?
What?
So he's basically trying to pull the card that going twice as slow as a bullet is really like weak sauce. I'm like, bullets move really quick, my dude.
Very fast.
What? Also,
well, you see, being hit at half the speed of light is weak sauce. Like, excuse me? Like, he only got hit at the speed of sound. Like, damn.
I do have to hear
him
say that.
keeping his distance. This not only highly mitigates any risk of not having enough time to react, but if either of them gets sent flying backwards, someone falling backwards like that and them moving towards them is at a very generous highball, at least 2 times slower than bullets, and that.
At least 2 times slower than bullets.
Oh well, if it's twice as slow as a bullet.
Very generous highball.
I looked at a Reddit post.
A Reddit post.
A Reddit post. It proves you wrong.
You, sir, have won the internet today.
What a way to frame the argument.
Also, this is so this is so condescending. It's like, even if you had some kind of merit here, like, Reddit post. It's like, stop.
But have you considered that you are an ass, sir?
Like, in the movie, like, it portrays the moment as happening so quickly to the point where the movie slows it down so that we, the audience, can comprehend what's going on.
Yeah.
Like, when it cuts back to normal speed, he's going ridiculously fast down the train, toppling into other Spider-Men. These Spider-Men that have no time to react.
As a Frenchman with a posh British accent, I feel mildly proprietary about being condescending. I just feel like it's almost insulting to the fine art of being condescending that this man is trying.
He's plagiarizing you.
Yeah, badly. That's the thing that really gets me. Just poorly. Have some pride in your work, damn it.
His cheese and wine just turned into vinegar and just mold.
Yeah, like his cheese and wine is like box wine and like some really cheap like spray-on cheese.
Hey, I like box wine. Fuck you.
That is being generous. The only reason the other spider people even likely get hit by Miguel falling is because they don't have a lot of room to maneuver and they're all bunched around on top of each other.
Plus, even
So you're saying that they can be hit. So you're saying it's possible for spider people to be caught by accident.
Yeah. So what you're telling me is that there are not like there are variables in this situation that can't be controlled even by people with spider powers who are fully trained.
Cue clown music.
If Peter was pretty confident in his ability to save Mayday in any such event, that's still not an excuse to bring her into any dangerous situation. Like, I'm not Spider-Man, but I'm pretty confident that if I held a baby over a fire, I'd be fully capable of ensuring that I don't accidentally drop them into it. But that doesn't suddenly make it a good idea for me to do that, even if I think holding the baby over the fire is the only way to help someone I care about.
This is a really bad comparison because of the last sentence that you literally just debunked yourself with. But we've already established...
Okay, sure. Let's hear it.
Established why Mayday was even here in the first place. You yourself even established that. And I already established that Peter is competent enough and is playing it safe so as to mitigate any possible harm coming to Mayday. This is like saying someone is a bad parent because they walked across a busy street while holding their baby.
No.
No.
So what I
He's
said...
going to space!
What I said was that, like, I tried to scale it right to where it's like, I'm a normal human being, but I also, you know, I'm capable of certain things, but not nearly to the extent of Spider-Man. Therefore, there are certain things that I could do that would endanger a child, but that I'm reasonably capable of, like, not, you know, like, of rescuing them from. But I'm doing so needlessly. And that's the problem.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Crossing a busy street, which is sometimes necessary, and having your child along with you, that's not the same, that's not comparable. You have to do that.
Again, let's just play that scenario out. It's like if I'm trying to cross a road that has busy traffic and like it's not, you know, it's not a place where it's not it's not like a zebra crossing or somewhere I can just walk across. Actually, what do you guys call zebra crossings? Just a crossing point. Crosswalk, yeah, we call them zebra crossings. I don't know.
That's fucking bizarre, but okay, continue.
It's cool.
They look like zebras. Anyway, they, you know, if you're just running across a busy road and you're trying to just time it between the fast-moving cars and you're carrying a baby, you're a fucking idiot. Like, don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that. That's the thing is, like, crosswalks exist for a reason so that it's not nearly as dangerous. Like, obviously, there's still a risk. Like, some asshole might still run a red light.
They exist for the pleasure of me not doing them. They exist for the pleasure of me ignoring them.
But they exist to make it as safe a venture as possible for pedestrians. Also, Jack, I see that you're already back. How'd the debate go, if it happened at all?
Oh yeah, I got it wrong. I thought that it was actually for Thursday a few days ago, and I thought that was for today, like the announcement. Yeah, someone asked me if I was going to be joining the disagreement stream, and there wasn't any plan, so I guess they were mistaken too. But yeah, I finished the rest of the video, and really, you guys are right. It's just the same, like line. It's the same line of reasoning over and over again. It's just like, it's just Colin presents a bunch of false equivalencies, and if you don't agree with his false equivalencies, then the rest of the video just doesn't work.
And he's presenting them in such a condescending way. He's like,
I
already addressed why that's obviously wrong. And it's like, but you didn't.
Like, especially for the train up to the literal moon. Like, he has, like, he presents, like, these trajectories and whatever. Oh, like, if you look at this, like, this chart, that this means that, like, Mayday wouldn't die or, like, or whatever if she fell from this high. I'm just like, okay, dude, if Peter... If she's not in danger of falling from or of getting hurt from falling from that height, then why would Peter bother saving her when she fell out of his I think
I'm gonna upload this reaction. I think I'm gonna upload the reaction to this video on my second channel because this needs to go up somewhere. I'm not putting it on my main channel, but it needs to go up.
It's too funny.
May I just say something as well, like, at the risk of being very overly critical, but it is worth pointing out because this man is, 50,000 subscribers, and therefore I expect a certain level of professionalism from him. There's been a number of times in this video, and there will be a number of times going forward, where he trips over words quite badly. And look, like, plenty of people are not confident public speakers. That's totally fine. I'm not criticizing the guy for, flubbing some lines. Yeah. But you're editing this video. You have the capacity to re-record a line. If you've noticed you flubbed a line, re-record it. If you haven't noticed, you're bad at editing.
I flub so many lines, and I just redo them because you're supposed to, because you want to make sure that your video is communicated as clearly as possible.
Jack, do you remember
it out because you want to get a reaction out there because you're a fucking asshole who wants to stir up drama.
Jack, do you remember before we started talking, the tweet of yours that I read out in my video about how SK and I just say that something that you like is bad, just smugly without making an argument, this is sort of the in this case it's Colin / SK basically saying that Sheev is wrong and that the thing that they like is flawless, basically, very smugly, and they're trying to make an argument though, but it's just it's meritless.
Yeah, the sad thing is they're probably not even conscious that they're doing it. They think this is probably all they're used to when making their points.
I'm not willing to extend them that courtesy. This is a man who called me called a man he knew was queer and at the time considered a friend a faggot repeatedly behind his back. I am not willing to extend him this courtesy.
Fair.
as if there aren't easy ways to mitigate the risk of being hit by a car, or if someone drives with their child in a car, even though car crashes happen very...
Again, like, you know what, not even worth addressing. Like, obviously you have to drive around with your child sometimes, like, that's just a thing.
To make this more comparable, to make this more comparable to real life, just make it, maybe you're riding a normal subway train, and instead of going into the vehicle, you decide to just hang off the edge of the subway train. That's the comparable thing, right?
No,
and
the comparable thing is, it's not comparable because we're not Spider-Man, so we aren't capable of protecting our child in that event.
The comparable thing is basically driving your child through a war zone when you don't have to.
Yeah.
Like you have, like, you literally have a path that you could drive on that's safe. You're like, nah, let's take the scenic route. And
if you go through the war zone, you might be able to help some kid that you knew, like, that you know you care about a lot, but, like, you know, that kid is doing just fine on his, or not just fine on his own, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Oh, well, Steve, you like The Last of Us, and that's a show where Joel is taking Ellie through these dangerous parts.
See, it's funny you bring that up, Southpaw, because when I criticized Hera endangering Jason and Ahsoka, people kept bringing up the fact that Ezra and Sabine were children, or were at least, like, you know, they were young teens during the duration of Rebels. And Hera continued to put their lives in danger, and it's like, oh, but the difference is that she had no choice. They were on the run, they were fugitives of the law, and they were doing what they had to do to get by.
Also, you look at the two people concerned. One is a Jedi, so if you leave them on their own, they are definitely going to get caught and killed. Like, they can't hide. Like, and their parents. Not only that, a Jedi whose parents are political activists and were executed for the same. And then the other one is a Mandalorian warrior who's been trained from birth to be a fighter, and
who's also on the run from the Empire. And if she's captured by them, she'll be captured or killed.
Right, but also, like, these are not normal teens. Like, these are not just, like, random teens she's found on the street. These aren't even just regular, like, orphans or urchins or even, like, you know, the regular rebels. These are, like, a Mandalorian warrior and a person who is a Jedi. Or is a Jedi, you know, has Jedi reflexes, has the Force, is being trained as a Jedi. It's kind of just, like, the actual comparison would be if she just brought along some random 14-year-old, and she doesn't do that because that's obviously, you know, fucking irresponsible.
Yeah, she takes Ezra in because she realizes he has nowhere else to go and needs her.
Not to mention the context with, like, Ellie, of course, is that Joel is being tasked with escorting her across the U.S.
He very deliberately doesn't give a shit about her beyond her as cargo.
But also, but he's still, like, trying to take her there as safely as he can to maximize his chances of success.
One of my favorite scenes on the show, I don't know if this is in the game because I haven't played it, but one of my favorite scenes in the show is when he realizes, I'm getting old, I'm not capable of doing this. Like, she almost died today and I could only stand there helplessly. Tommy, I need you to take her the rest of the way because I know that she'll die if she continues with me.
That's not how it is in the game.
I love that scene, though. It's so great.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Jay, but that's not what Joel's reasoning was in the game.
Well, Joel's reasoning in the game is that he's growing too attached to her, and he's afraid, like, he's afraid that she's not going to make it, and then he'll be broken up. He'll be broken in two again.
I remember that being the reason in the game.
Getting back to Peter bringing Mayday on the train, it's just like rewatching the video. It just communicates how, like, unnecessary it is because her role as, like, a negotiation tool to Miles is over. Like, why is he still need her anyway? It's just so neat.
And with SK's comments saying, "Oh, but this is a place with a bunch of spider people. She's obviously protected." It's like saying, like, I'm going to go to the Middle East with my child because the U.S. military is there. They can protect us. It's like, no.
Yeah, no.
It's stay home, man.
But he's Spider-Man, so he'd be okay.
That's true. He can see the future.
Yeah, Madam Web will be there. She can say, "Oh, true."
And hey, the best thing about the future is that it hasn't happened yet.
Fuck off.
Frequently, you can say things have a risk, but when you put in the context, that risk can be bigger or smaller depending on it. In this case, it's not a very big risk.
Yeah, and the context
risks can be different in different contexts.
Yeah,
I don't know if you consider that.
And if you apply the context that some risks are literally unavoidable, and you have to just bear them, and some of them could be completely avoided, and he takes them, into the situation anyway. Like, that kind of highlights the difference, doesn't it, between driving with your kid in the car and risking that you might get fucking murdered by in a car crash, you know?
The next time he says that bringing a child into space is not a big risk, I'm going to throw my monitor across the room. I'm losing my mind.
She should have suffocated well into that journey. Frankly,
Oh,
Mayday should have
she's
frozen and
dead.
suffocated.
Risk. Peter being Spider-Man is inherently a risk to leave Mayday and MJ without a husband and a father. Is Peter character assassinated for that as well? Is Toothless character assassinated in How to Train Your Dragon?
Wait, so is he strawmanning me by saying that Peter, like by my metric, Peter would be a character assassinated just by being Spider-Man at all? Because
Yes.
that might cause
So
him to die?
Yeah, so the argument he's now trying to present is like a false equivalence between every kind of level of danger, and he's doing that in order to present the danger that you've pointed out as being lesser. As like basically, he's going, oh, like, well, Spider-Man is inherently a dangerous job, therefore, like, he's risking his own death and blah blah blah.
Isn't it?
Well, yeah. First of all, yes, that is actually a risk. The difference, and that's a risk that frequently causes tension between Peter and his loved ones as he tries to balance the guilt of that and whether or not he's endangering them and whether or not they want him in danger. And it always comes back to like, with great power comes great responsibility. But the thing is, he's an adult who can consciously make decisions for himself. Mayday is a baby.
I'm sorry. I want to bring this back down to earth. Cops and soldiers often have families, and they,
Jefferson
they
is
still
assassinated.
they still work in the military and law enforcement because they believe this is the right, like, this is how they help. Well, some are like that, not going to go there. But there's some, however, that do feel like this is how they help people. This is how they defend America, or this is how they help their community, or whatever.
And of course, that never results in arguments between spouses or partners where one of them's like, I don't want you going into danger. You've done your service, and the other one's like, no, I feel like I have to do this. I know there's the risk. I know it's risky, but like I feel like the good is greater.
This thing with Spider-Man, it's literally analogous to that. It's like
it's a false equivalence.
And the great thing is that
it's just a totally false equivalence.
And he's taking that risk upon himself, and only himself.
That's
he's
not the same
for others
thing.
Who can't decide.
That's not the same thing as a cop or a soldier deciding to bring their baby into a war zone or into a crime-ridden part of the city where they work.
But they'll be
That's
safe.
not the same fucking thing. You dipshit.
A cob, more like a caca. All cops are character assassinated.
Two for dangling Hiccup over an edge, even though he could easily save him if he accidentally dropped him. Is Hiccup?
No, so Toothless isn't character assassinated for doing that because he'd easily just be able to catch him.
But also because Toothless is an animal. I hate to do this, but like Toothless is an animal. Yes, he has a degree of intelligence, but like he is also an instinctive animal. He gets brainwashed at one point because a bigger dragon gives him the huff eye. Like,
well, but it's just like we
are not doing a serious comparison between what a dragon thinks is safe and what a person does.
But also, there are no factors in this situation that would prevent Toothless from catching Hiccup if he were to drop him.
A
slight breeze.
But also be like, literally we're trying to be like, oh, dragons have the same sense of proportion and danger as people do. Like, I don't think they do, actually.
Not
I think
all...
that's like, if you're a species that's evolved to fly, you probably have a heightened sense of risk-taking. Because you kind of have to every time you jump off a high thing to fly.
Also, Colin, this is just a side point, but like, it's really lazy to just grab rips of scenes off of YouTube instead of just screen recording them from whatever.
The Fandango movie
Fandango movie clips.
And if you're gonna do that, you could at least edit over that so it's not obvious that you just downloaded this from YouTube. Like, come on, man.
I mean, you can very easily crop that out in either in editing or when you're screen recording it.
Yeah, just paint over it. Just put a black thing over it.
Put a black thing over it, or just like literally crop it to the aspect ratio of the film itself.
That's all you gotta do.
Again, it's the same thing I said about the not re-recording lines that he flubbed. Like, there's just a level of this video, like its arguments. There's just a complete lack of care, a complete lack of professionalism.
And
that's before we even get into the incredibly despicable way in which he's toned things or phrased things or false equivalences to phrase you as unreasonable or poor. Like, it's just this whole video reeks of. Sorry. I want to roll. Give me a second, Southpaw. Like. Like, this whole video just reeks of just absolute intellectual and actual laziness, and it just irritates me.
What I was gonna say was that like it seems to indicate a sort of like, instead of wanting to take his time, he was like in a rush to get this out as soon as possible. Like, he's really defensive of this movie or something. And I don't
almost like he wants to farm reactions.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not against that because I was waiting for this video with bated breath, so the sooner the better,
Yeah.
No, you guys, like, seriously, you have no idea. I was so excited for this video when I found out it was happening. I could not wait.
Chief was like, it's Christmas come early.
This is more than we could ever imagine.
It was even worse than I expected it to be, and I expected pretty bad.
Yep.
Anyway. Play.
Character assassinated at the end of How to Train Your Dragon 3 for flying with his children on the back of his dragons?
However, it's also
Okay.
No.
Flash frame.
Well, yeah, flash frame because poorly edited and terrible. But also, no, Hiccup is not. I don't think Hiccup's assassinated for bringing his child on dragon back at the end of the third movie.
So I don't know enough about these movies because I haven't watched them, but I would still question. Maybe Tooth is just maybe Hiccup is just the kind of character who would, or maybe his culture is just more naturally risk taking because they're fucking warrior Vikings.
They are, yeah, but also
and they'll have a higher standard. A lower standard for what is risky. But I would say I'm surprised he brought a baby onto a flying dragon without some kind of safety harness, or maybe he does. Maybe that's been dishonestly edited.
I don't think that he had
No.
a safety harness on though.
Because he's
Let's play that back.
something like, oh, was this person character assassinated? I'm like, yeah, potentially. I mean,
Easily
maybe.
save him if he accidentally dropped him? Is Hiccup character assassinated?
I'm not
no
thinking
harness.
safety harness. He's just holding it. Holding the baby. So
Yeah, I'd be like, well, but then potentially.
but
I mean, again, I don't know Hiccup's characters, but potentially he is. Then, yeah.
The thing is, these characters never treated as though if you are on dragon back without any kind of like protective gear or safety harness, you're just gonna fall off. Like they're able to hold on pretty well. So I'm looking for the internal consistency there.
Yeah, and like we said, he comes from a culture that is much happier with levels of risk because it's a warrior culture.
Mm-hmm. Like if this is a character assassination on Hiccup's part, then okay, it's a character assassination on Hiccup's part. That doesn't absolve Peter. Why are we whataboutisming this?
Yeah, it's whataboutism.
Colin, I'm not saying I expected better from you, but I at least didn't expect this.
Yeah, the Oprah clip of like, you get some whataboutism, and you get some whataboutism. Everyone gets
some
whataboutism.
whataboutisms. Yeah.
It'd be funny if he was like, is Marlin assassinated and Finding Dory for bringing Nemo along on this journey? And it's like, oh.
Yes.
Is Mutt assassinated for having joined up with Vietnam? Like, yeah.
He starts like genuinely asking like different different examples of characters being. Is Luke assassinated for what he did in The Last Jedi?
Yeah.
I like the idea that he just ends the series of clips like, was this person like assassinated? Was this person? And then goes, no, seriously, help me. I genuinely don't know.
Help me. I'm illiterate. Please.
Character assassinations.
At the end of How to Train Your Dragon 3 for flying with his children on the back of his dragons?
However, it's also worth noting a few extra things. The first of which is that when he eventually does bring Mayday home, we finally meet MJ and she gives us this line.
Peter, did you bring our baby to another fight?
I'm sorry, another? Are we implying this has happened before? Let's pretend for even a second that the context surrounding him bringing her along to the spider chase was in any way justified. Am I to believe that every other time he's involved this poor baby in a fight, there just wasn't any other option but to endanger her life? Every instance of this happening has justified context. Really. Because as absurd as that is, even if that is the case, then I no longer want to hear any of you say Peter was justified in bringing her to the Spider Society headquarters to begin with. Clearly, this is not a safe environment for a child, as many have argued, just because there are hundreds of Spider-Men there to protect her in the event of an attack. Because apparently there have been multiple moments where push came to shove.
The line from MJ and how you frame it.
I know what you're doing.
just everyone just let this play, and then when he's finished doing the dishonesty, we can stop.
Okay.
Again, is making things sound worse than they actually are or could be. We don't even know the context for what MJ is talking about. For all we know, Peter was walking down the street with Mayday one time and stopped a small mugging while he had Mayday with him. This isn't a major risk that would put Mayday's life in very much danger, if barely at all. You frame the lack of context we get as if he brought Mayday to go fight the Green Goblin or something, and you say it's not safe for him to bring.
I counter all of this. Just let it play.
Wait. Spider HQ. Mayday to the Spider HQ, even though there are literally hundreds of spider people there, to fight and heavily mitigate any risk, and bring up some mystery moments where push came to shove. Ah, yes, what a brilliant argument. By this logic, any police officer that drives their kid to school in their squad car, or brings their kid into a police precinct are bad parents, because an attack could always happen. Like,
what was that?
They went to space!
Sorry. Andrew, you're sounding like the guy in the Lego movie, like a spaceship.
I was like,
I am Benny. Every time.
I was like, who let loose? I was like, who let loose the wild animal in Andrew's house?
I was so confused because I didn't even know if that was like a person or if like
Yeah, that's Andrew's victim. He keeps him locked in the basement. You hear him occasionally. Don't worry about it.
You've overstepped. No Christmas.
You might need help. You just might need some help.
I'm going more insane than when Anakin showed up at the end of Ahsoka.
Okay. Wait. Because it gets worse. Let's just let it play.
Let's just let it play.
Shut the fuck up.
Or then again, let's be really fair and assume it's only ever happened one other time. After all, MJ's line might just imply that it's happened once before, and obviously the fact that her baby's life was put in danger scared her, so she asked Peter to never let something like that happen again. That's not really how the scene seems to be framing it, as both he and MJ seem to almost laugh off what Peter just did as something quirky and cute.
Yes, the scene makes a joke out of it. If anything, this would imply that the mystery context, for which we know nothing about, wasn't actually that big of a deal. And MJ knows
she's also not at all perturbed by the fact that he did this the second time, so
that Peter would not bring Mayday into a situation where he can't be sure that he can keep her as safe as possible, even if there's a slight risk to it.
But let's go with that. My point still stands that if there's apparently a risk of Mayday's life being in danger should she accompany Peter to this place, then he should stop fucking bringing her there.
Your point doesn't stand for shit. And you even know your own point doesn't stand for shit because of later in the video. But the film quite literally never established that the Spider HQ has ever even been attacked. So what the fuck are you even talking about?
However, it could also be argued that the fight being referred to happened here on Peter's Earth, unrelated to the Spider Society. Like, I don't know, maybe it was some random thing that Peter had to deal with while he was out with Mayday, so it really couldn't be helped. Again, though, even that amount of context...
You notice how he kind of just realized that the defense that I made would turn his argument on its ass?
No.
Well, now
Oh, Colin, no!
Wait.
Let's see him move his argument to a different place, because that previous one had no leg to stand on.
And that amount of context should really put into perspective for Peter just how dangerous this life can be now that he has a little one to look after. So maybe encouraging her at a very young age to swing around with webs...
So like that's the end of that way he's phrased it, but like again, it's to repeat from earlier. What he did just then was take your clip, deceptively edit it to present it as though like you and he were engaged in a conversation, and that like after the fact you'd moved the goalposts, rather than what actually was the case, which is you presented a video in which you presented one argument to deal with one set of affairs, noticed a potential counter argument, noticed that counter argument didn't hold up, and so also addressed that in the same paragraph, in the same clip. And he decided to splice himself in between those two clips to present you as being dishonest or like not believing in your own arguments.
Yeah, like obviously I was okay.
Wow.
Obviously, if I want to address every point that I think might be made as a counter to what I'm saying, I'm going to try to go through each of them one by one. I'm not fucking backtracking by going over different hypotheticals that you might bring up. What the hell is that? What is this? Colin.
Well, he really wants to splice himself in the middle to say like, oh, you don't fucking believe in your own points, and aren't I smart? It's like, no, you just repeated the defense that he just debunked ahead of time because you have the luxury of editing.
No, I'm explaining thoroughly why no matter which way you look at this, it doesn't work. So no matter... He's presenting counters as though... Like as though they matter, they mean anything, and I'm over here debunking each and every one of these counters. And he thinks that he's some... Like, what does he think he's done here? What does he think this is?
Well, again, that's why he's edited it this way. He's done it to try and present what you've done as going back on your arguments, therefore not believing in them, as opposed to just like addressing every hypothetical as it comes up in a coherent order, and him after the fact coming in and inserting himself like it's a conversation to make himself look good.
Colin.
So fucking slimy.
Colin.
Yeah. Also, the way that MJ phrases it, she's like, "Oh, did you do it again?" As if he's actively doing this rather than, "Oh, it just happened while he was picking her up from somewhere," and it's like it's happened multiple times. And
well,
even with the example that, oh, it could have just been like some robbery or some mugging or something. Robbers still have weapons. Like, they'll have guns. Guns can affect babies. I don't know if Colin knows this. It's probably because he's not a father, so he probably doesn't know. But there's so many variables, even with normal people. And even then, I wouldn't even call that a fight, because a fight for Spider-Man would be fighting the Green Goblin or Scorpion.
So here's the thing. He also said that because MJ is treating this like a joke as well, that implies somehow that this previous nebulous fight, whatever the context, was apparently not that big a deal, when it's like, what that actually implies to me is that they're both bad parents. Because no matter like what the severity of the context was, Mayday was apparently in a situation where danger might have befallen her. That's
And
bad.
again,
You don't
you've
want that
already
to
got
happen.
even if this was an accidental thing, even if this was something he really couldn't avoid, and he didn't deliberately bring her into danger, the fact that she's then making a joke out of him actually deliberately bringing her into danger is
When
a
it
bit of a
could have been
problem.
helped,
Like,
yeah.
if anything, well, yeah, if anything, she might have just been like making a joke, being like, "Oh, you didn't actually do that, ha ha ha, we're just joking," and then he's like, looks at her like, "No, no, she was in danger," and then MJ just flips her shit because absolutely she would, because what the fuck?
Yeah, he's like, no, she was in danger, and she didn't have to be, but I really wanted her there because, like, daddy-daughter bonding and all that.
I know Pebble said that maybe Peter was lying to her. I would have rather had that scenario than for MJ just to be completely compliant in what's going on.
I feel like
Colin wasn't a slimy.
I don't think I'd
fuck who did deceptive editing.
Andrew,
That's what I would rather.
Andrew, I don't think I'd prefer that because that would then imply that Peter understands that what he's doing is wrong and that he's doing it anyway, which has so many other implications.
Yeah, but at least.
Well, but surely we've already had that though, because he's already said he's a bad parent for doing this.
But at least MJ wasn't hurt. Voice crack.
And taking her along to meet all your cool new spider friends really isn't the best idea because it might make her decide that she wants to follow in her dad's footsteps at an age where she is way too young to try to be a superhero.
So let me get this straight. Not only do you think it's out of...
You are being so fucking smug, and like it's making me more and more want to upload this.
Steve, remember when SK was whining about how smug we were to him in that stream?
Well, you see, that was to him, Southpaw.
Putting that aside, the amount of smugness in his voice is more and more making me want to post this because his arguments are just so transparently wrong, but I know if I go into the comments of this video, so many people are going to be like, hell yeah, Colin, you know, cook that fraud. And
we should have streamed this.
We should have, but I'm going to upload it anyway, so either way, it'll be a public record.
Well, you don't have to theorize of what the comments are because we've read through some of them and they are exactly that.
Well, I mean, literally with SK Spider-Man 1 Defense, we read through some of the comments and it's just like lapping the shit up unthinkingly. Like you guys are not thinking about. It's so funny too.
They have amassed an audience of dick writers who will not think critically about the points that they're making.
You know what this reminds me of? It's like, you know those scam emails that are like, "Oh, I'm from a Nigerian brigadier. Give me your bank details now. I'll give you money." And they're always like misspelled and badly done. And like normal sane people look at that and go, "That's obviously a scam," and click off. And what people don't understand is like the deliberately shoddy construction is part of the scam because that weeds out people who wouldn't fall for it. Like if you see misspellings like that and still click on it, you're the kind of mark they want. Like SK's audience feels like that. His videos and the videos of Colin and people like in this circle are so bad and so poorly argued and so poorly constructed and so unprofessional and fucking slimy to boot that the only audience they keep around are the dick riders who also are like that. Well, especially unapologetically clap it.
So I remember when SK and Colin had their original beef, and I remember Colin having some. I don't remember if it was Colin or someone else. I think it was Colin had like some pretty questionable views on politics and stuff, and he's changed from that, but also his argumentation then was pretty terrible from what I remember. And then I saw that SK became friends with him, and I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of strange. And I thought, oh, maybe he just got better at arguing points and like being literate in general, but apparently not. He's just the same as he was like 8 months ago, I would guess.
Shocker.
Which is astonishing.
Yeah, because it might make her decide that she wants to follow in her dad's footsteps at an age where she is way too young to try to be a superhero.
So let me get this straight. Not only do you think it's out of character for Peter Parker to want his daughter to grow up saving lives and being a good person with her great power coming great responsibility.
That's not what he said.
That's not what I said. I said she needs to be of a certain age where she's old enough to choose for herself, and you influencing her to put her own life in danger at a young age is not a good thing.
But also, let's actually tackle this argument head on. It's like, would Peter, like, if Mayday was a teenager, if Mayday was like 15 or Gwen's age, and was like, I want to go out and be Spider-Woman.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Would Peter be
I don't
like,
believe he'd be happy with that.
Would he be like? Would he allow her to do that? Potentially, he'd be like, "Yeah, make your own decisions." But I don't think he'd be happy about that.
There's an entire "what if" storyline about that happening. Like, what if Spider-Man's daughter became Spider-Girl? And that's exactly the sort of premise that you presented, Jolly. And Peter is very much against, at least this version of Peter in the comic is very much against Mayday becoming Spider-Girl, and like, but well, it got really popular, and there were several series about that, like about her becoming Spider-Man. But yeah, like Jolly raised an excellent point. Like it has been very much established that Peter would be very much against, or at least like very hesitant towards like any family members of his walking in his path, because it's not one that's safe.
Well,
especially this version.
Let me.
Well, just jump the gun slightly, because he's about to try and defend that by going, oh well, this Peter Parker clearly does want that, because he tells Miles explicitly that he had a kid because he wanted it to be like Miles. And I'm like, yeah, in the sense of Miles being a fearless and brave young man
not what
who
he
stands
meant.
up for what's right.
He did not mean I want her to become Spider-Man at 14 and start.
I'm gonna make this kid a weapon.
Fighting fucking crime bosses.
I'm reading over the comments again, and you guys will like this one. This is from a comment in support of Sheev, actually. Sheev Talks makes a very good point. Peter acting irresponsibly with his newborn child is massively out of character for him. I mean, for goodness sake, he brought his child to a space elevator that was heading for the moon.
Finally, someone gets it.
And how
Finally.
Colin says, guarantee you clicked on this video, commented right away, and didn't listen to a word I said.
Oh.
Right, because listening to a word.
It's not a big deal, but it's going to the moon.
But that's such a self-own, because you can make a valid point against him without even watching the video. I think, and even then,
well, I just think it's funny because the framing of this is like, I made such airtight points that you clearly didn't listen to any of them. If you still believe Sheev is right, and it's like,
Colin, do me a favor, my friend, and look up the definition of close-minded. You may be surprised at what you find.
True. The thing is, I was pretty confident in my Peter B video, because I'm pretty sure I made some really good arguments here. Like, I don't see anyone debunking these anytime soon, and like, that's why I wasn't really worried going into this, because like, it's Colin and he's a friend of SK, so there's already that. But then also, like, again, I know that I'm right and I know that my points are sound. But watching this video and seeing all these arguments, it's like, I really underestimated myself, apparently.
Danger.
Very bad
when
people.
the film frames it as the exact opposite, because Peter literally wants Mayday to grow up like Miles did. He wants her around these environments and to spend a lot of time with her doing stuff because of that. And you also say she's gonna go out and become a superhero at like a very young age. Then you don't establish what you think that age will be. Do you think baby Mayday is just gonna go out there and...
He brings her along to a superhero adventure at the end of the movie, so maybe however old she is right now.
Yeah. What? I'm trying to understand this argument.
Why do I get the feeling that like Beyond the Spider-Verse is going to have a moment where Peter B's life is literally saved because Mayday is able to like...
God, you know that's going to happen.
That'd be terrible.
And then the code's
going to
happen. Guys, if she wasn't there, he wouldn't be saved. It's like a short round example, and then I shoot him in the head.
What if Peter shoots Mayday in the head and then wears her beanie in her honor and says, "Spider-Man, what a joke."
What if Kylo slices off Solo's head and then turns to the camera and goes, "Family is good. This is the theme."
I know what you're referencing. Teehee. And
fight crime? Well, I guess Peter should never leave Mayday's side, because if she can just sneak around the house and go wherever the hell she wants, then Peter should always be with her. I also want to add...
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
But he's making the argument now that like Mayday is always going to be in danger because she's already like a superpowered and therefore a superhero, and that if he really therefore cared about her, he would be constantly monitoring her.
Oh my god. Okay, so like, that's obviously wrong on its face, but also giving her web shooters doesn't help that, does it?
Yeah, like without the web shooters, there is a limit to how far and how far she can go, because she is still a baby with limited mobility, even if it means she can climb on the walls. Like she can't like super sprint out the house. But even then, if you like, let's just say, you know, for sake of argument, she could super sprint out the house, or that her web shooters were organic and it was nothing to do with them giving to her. Yeah, maybe actually you do stay at home then.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like maybe at that point that is what you do.
Like I love how he's presenting that as though it's ridiculous, but it's like if there's no other choice but to constantly monitor her to make sure that she doesn't kill herself, then yeah, constantly monitor her. Even if it means you have to sit around and like not do Spider-Man stuff for a few years while she grows up.
Sheev, you've seen Lucifer, haven't you?
I have.
There's a plot line in that where a human woman is impregnated by an angel. Just bear with me, it's fucking weird. And she starts baby-proofing the ceiling of her house because she's like, well, what if it has wings and like starts flying around? And like, that's a legitimate concern that a baby might bounce into corners. And like, yeah, angels are immortal in this universe up to a point, but like that's still a concern. They can still get hurt, and she's still worried about that because you would be. Like you do, and then she is contemplating quitting her job and taking care because this baby is a super baby and has like special needs.
Even though angels in that show objectively have way better super durability than Spider-Man.
Oh yeah.
Like the only thing I think that can kill Lucifer beyond being in proximity to Chloe, because of the rules there that I'm not even going to get into, is like that one blade that Maze has. I'm pretty sure that's the only thing that could kill him.
Well, and Azrael's knife, right? Or the Angel of Death's sword, whatever the fuck it is.
Literally the Sword of Death. Otherwise, he's kosher. Like, as long as he's not near Chloe when he gets hurt, he's fine.
Maybe Spider-Man should have baby-proofed his room.
Yeah, maybe if your baby is a super baby, you do.
The movie got worse again.
Maybe in The Incredibles, that's why Helen has to stay home, and be a stay-at-home wife. Is because she has super babies, and there needs to be someone who can handle that at home.
Andrew, I wouldn't even say the movie's worse because I think that is a ridiculous hypothetical, but if it's true, then despite the fact that Colin's presenting these alternatives mockingly, like that's exactly what he should do in that case.
Is it bad for police officers, military fighters, firefighters to bring their kids around work or their work life because there's a chance their kid might want to become like them?
I want my kid to become if I'm a cop, I want my kid and I want my kid to become a cop. I want them to at least be 18 before they enter into the police academy.
Yeah.
Well, hang on. Did you catch what he actually just said though? Because he was like, "Oh, so you're saying that if a cop doesn't wants his son to be a cop, he shouldn't bring him to work with him?" It's like, no, he shouldn't.
No, he shouldn't.
Even if you want your son to be a cop, don't bring them in a ride along in dangerous parts of town. Thinking about fighting a cartel. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, like at most, put them in an explorer program.
Well, hang on.
Honey, I've been posted to a dangerous part of the Middle East for part of my army duties, and I really want my son, who's 7 years old, to also become a soldier. So he's coming with me to Afghanistan.
Let's just say that you're a cop and you've brought your son to the precinct for whatever. Like he just has to be there. Maybe he got suspended from school, so you're bringing him to work with you, and he's just sitting at your desk doing homework, whatever. And then this police chase happens, and all units are called in, and you have to go, and you just grab him, and you throw him into the back of the squad car, and you're like, all right, we're gonna do this. You're coming with me. This is bad parenting, I know, but the movie is treating this comedically.
Oh, this is bad parenting. Here's a gun.
Yeah, there's this one show that aired decades ago, and you can find a bunch of the segments on YouTube. It's called Top Cops, and what it is, it basically does these takes these real life cops and dramatizes and retells experiences they've went through. And one of the episodes is these two women holding a helicopter pilot at gunpoint, riding over into a prison and gave their husbands, and then they steal a van and drive through this town. So these cops have to drop whatever they're doing and just get into firefights with them. And I hear Colin saying, I hear Colin making these arguments about, you should, if a cop wants his kid to follow in his footsteps, he should bring, they should be able to bring them with them to work. And it's very clear that he doesn't understand what work can detail.
Well, it's almost a parody, right? It's almost like a SWAT team, or well, today we're breaking into the house of a cartel boss, and it's bringing us onto work day. So my son is with me as we knock in the front door and storm this compound.
Yeah, and everyone else would just be saying, okay, so now on top of this drug bust, we also have to babysit or look after your son so he doesn't get hurt. Thanks a lot.
No, they just put an Uzi into the son's hands. They're like, you have to learn the hard way. Come with us.
Well, we want him to be a cop, so we got to make sure that he's prepared for the world.
We want him to be a cop, so we're going to teach him how to brutalize black folk.
Well, I mean,
if
we're going with this analogy, right? Wouldn't the comparison for Peter giving Mayday the web shooters being giving your toddler a fucking Glock or something?
Well, I mean, not quite as dangerous, but it's still wildly irresponsible. Yeah, it's like giving it's like giving your child power tools because you're a carpenter and want them to grow up to be a carpenter.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if she like web slings to like high altitude places where she could seriously hurt herself. Like, she's not.
What if she web shoots a knife?
Yeah, she's not constantly functional.
What if she gets on a
enough
train to space?
To like a spawn.
What if she swings like across the ceiling and then like fucking flies through the window or something?
I guess they just have to take. I guess they just have to remove fans from their house, like ceiling fans from their house.
Yeah.
I guess using.
Or maybe not because I don't care because she's super durable. What do I know?
That's true. No stakes. I think. I think I said this earlier. The web shooters as a form of transportation. It's just giving a baby a normal car.
Yeah, a moped. Or
yeah,
something.
and just letting them go and do whatever.
Yeah, but
well, thankfully there are no laws or regulations about that. You can just give a 10-year-old a car.
There are no laws against the Pokemon, Batman. I can do whatever I want.
There are no laws against. No Joker. No Colin. Colin, don't do this.
I'm gonna do it.
I'm gonna make these ingenuous arguments, Batman.
Said, I still don't believe.
I guess we should
Peter
also address like spider sense, because a lot of people seem to think that's a get out of jail free card when it comes to like not getting hurt. When
there are moments where even Miles, who's much older and more experienced than Mayday, has like close shaves even with spider sense at his disposal.
Or just gets hit.
Yeah, or just gets hit.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
I refuse that premise.
Not to mention there are plenty of things that that don't get caught by spider sense, like Venom. Very very like commonplacely is not sensible by spider sense because of the symbiote's connection to Peter.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Very inconsistent and unreliable. It just happens, and you run with it.
I mean, in Homecoming, they forget it exists, so. Cares enough to justify endangering Mayday, because you can make excuses for him bringing her along to the spider chase, but how exactly do you square away the fact that he decides to once again bring her into dangerous and unknown territory?
Don't make the SK point.
Pausing it here because I'm very curious how he thinks he can possibly counter this.
I've heard SK's argument, and I hope to God he does not try to pull this.
Okay. Territory at the end of the film. Gwen shows up to recruit him into her mission to find Miles and help him stop Miguel, and that is an undertaking where Peter has no way of knowing what's in store. She showed up to his universe while he and Mayday are safe at home, and still he decided it would be totally fine to bring her along. He could have just left her there, but he didn't, because unlike many of the people trying to defend this, the film itself somehow doesn't seem to recognize that what Peter is doing here is fucked up. They seem to think it's cute.
At the end of the film, bringing Mayday still doesn't have any more of a risk than things I mentioned earlier. At the end of the movie, they're going to find Miles. I doubt Peter has any plans of...
Who's after Miles? Who's chasing after Miles right now, but besides our heroes?
Scarlet Spider, yeah.
Uh-huh. And who is Miles actively trying to save from a dangerous interdimensional being?
His dad. Well, I mean, the more important question is the Spot, right?
The Spot.
Like who the Spot is and what the Spot's capable of.
Yeah. Miles is not somewhere you want to, like, currently in his predicament is not somewhere that you want your baby to be anywhere near, because he's got a target on his back from like every direction, from like extremely dangerous and powerful people.
It's also really funny because the argument he's making / about to make is he's like, oh well, as far as Peter B knows, they're going to a safe universe. I'm like, okay, but even if that's the case, don't do it. But also, as it happens, they're not. They're going to the universe. In fact, he definitely knows they're not doing that, because Gwen by this point knows that he's not in this right universe.
Gwen knows that Miles is in a different universe, so she knows.
So he has no idea.
Like, I refuse to believe she didn't tell Peter that Miles is not in his own universe.
Well, actually, it's worse than that, because Gwen has presumably realized by now, because obviously that's how the Spider Machine works, and Miles has realized it by now, that he's been sent to the universe that doesn't have a Spider-Man, because the Spider was from there. So she knows that this universe has got Spider-Villains running amok with no one to stop them, which indeed is the case. Whole sections of the city are ruled by gangs. Like,
there's shit on fire in the shot of the city at large,
Mm-hmm. I guess Gwen's just really stupid and didn't work it out, and neither did Penny or any of the other Spider people present. Neither did Kobe. Like, just.
But also,
it'll be fine.
Also, there's all these unknown variables, but again, Mayday is safe at home. You don't have to bring her along.
MJ is literally there. MJ is literally at home.
True. Monkey.
Kong and Zuko.
Okay. Yep. Sure.
getting into some crazy altercation where Mayday's life would realistically actually be in any kind of crazy danger. You keep conflating high risk and low risk as if they're the same fucking thing.
Risk is risk, by the
No,
way.
that's what you're doing.
How do we not know this, Colin?
Okay, sorry, no.
They went up!
Risk is risk, and if you can minimize that risk to 0, it doesn't matter how low or high it is. Fuck you,
but
Colin.
also, side note,
Don't ever become a
note,
father.
It's also the reverse, right? Because throughout this entire stream, your thing has been like, these things have different levels of risk, and this is not a reasonable level of risk to expose a child to. His response has been, actually, there is no risk. All risks are low risks. And now he's trying to pull that you're saying they're the same thing, conflating them argument. It's like, no, Colin, that's what you've been doing. That's one of the problems. Oh my god!
And you know what?
They've been to space.
When the variables are completely unknown, you have no way of assessing if the risk is low or high. So don't bring her along.
Is she here? Don't you have a daughter?
Yeah, why is she here? Don't you have a mother?
You know,
should be staying with her.
Plummeting toward outer space at hundreds of miles an hour is low risk. So if that's low risk, I'd love to see what high risk is.
Andrew, MJ walks into the empty crib room and she's like, where is Mayday? Is she safe? Is she alright?
I'm just imagining a version of this story from, like, purely from MJ's perspective, as she sits up late at night, crying into her pillow, like, in Mayday's room, just, like, inconsolable, waiting for Peter to come back with their daughter that he keeps endangering, despite her begging him not to.
Peter's a monster.
Hey, remember how in the game?
He's basically holding MJ hostage by being like, if you leave me, I will hurt this baby.
The thing is, I know this is a different activity, but I think it is worth pointing out. Which is, do you remember in the Spider-Man PS4, the first game, how one of the reasons MJ and Peter broke up was that he was incredibly overprotective of her, and she felt mollycoddled and like babied. Like I feel like this is just a thing about Peter's character that we're kind of ignoring that is consistent between continuities. I feel like MJ's character in this scenario of not being comfortable putting innocent lives in danger, although being willing to risk her own, is maybe something else that we are just not considering. I've run out of road. This fucking thing makes me angry now. This is so
dumb.
What are we doing?
Colin.
And if that does happen, then Peter can just leave and put her back at home.
Why does he start that way?
You're mad over a video.
You start there. Yeah, Colin, reason with me, brother. You start at the safe spot, and then maybe, if for some reason you want to bring the child, you go back to your universe, pick her up, and then end up in the other universe.
What if they encounter Spot? Hang on. What if they encounter Spot and Spot just like throws Mayday into a fucking hole and traps her in this interdimensional white void that he's from?
What if that's actually a plot point?
Full of, like, monsters or something, yeah.
What if that's a plot point?
If that's a plot point in Beyond the Spider-Verse, then you know I'm going to rate this movie low because that.
Chief.
I'm going to clown on Colin's grave.
What, Jolly?
Have you considered though that he could have just left her at home if things get dangerous? That is an option he had and should take. Did it ever cross your tiny mind that this was something he had?
What if in Beyond the Spider-Verse, the situation calls for the fact that like Peter can't just leave to bring her home because like if he does that would take too much time and then he wouldn't be able to be in the place he needs to be.
Listen, Sheev, how would adults know that putting their own children into these dangerous situations is extremely risky?
Okay.
It might endanger their lives.
So was this SK's point as well, Andrew?
No, SK had another point. I'm gonna wait if Colin brings it up.
If not, I'm very curious to hear what SK's point was.
It's very stupid.
I can't wait.
We don't know what they're doing in Beyond the Spider-Verse. For all we know, they probably know where Miles is and knows they're going into.
If they know where Miles is, then they know the state of the world that he's in.
Yeah.
And if they
he's
don't
literally
know where
held
Miles
captive by the Prowler right now.
If they don't know where Miles is, then that means that like what are they even doing? Where are they starting?
For all they know, Miles is in even is in an even worse place than he is now.
The territory where they know there's not going to be much danger. And the danger that they would probably most likely run into doing in Beyond the Spider-Verse. For all we know, they probably know where Miles is. And knows they're going into territory where they know there's not going to be much danger.
No fucking
danger.
No.
I'm sorry, not much danger. Sorry.
No.
literally the way that Earth 42
Yeah.
is literally the way that it is presented is that like it is like New York is a shit
And
show.
the Spider
because
Society
there was
know
never
about
a
this.
Spider-Man.
Miguel
Yes.
is like getting mad at Miles about that, despite the fact that it's not Miles' fault.
And the danger that they would probably most likely run into, Peter just wouldn't fight the other spider people. If he has Mayday,
So he's
But
useless.
that's not the situation he thinks he's walking.
So Peter could be useful and help Miles if he's by himself, but because he's bringing along this child for no reason, now suddenly if shit hits the fan, he just has to go and he can't help out.
Useless.
That's it. What a stupid what a stupid argument. Colin.
He's literally handicapping himself.
What are you doing right now? Like, what is this?
What's his angle?
Also,
what are you doing?
Where do you think the goalpost is going to move when inevitably in Beyond the Spider-Verse, Peter continues to like actively engage in dangerous situations while not bringing Mayday home?
They'll just retreat to cartoon physics. Cartoon physics. It's fine that the physics are inconsistent. It's a cartoon.
It's exaggerated physics.
Oh my god, Colin!
He's eating himself alive.
You're breaking my heart. You're going down a path I can't follow. Because of Cope B1.
Cope B1.
And he would obviously mitigate any risk in the case that might come to that.
Oh yeah, he would obviously mitigate risk. That's why he doesn't.
That's why he doesn't brings the child in there.
He brings her to
Peter B.
space!
I'm
If there's one
following.
thing we can say about Peter B. Parker, it's that he's risk averse.
Please, Colin. I can't take much more of this. How much? Oh my god, there's so much video left.
Colin, could you do me a favor and just like stay consistent with your own arguments for like longer than a 30-second period? Like, forget Sheaves, just your own. Just keep them consistent with your own.
Colin. Oh my god.
Just like he did on the train. And you might
just like he did on the train.
say, well,
Okay.
that might just mitigate Peter's fighting ability. Yes,
Yeah.
it would, but again, he's trying to de-escalate things. And if he just so happens to...
Okay, so again, what happens to Spot? Like, because he seems to be forgetting that Spot's a factor.
Can I just... I mean, that too, but also, can I just point out the actual, like, the core of the argument he's making about, like, oh, he's bringing Mayday along because she can help de-escalate things. So, like, so she's basically a human hostage.
That's terrible, by the way, yeah.
He's basically going, you guys have to stop fighting or you're putting a baby in danger. So he's basically putting a gun to his own baby's head to try and force a resolution.
Oh my god. But also,
beyond,
he knows that won't work because it already didn't.
Yeah, because Miguel is completely out the deep end at this point.
Imagine if like a fight breaks out in the opening 10 minutes and then he's like, guys, wait,
I'm
have
just
you
imagining.
considered a child is here?
Imagine
and
he's-
then they all just start holding hands and singing Kumbaya.
No, wait. Imagine he's fighting Spot, and he's like, if you fight me, you're hurting this baby. And Spot's like, oh my god, you monster! Like even I wouldn't be so vain and horrible.
Can you imagine that? He says that and Spot just like teleports her back to her crib. It's like, no, we can fight without that having a possibility because I'm not a lunatic.
Spot's like, what the fuck, Spider-Man?
That is something he would say too. I believe that's something he would do.
Well,
he would definitely just
honestly,
teleport
that is
a baby
something
somewhere
that I
safe.
could believe Spot would do. Is that Spot would be like, "Oh, I don't want a baby in danger," just teleports her out. I could genuinely believe Spot would do that.
Dude, he's like, hey, I want to kill his dad, not a child, man.
At that point, I think I would start rooting for the Spot.
I mean, at this point, I kind of already am.
Yeah.
You ruined my life and you put your own baby in danger, Spider-Man.
To be fair, I don't
That
think
would just be
Spot
my-
has any qualms about killing kids because he knows that like
No, he doesn't.
Jefferson is gonna die trying to save a child from falling rebel that he caused.
No,
yeah.
But it's funny. I want to clarify that
hope,
because I know that they're gonna be like, oh my god, these
Yeah.
idiots. It's funny
Yeah,
to joke
totally
about,
agree.
but
Employ comic
obviously,
effects.
It's a joke.
but
guys.
obviously because
Right.
Spot is a villain, we accept that he's okay
Well,
with children
No,
dying.
you see,
Perhaps we need to clarify for SK and his audience because they don't understand this. But a joke is a linguistic device used to break.
Now, despite
Yeah.
the fact that we clarified this after making our jokes, what they're going to do in their inevitable response follow up is cut out the part where they're going to clip the part where we said the thing about like Spot being averse to endangering a child. Then they're going to make arguments countering that, and then they're going to play us clarifying and go, "Wow, now that we called you out on your shit stance, you're backtracking."
Yeah.
The magic of editing, it can
And
rewrite
apparently,
time.
Colin's audience are going to fall for it because they don't understand how time works.
Yeah, here's the way it works. This stream happened before your guys' response to the stream.
What is linear time? I don't believe you.
to run as some crazy villain, there is literally like 6 spider people right there that will be.
No, he did it!
Oh.
That's SK's argument!
Oh no. Oh.
Oh.
I'm so tired. I'm not even. No, fuck you. I'm not addressing this.
In fact, he would probably want to plan out any kind of attack before doing any kind of like physical altercations, because even though all
Sorry, hang on. He wants to plan out for all the variables before actually engaging in them, and yet he's willing to take his baby into an unknown. He
doesn't know what the variables
was an
are.
unknown location. Yeah.
He doesn't know what the variables are. How do you plan ahead when you don't know what you're
Colin,
in for?
Colin, refer back to my comments about keeping your own arguments consistent, please.
So if he's got to abstain from any confrontation, then what can Peter B do? Exactly.
Exactly. It's like you're fucking hindering yourself for no reason. Why? Just leave her there. Why do you want her along?
You're not able to do anything.
Have you considered the intrinsically calming presence of babies and their powerful magic that they can exercise on
It
everyone?
didn't work. He already tried that.
Even if it wasn't like a human hostage situation of be peaceful or baby dies.
I can't believe their argument is unironically, A, he's bringing her along to hold her hostage, which is great parenting, and B, there are other spider people there who can totally protect her in the event of imminent danger befalling them.
Yeah, I don't know what he thinks. Again, I don't know what he thinks Mayday's going to do. If Miles is in a place where he doesn't trust Gwen or Peter B anymore, then I don't know what he thinks Mayday's going to do.
It's just such bullshit. I expect these levels of argumentation from Dark Thor. But there was a time where SK and his crowd, I expected better from them, and I guess I just can't do that anymore.
Mad Max, hope is a mistake. If you can't fix what's broken, you'll go insane.
The end of the movie might be a little shaky right now on the canon thing. I'm assuming they're probably gonna go more into that and, ask Miles what they should do. What are we gonna do?
Serious damage is being dealt to one of my favorite characters in all of fiction. But it's alright, because as long as we can put this cute baby in a pivotal role in Beyond the Spider-Verse, we can sell a shit ton of toys once that movie comes out. So that makes it all fine.
What the fuck? What proof do you have that Mayday will play some massive role in Beyond the Spider-Verse?
The fact that she's there unnecessarily.
And also, that's not Sheev's argument. Sheev's argument is that she's used for promo stuff and merchandise to make more money off the movie, not that she is a pivotal role in the movie.
The point that I'm
you are illiterate.
The point that I'm making is that she's along for the ride simply because they want her in the movie, because otherwise they won't be able to sell Mayday toys for Beyond the Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
Also,
wait for
she's the
wait
Baby
2
Yoda.
seconds, wait 2 seconds because his addition to this is really funny.
Okay.
Doesn't even play a big role in Across the Spider-Verse. She's in the movie for 15 minutes max, and I think I'm highballing that.
One thing I really...
What?
So his argument there is you're saying that she's this major character, but she wasn't even a major character in this movie. She was only in it for 15 minutes. So she is objectively a major character in this. She is plot integral to this movie.
I mean, also... I love how he's really zeroing in on me saying the word pivotal role. When it's her playing a role at all, my point stands just fine, and it stands just fine. That's why you're hyper fixating on this one little adjective.
But also just the argument that he's presented there of she's only in it for 15 minutes, therefore she can't be important to the plot.
Darth Vader's
I guess Hannibal Lecter
for 12 minutes. So
yeah, I guess Hannibal Lecter just isn't important to Silence of the Lambs. That's just not.
Fade Ralph is in Dune 2 for 10 minutes. He's not that, and he's
because he's not important.
All right, so what I want to quickly highlight, I'm in my Across the Spider-Verse file here. I want to highlight something. This is the very first shot that Mayday shows up. Look at the timestamp. Mayday doesn't show up until almost an hour and a half into Across the Spider-Verse. She is going to be in Beyond the Spider-Verse from the beginning, Colin.
Yep.
You understand how this works?
Well, I guess his argument would be for all you know, they immediately have a scene where he pops back to deposit her because he realizes.
Then why did he bring her at all?
Yeah, if they did that, that would be the movie conceding that all of Peter's actions in the last movie were stupid.
Yeah, and I literally, I know I've brought this up to you guys before, but that I think that is probably the best way to handle this. I think, as clunky and as weird as it would be, that's the only way that you can then proceed from there without damaging Peter further. It'd be weird.
No, I think we should commit to the bit and just have Peter be turning out to be a serial killer. Just be this actually. Oh, you know what they could unironically do, and they'll never do this because the balls on them. But they could just be actually, what happened was in that 16-month period, the whole Superior Spider-Man plotline happened, and this isn't actually Peter. It's his universe's Otto Octavius in Peter's body.
Oh, it's how people kept trying to say that Doctor Strange is actually not Doctor Strange in
Oh,
like
dude, he's
No Way
Mephisto.
Home, and he's Mephisto. That explains all the weird character decisions he keeps making in No Way Home and Multiverse of Madness.
Is that
I
an
wish he
actual
was.
thing?
Yeah, people think that. I wish it was
Oh.
true, but no.
Honestly,
it's
they
not.
may as well. Like, I feel like that's the only way you can fix Strange's character.
Yeah.
Really love
Maybe
about this
Mephisto's
whole
in this movie as
discussion
well.
is how many people keep trying to justify this by using the fact that he let Miles and Gwen help out in the first movie, despite the fact that they're both kids. But, you know, setting aside the fact that obviously there's a big difference in maturity and capability between teenagers and babies, you might also consider the fact that they aren't Peter's children.
So you think just because they aren't his children that he
No.
doesn't care?
No.
Yeah.
That's not what I said at all.
argument. You're so
No,
stupid.
he's doing it again because right after I say they aren't his children, I say he doesn't have the authority to stop them.
Right.
And he's,
right.
He's
cut you
he's
off.
cut that out again.
Yeah, he cut
did
you
it
off in the
again.
middle. Yeah.
Fuck you, Colin.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
You're a liar.
You deceptive piece of shit. This is
Hold
why
on,
we
he
want
could-
to debate.
yeah.
Put at it in the
Lie.
next. Does he actually? That's gonna be fucking amazing.
You
Holy
piece
shit.
of shit. Wow.
You're a liar,
It
Colin.
really
Do you see
sounds
why
like
I was angry on your behalf, Sheev? Do you see why?
I'm so... Ooh.
Spider-Man to me. Well, I mean, it does sound like one Spider-Man.
You're saying the lives of a billion strangers are more important than my loved ones?
Goodbye.
And he has absolute...
That's an SK. Like that is an SK joke
Yeah,
for
that's
sure.
an SK thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever. No authority to tell them they can't be Spider-Man.
He absolutely does have the authority to tell them they can't be Spider-Man. However, what
How?
they choose to do...
Whoa, whoa,
is
whoa,
out
whoa,
of-
whoa. Yeah,
Whoa.
justify that. How does he have that?
How does he have... Because the thing is that, like...
Citation.
He can try to stop them from coming along, but, like, ultimately they have their own agency.
Okay.
Also,
One.
he can't stop Gwen because Gwen is needed to
Yeah,
save her
Gwen-
own life. She has to
yeah,
go to the
Gwen
collider.
has to
And he
go.
does
Yeah.
stop Miles.
He stops
and
Miles
he does
when
stop
he
Miles
realizes
later.
he's not ready, which is another thing that I just bring up right after the point that he cut off. Isn't that interesting?
Well, I think he is about to play that clip as well, but he just doesn't seem to realize it contradicts him.
Well, I thought this might have been another example of him wanting to make that counter before I do in the chronology of this video,
it's
so that
still-
he
it
could
still
then be
is
like,
that.
"You're backtracking."
It still kind of is that, right? Because he's basically going like, "Oh, you saying he doesn't love he doesn't love like innocent lives because they're not his children." It's like, no, you just deceptively edited that to make it seem what I was saying. And then he tries like a completely separate point. They're like, "Oh, you don't have the authority to change them." Like, yeah, you do. It's like you can't split up those points. There's a linked point A, but also B. It is still the case that he's splitting them up in order to try and make you look bad, so he can insert his own arguments to make it look like you're responding to him, almost. Like that this is the conversation rather than you once again being in a situation where you're accounting for all the possible variables.
But like the weird thing is, like, I'm hammering this home as well. Like, he doesn't have authority over them, but even despite that, when he realizes that Miles isn't ready and that he will be put in danger, he sacrifices his own life to keep him there, knowing that he'll have to stay behind and that he'll die. He webs him up. He ties him up because he cares about his safety.
And Gwen has to come. So if he tried to stop Gwen from coming, he'd kill her.
Yeah, Gwen and Penny are both children, but they have to come along because they will literally die if they don't.
His control.
And even then, when Peter thinks Miles isn't ready to face Kingpin, he actively stops him from coming along, even at great personal cost to himself, since it would mean Miles won't be there to shut off the collider, so Peter will have to stay behind and do it instead, meaning he'll have no way of getting home and will eventually die from being in the wrong universe-itis.
Yes, I agree. He doesn't let Miles help with Kingpin because he doesn't think he's ready. But guess what?
Did you say Kingpin?
Kingpin?
Getting home and will eventually
Hold
die
up.
from being in the wrong universe-itis.
Yes, I agree. He doesn't let Miles help with Kingpin because he...
Just redo your take!
Kingpin!
Do another take! It's okay!
No.
You're Kingpin
I'm
shaming.
gonna be lazy.
Or Kingpin shaming, Steve. You're Kingpin shaming.
Can someone get like a yassified Kingpin and then call that Kingpin? Oh my god, you're so stupid, Colin.
Kingpin.
What are his kinks, I wonder? What are Wilson Fisk's kinks?
Again, I want to clarify.
Bricks
Like,
in half.
sorry, I want to clarify because I don't know who it was, but someone's like, "You're stupid, Colin." Like, yeah, he is, but not for mispronouncing a word, right? Like, what he's
Well, just
stupid for is
editing
like being incompetent with the editing or being so fucking lazy that he noticed it and just left it in. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know how you don't catch this, man. Like,
Yeah. Well, no. You know what you're going to do now is they're going to go, aha, they're just latching on to one mispronunciation, and that's their entire argument, because they're not making an argument. You're not making an argument.
Well, there's no argument to
There's
make because I
multiple.
already made the argument and he's deceptively edited around it so that it almost sounds like what I'm saying is wrong.
Yeah, he's completely. I have noticed. Like, it seems like he's basically just like clipped out the part that you were just about to respond to, like that you're just about to say.
Wilson Frisky.
Wilson Frisky. Kingkin.
He doesn't think he's ready. But guess what? When Miles proves himself in that fight, Peter has a change of heart and again wants Mayday to end up.
Mayday proved herself.
Like him.
So 14-year-old Miles proves himself. Therefore, a baby can handle all the.
So Miles
right.
Miles has a character arc that enables him to be ready to help Peter get home to his wife and save his life. Therefore, a toddler Mayday who has not had that development that Miles has had should be granted access to web shooters and be like encouraged to follow in those footsteps.
Brought into serious danger.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking Christ in heaven.
Well, as we all know, Mayday proved herself. That was a thing that definitely happened. That you bore witness.
She single-handedly defeated Kingpin in the first movie. Were you not there?
Yeah, she tore off Scorpion's tail and stabbed him through the throat and declared herself the ruler.
She destroyed the collider. And of course she withstood the blast because she has the same amount of durability as the adult
And of course,
Spider-Man do. So
who could forget that moment where, like, Miles' uncle Aaron was dying, but she performed CPR and saved his life? That was incredible. I'm so glad we got to bear witness to that moment.
Sheev, you actually think that babies and teenagers aren't cognitively the same?
I do. And I'm tired of pretending they are.
Kill him! Kill him with hammers!
Also,
Good, Chief,
bringing
good.
Mayday on a chase, which he can easily mitigate the risk of harm coming.
What?
The like the rest of the video with some brain cells still intact, but I gotta get.
We're losing Cosmo again.
Yeah,
Cosmo,
Bye, Jack.
Later.
Bye.
That's
No,
fine.
we lost the doggo again.
Because me, Jolly, Southpaw, and Andrew, we're kind of like the core four anyway. So
the core four, yes.
I'm currently in Photoshop making Kingpin.
Post that shit on
I was gonna say,
Twitter.
if we're the Fantastic Four, who's who? Like, can I be Susan Storm? Because she's objectively the best.
No, so we've got to have C and TK. I feel like we just need to have someone like edit the X-Men 97 intro, and Andrew's obviously Cyclops because obviously.
Oh, also,
I want to be Gambit,
in that
though.
case, I'm taking Rogue.
Jolly, when I said
I'm
Core
Gambit.
4, I was referencing Scream, but if we're talking about the Fantastic Four, I'm absolutely Johnny Torch. I don't care.
You're fan four stick.
Yes.
Am I the Thing then?
Well, who's Reed?
Yeah, why
Did
not?
we decide who gets to be Reed and who gets to be...
I guess Andrew gets to be Reed. Andrew's got glasses, so he gets to be Reed.
Yeah.
I am the smartest. Reddit has
the smartest man in the universe.
I mean, honestly, I'd say Colin is Reed, the way he's fucking stretching all this, you know?
Colin's Reed. I'd say that Colin is Reed because his arguments are about as intelligent as Multiverse of Madness Reed's decision to telegraph
Black
to
Bolt can
Wanda
stop
what
you with
Black
one
Bolt
word
can
from
do.
his mouth.
Yeah.
One word from his mouth.
Even remotely the same as the fight at the end of the Spider-Verse, so it's just a bad comparison. Now I'm gonna skip ahead in this video to the next point of criticism, but basically he then goes on about talking how Peter in this movie takes nothing seriously, so let's just skip to his first point and how that is.
In this movie, you get the distinct impression that Peter B. Parker does not give a single fuck. Like, seriously, our very first scene with Peter has him swinging around, cracking jokes, and just being a goofball, while Miguel is trying to hold a serious conversation with Miles and Gwen. And I understand that he's trying to lighten the mood, but there's a big difference between that and what he's doing.
No, there really isn't much of a difference at all. When Peter arrives, Miguel...
Okay, there you go. Wait, no.
The difference is that he's undermining the tone of the conversation in way, like, he's undermining what the characters are saying, he's interrupting, he's getting in the way of like important dialogue.
Right.
He is that is not the.
He unironically just pulled a counterpoint. No.
He literally did, and that's so great. I love that he did that.
Miguel is berating Miles in a harsh manner. Peter doesn't want this, so he attempts to lighten the mood. Peter literally makes jokes when he's fighting supervillains, and now you think it's a problem that he attempts to lighten the mood a little bit in an attempt to make...
No, what I said is that there's a difference between what he's doing and lightening the mood. I'm fine with him lightening the mood, or at least trying to. What he's doing is actively derailing the conversation to show baby pics. That's... What is this?
Hope.
The thing is, I wouldn't even necessarily object to him derailing a conversation to show baby pics if it wasn't this conversation. Like, if it was any less serious of a conversation. Like, if Miguel was literally like, in a different movie was like, oh, welcome to the Spider Society. Let me bed you in and give you the rundown. And he interrupted like the kind of like initial boarding on process. That's fine. But this is Miguel being like, you fucked up everything, and like you need to let your father die because the world will end otherwise. And he's deciding to get in the middle of that and play the brat.
This is a very serious conversation where Miguel's pissed, like tensions are rising, and he's about to tell Miles, like, and Gwen is about to agree with him that he needs to let his father die.
It's tonally very fucking weird.
It's
the way
jarring.
The way
weird.
this scene plays out.
It's
It's so funny. I remember SK complaining about the tonal shift in the scene in Miles' dorm room when Gank enters quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I remember him making a big fucking fuss of that in his video.
And that's way more of a balanced scene in terms of the tone. Like, it's a quick little joke, but then it gets right back to being serious, and it's fine.
I could fully imagine as well that Peter might initially, like, just out of habit, make a quip, but then like correct himself. I'm pretty sure I forget the exact comic. I swear that actually happens where he's like talking to Captain America or Wolverine or something, and he makes a quip, and they look at him weirdly, and he's like, "Oh, sorry, like reaction. I try and make light of these situations. I'm sorry, that was inappropriate." Like, what are we doing?
Things easier in telling Miles? I also want to add that he wants to catch up with Miles after not seeing him for so long, especially with what they're about to tell him.
Especially given the context of what's at stake and what revelation Miles is about to receive.
Wait, hang on. So he's like, oh, he wants to catch up with them considering what they're about to tell him. Because yes, that's absolutely the order of conversation is you walking like, hey, my man, how are you doing? You're looking great. Your dad's gonna die. Anyway, moving on. It's like, wait, whoa, sorry?
Yeah, like, I'm sorry, I'm sure he wants to catch up with Miles and have a good time, but, like, it's kind of too late for that because of what's about to happen.
Yeah, you need to wait for that conversation until, like, Miles is in a better place, because he's imminently about to be told that his father needs to die.
Peter fully knows about. It just makes him kind of a jackass when you think about it.
Yes, Peter knows about this, hence him trying to lighten the mood, and guess what? When Miguel actually starts explaining the canon to Miles, Peter takes it very seriously the whole time during the explanation. Literally in the clip that you showed, Peter has a facial expression that...
Sorry.
The problem is that he's trying to, like, soften the blow in ways that make him come off like a jackass who doesn't care.
Right, and again, it's that thing of, like, you can't have it both ways. You can't be like, oh, he got serious for the actual serious conversation, therefore him joking around beforehand is fine. It's like, well, if he knows to be serious for the serious conversation, you can't justify this bit here, sorry. He either knows or he doesn't. And again, by the way, Spider-Man is not fucking tone deaf. Like, I'm sure he'll make plenty of quips in right circumstances, but you know what you'd never catch him doing? Like, visiting a child who's dying of cancer and quipping about the cancer.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, oh my god. Like, and if you then try to be like, oh, if he did that, and you try to, like, defend it by going, oh, well, he always quips and tries to make light of the mood. I just be like, go to hell. Like, what are you doing?
There are ways of, like, lightening the mood for a cancer patient child whose death is imminent, right? You can do that without just, like, making a joke about it.
Yeah.
Imagine, like, undermining the severity of the situation.
Oh, the fate of the universe is sick. You always lose me with that.
The fate of this child is at stake, and my brain dies.
I also, like, the thing is that, yay. Oh my god.
Please post that.
Delightful. I don't know. This feels like one of those things. It's like the triple backflip thing. This feels like one of those points that is so intuitively obvious that the fact I'm having to argue about it kind of just makes me despair about humanity. Like, surely these are things we don't have to like qualify.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, we already know that Colin is being dishonest, so I don't. It's one of those things where it's like he might believe what he's saying to be true, but I honestly just don't think he does. I just don't think he does.
Yeah. Hey, you know how Miles reacts really well to Peter's attempts? Because, like, clearly the film itself thought Peter doing this was a good idea. So, like, obviously he's not doing a good job of this. And if your argument's like, well, that's not the point, he's just attempting to, I'm like, yeah. Because if I got one impression from him from Into the Spider-Verse is that this man does not understand when and how to make jokes and when to be serious. It's not like he was really good at that in the first movie.
That expresses he's taking this seriously. You're just blatantly lying here.
He's trying to show off baby pictures and getting all annoyed.
Fuck you.
I love that, yeah. Accusing me of blatantly lying as you deceptively edit my video. Fuck you, Colin.
Projection.
Miguel mentions how the multiverse is unraveling.
The fate of the multiverse.
You always lose me with that. You say the fate of the multiverse, and my brain dies.
Which is just such an odd exchange. I thought so when I first watched the movie, but it took me a while to really place why. It's pretty obvious to me that the scene they seem to be trying to emulate from the first movie is this one here.
Or everyone's gonna die. That is what they always say. But there's always a little bit of time before everybody dies, and that's when I do my best work.
But while that moment is pretty funny and mostly played for laughs, the context surrounding this is what makes the exchange work so well. It isn't that Peter doesn't care about saving people, it's that he's at a point in his life where he's tired of shouldering all that responsibility by himself, of always being the one people look to sacrifice everything while everything around him falls apart.
With great power comes
Don't you dare finish that sentence. Don't do it. I'm sick of it.
He's not apathetic, he's just tired.
It's hilarious that you don't understand that both of these scenes communicate the same exact thing. Even when both contexts are laid out, Peter is tired of Miguel always being so uptight and aggressive about things.
No! Okay, so, sorry. The problem is that Peter was there for what caused Miguel to be as radicalized as he is. So he understands fully why Miguel is the way that he is and why he's taking this as seriously as he is. So even if Peter isn't taking it equally as seriously, which he should be, he should not be like getting all frustrated, like, "Oh, Miguel, you're always such a tight ass about this." Like, no, his daughter disintegrated in his arms, and you were there next to him. This is a shit argument, Colin.
It's hilarious that
disintegrated in front of him.
It's hilarious that you're being smug right now. Meanwhile, your friend baby raged at me and she for perceived smugness towards him.
This is bullshit, Colin.
I don't even care about the tone policing anymore. Like, yeah, the smugness is insulting and stupid and unearned and hypocritical. But just the arguments themselves are giving me like the mother of all migraines, because I don't even want to call them arguments. I feel like that's just unfair to the legions of people who've tried to construct actual arguments throughout history.
This is just one of those things again where, like, assuming I upload this, which I probably will, if you're an SK fan and you're watching this and you've gotten this far, I feel like
reconsider.
You should feel seriously, like, I'm serious. You should feel insulted right now that this is the level of critical thought that's being put into videos for you. Like, if you're a fan of Colin or if you're a fan of SK, these are the kinds of this is the level of thought being put into arguments that are so on their face stupid that if you apply any level of thought to them, you realize why they're stupid. You should feel insulted that these are being fed to you, and that they just assume you'll eat it up.
Yeah. I've never seen any of Colin's other videos, so for all I know, they're all masterpieces of well-constructed argumentation. So
I'm sure.
If that's I doubt it, but if that's the case, then if you're a fan of his, I can see why you stuck around. But surely, at that point, you have to concede that this is horseshit.
Yeah,
please don't make YouTubers into sacred cows.
If that's the case, then and you follow him because he does generally have like really good videos with well-constructed argumentation, like, you should be watching this video going, "What the fuck is happening right now? What is Colin? What are you doing?"
Well, so I guess one thing here is that like his fans probably like haven't actually watched your video in full either, so they wouldn't understand that he's taking you out of context in like several like instances here, right?
Sure, but even then, even with that in mind, if this is your only introduction to any of the arguments being made, like if as long as you've seen the films, you should be able to tell like a lot of the points that Colin's making are just obviously stupid.
Certainly the point where he's acting as if he is responding to you when it's like, but Colin, you made your video after Sheev made his. He can't be responding to you in his own video.
It's just weird.
This is the response to your video.
If I was a fan of this guy and he put out a video like this and expected me to like eat it up, I would feel so insulted.
Yeah.
This just
you gotta do better, Senator.
Just
I mean, that's what when I was getting to know SK in terms of the content they made, and then his Across the Spider-Verse defense stream happened, and I was like, "Oh, you aren't intelligent. This is just coping."
Yeah, you're always like this.
He's making arguments. You're not making arguments. You're just saying it's coping.
things.
I
But
mean,
that doesn't mean he's not taking his job seriously.
One of the things I really love about the way he's handled in the first film is that almost every line of his has a double meaning, both in actual dialogue, but also the tone in which it's delivered. The scene with him being hyperbolic about bread and his failure to deliver a fresh batch to MJ's table is really funny, but of course it's also clearly representative of what Peter most regrets in the world, something which he currently doesn't think he'll ever get a chance to put right, because again, at this point he believes he's gonna have to sacrifice himself and stay behind in 1610 so that the rest of the Spider Team can get home. It's funny, but it's also sad, and that's Peter's entire character in Into the Spider-Verse.
I don't think that scene in the first movie is a problem because of the things that he just said. However, if...
Wait, what?
We never said it was a problem. Sheev never said it was a problem. He was praising the scene.
I just praised the hell out of that scene. I love that scene.
I think he's setting up to argue a point of inconsistency in your standards. That's what that's what I think he's setting up.
Okay, but the way he worded that made it seem like he was saying that I just criticized that scene?
Yes. He's bad at that.
Or does he think...
But I'm trying to translate him.
Hang on. Is it the other scene? Like the one where he says the thing about everybody dying in the first movie? Because I wasn't criticizing that either. That's a great scene.
I have no idea.
It's a good movie.
Well, either way, he's making a wrong point.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to hear it one more time. Hang on. Spider Team can get home. It's funny, but it's also sad. And that's Peter's entire character in Into the Spider-Verse.
I don't think that scene in the first movie is a problem because of the things that he just said.
Okay, so...
That is actually...
He's about to say however.
No, hang on. I get what's happening now. He's about to say that by my own standards that I apply to Across the Spider-Verse, that scene would be bad. That's what he's trying to get at.
So he's just making a wrong argument then. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Let's hear.
However,
Shocker.
if we're running with his logic that he's putting across the Spider-Verse, then you should have a problem with this scene because Peter is doing this while he knows this entire world could be destroyed soon if he doesn't hurry up.
Okay, but he also thinks that he is never going to see MJ again, and that this is his last chance to say the things that he needs to say to her.
Yep.
And it takes what, 30 seconds? Like it's okay. We'll be all right.
Also, I forget the exact sequence of events, but didn't they just see Kingpin in the room? So they know it's not happening imminently.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, he's giving a speech on the stage right now, I believe.
Yeah, they don't know that Kingpin's about to turn the fucking thing on. They think they're just getting there ahead of him to turn it on themselves and send everyone home.
Yep. Sorry, he wastes like 30 seconds of time to do something that he needs to do because he doesn't think he'll ever have a chance to do it again.
He has reason to believe.
He's not, from his perspective, he's not wasting time because as far as they know, I mean, again, maybe I'm wrong, so correct me if I am, but they don't know that Kingpin's about to turn the thing back on tonight, do they?
I don't think they know.
No, so as far as they know, they're not on the clock, at least not imminently on the clock, and they've just seen Kingpin at this party, which just would reaffirm that belief. They're surprised when Kingpin ambushes them downstairs.
So that scene of him coming off like he doesn't care about people dying, it does not mean that he actually doesn't. In classic Peter Parker fashion, he's hiding his true feelings behind a quip or a joke, or a sarcastic lamentation of what is often an over-exaggerated declaration of the stakes.
Yes, I agree. And it's the same thing for Across the Spider-Verse.
No,
it's not.
Sorry, what I'm getting at here is that he's being a insensitive piece of shit to Miguel. As well as just not, like, generally just not taking this seriously. Because he's not. Fuck you, Colin.
It's not like he actually doesn't care. It just looks like you have inconsistent standards.
Which, of course...
okay.
The Sandman meme, Own is already weird enough and completely out of character, but then you remember that what caused Miguel to become as radicalized as he is in this film is something Peter was there for. I actually somehow missed this on my first viewing and had to have it pointed out to me, but in the sequence where Miles has shown the footage of a universe collapsing after Miguel tried to slip into it and replace his variant, Peter was there for that. He bore witness to all those people dying while he could only stand there and watch helplessly. So I really don't like this idea that Peter isn't taking any of this seriously. And by the way, I don't think the excuse that he's trying to lighten the mood really works anyway, since he does the same thing later when the spider chase has already begun, shoving his phone in Miguel's face and trying to get him to take a picture of him in Mayday. Peter, the time for that has obviously passed. Are you actually fucking stupid? Also, hang on, does anyone else find it really weird and kind of insensitive that he keeps flaunting all this in front of Miguel? You know, the guy who is the way that he is because he tried to have a family once and lost everything. Again, something Peter fully knows. Like, seriously, dude, I'm happy for you that you rekindled things with your wife and you started that family, but, read the fucking room?
No.
I'm really curious to see how he thinks he can respond to that.
Yeah.
Let's hear
The
it.
context for how Peter is acting that I've already explained still stands. And him asking Miguel to take the picture of him and Mayday is for the same reason. Just because he didn't lighten the mood earlier, again, doesn't mean he should just stop trying. Is that there?
What?
What?
Wait, he's saying that he's still trying to lighten the mood mid-chase.
Him trying to lighten the... No, but the problem is that, like, it's too late for that. Like, you can't. You can't do that now. But...
Well, I guess Peter's just really stupid and
wait,
doesn't realize
so
that.
is he not even going to address the Miguel thing, or is that coming?
No, I can't actually, honestly, don't know. Let's
Therapist stupid for trying to get someone to calm down multiple times in a session, even though they keep having a tendency to get pissed off or break down.
No, this isn't therapy. This isn't therapy. This is an active chase. No one's sitting down on a couch here with a notepad. This isn't happening, dude.
Well, there is one Spider-Man doing that, but I mean, he's not.
Well, yeah,
part
but
of the
it's
chase.
it's, it's not Miguel, right?
You walked right into that, Andrew.
I did.
I don't understand. Like, no.
Ocean? Is someone in a family stupid or insensitive for sending a picture of their children in a group chat that has another person who has lost their family in it? Or is someone stupid?
I mean, yes. Actually, yes. No, actually, yes.
Really?
Like, if you're in a group chat with, if you're in a group chat with someone who like recently lost both their children, say in a car crash.
Okay, recently, yeah.
And then you post a photo being like, "Oh, aren't my children so beautiful?" Like,
Yeah, that's
what
really
kind of thing
insensitive.
a dick.
That's fucked up. I don't understand why we're acting like that's like absurd as a standard.
Basic tact is
flaunting to someone who is in the grieving process that you have the thing that they just lost without even a shred of self-awareness. Believe it or not, that's tone deaf and it's insensitive. Are you
starting to
fucking...
wonder if they actually understand what basic social skills are.
Yeah, like Colin, like I mean this genuinely. Like, do you interact with human beings socially on any kind of regular basis?
Well, actually, I'm going to go further. Colin, if you've ever actually done this and sent, flaunted something you have to someone who hasn't, who recently lost it in traumatic circumstances, maybe you owe that person an apology.
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Actually.
Yeah. Oh, man. Learn social etiquette. Seriously, you need to. It'll save your life.
Or insensitive for asking someone who lost their family in the past to take a picture of their family? Like, what the fuck is this line of thinking? And
no. So,
again, depending on the circumstances and the recency, yes.
My point was that him asking Miguel to take the picture was like pointless and stupid because it wasn't going to accomplish anything, and it is insensitive. Yes, it is. Are you dumb?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is this what is this? What are we doing?
I don't know
I'm trying to take this seriously and I can't.
I'm sorry. Yeah, like at this, we're so close to the end, but it's like every argument that he's made has like it's been like that Tom and Jerry clip where he like steps on the rake and it hits him in the face.
And he walks into another rake and then he walks into a shovel.
That's just been this entire video. Like, I can't keep pausing it every 5 seconds every time he says another stupid thing.
He's not taking any of this seriously. You're literally just fucking lying. Once again.
Stop. Yeah, okay. Fuck you. You don't know. Sorry, you don't get to accuse me of lying when... No.
Hey, even if this point from Sheev is wrong, I don't think this is lying. I think this is like...
Yeah, it would just be me
pretty well
being
tethered
wrong.
to reality. It's still tethered... Like, it's still tethered to reality. Like, I don't know why Colin's calling you a liar here in this tone that he is.
Conversation he is taking seriously. When he talks to Miles during the chase, he is taking that seriously.
I mean, you'd think given where Peter was when we first met him, he'd have the particularly unique ability to understand some of what Miguel's going through and realize this is probably the last thing he wants constantly thrown in his face. Bringing your daughter to work with you and letting her crawl around on him while he's literally explaining to Miles that he lost his family is, tone deaf, to put it mildly. Though I suppose maybe it isn't that Peter doesn't care and really is just that he's stupid. The film seems to think so at any rate.
No, it would actually be the opposite, because when Peter was in that state in the first movie, he grew out of it through the help of Miles showing him things can be better. And
Miles didn't, like, insensitively flaunt all the things that he has that Peter wishes he had.
Yeah.
Miles helped him through that by treating him like a human being and empathized.
Look, I just got these powers and I still have my parents? Haha, loser.
I mean, it's also like Miles' role in terms of like Peter's arc in the first movie was to showcase to him that it's possible to for Peter to be a mentor figure and not fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was the arc for him. It wasn't about like, oh, Miles had something he doesn't. It's like, no, Miles shows him something he could have that he has never lost.
Yeah,
it was just something he was afraid to reach for.
It's a weird false equivalence. I have no idea why we're even trying this argument. I would have left this one in the draft for sure.
I mean, let's be honest, they only had the first draft. It just went straight on.
Things can be good even when you're down. Hence, have to be the opposite, because when Peter was in that state in the first movie, he grew out of it through the help of Miles showing him things can be better, and things can be good even when you're down. Hence, having Peter end up where he is now. Also, what he just said isn't even true, because he claims that Peter is doing this while Miguel is explaining how he lost his family, but Miguel only mentions that minutes later during the canon event conversation.
Yeah, that's not what he said.
And Peter...
Just like
again,
a mere seconds to accuse him of lying.
Okay, hang on. Let's be fair. The clip I was showing was of Miguel. Like, it wasn't of the exact moment that Miguel was explaining that he lost his family. However, it was in the exact same scene where Miguel was about to explain that to Miles, and Peter knew that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think I'd have to hold someone's hand this hard and explain that to them. But I guess you kind of have to take whatever points you can against this video. It's just that airtight, apparently.
Oh, dear.
Colin.
Peter is taking that whole conversation seriously once again. And you say Peter is stupid for trying to lighten things up and make people happier.
Did he say stupid?
That's again not what Sheev said. Sheev hyperbolically said, "Is he stupid?" as a joke, and then followed up with, "I guess the movie might actually be saying that." But
I want to,
again, he's making it's a hypothetical. Fuck my life. What are we doing?
I want to hear it again. Later during the canon event conversation. And Peter is taking that whole conversation seriously once again. And you say Peter is stupid for trying to lighten
he did say stupid.
Stupid.
But also, to reinforce what Jolly was saying, like, I say that maybe the film is treating him like he actually is stupid, and then the clip I immediately play after, which he of course cut off, is a line that Peter says that genuinely I can only justify him saying if he actually is an idiot. Like, it only makes sense that he would say that if he's actually stupid. It's the father of a daughter and son of a mother line.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah, that line.
He'd have to be stupid, because otherwise there's no justification for that.
He was just trolling.
Up and make people happier. Okay.
You want to back me up? Well, okay, Miguel. As a father of a daughter and the son of a mother...
Yeah, actually, stop talking.
Okay, duly noted.
Oh, I absolutely fucking hate this line. I'm actually getting to a point where I genuinely wonder if the people who wrote this movie are the same ones who wrote the first, because they do not seem to understand this character at all. Peter Parker is not a fucking pushover, as he's depicted several times in this movie, and he's not about to stand back and watch someone else treat the people he loves the way Miguel treats Gwen and Miles. I understand that he's in agreement with Miguel's stance on the canon, even though, to be honest, I'm having trouble figuring out if he still feels that way by the end of the movie, given that he went along with Gwen, but, we'll see what they do with that, I guess. I even understand why Peter might agree with Miguel, given what he's witnessed, but that does not mean he's about to let him get away with the kinds of shit Miguel does here. Miles and Gwen are the two characters who mainly influenced Peter into giving it another shot with MJ and putting his life back together. They reminded him of what it means to be Spider-Man, and to take a leap of faith when all hope seems lost and the effort seems futile. These two people mean so much to Peter that even if he believes Miguel is right, he should still be standing up for them right now, because that's just the kind of person that he is. But throughout the whole scene, he just stands back and lets Miguel force Gwen into the machine to send her home, and then gets told to fuck off after still wanting to be Team Miguel. I'm baffled. I'm genuinely baffled by this.
Peter literally knows how Miguel acts already, and he just saw what Miguel did to Gwen for pushing back against him. Why is it a problem that he's not risking the possibility of him also losing his wristband and not being able to do anything at all? Also, you say...
Oh my god.
So Peter doesn't stand up for the people he loves if it means that it'll come at like a personal risk to himself, apparently.
It'll cost him a wristband. Yeah, that's all he cares about.
It'll cost him a membership to Miguel's club. That's cute.
I just like to point, again, what he has just said there is like, oh, well, he already knew Miguel was like this, and this is just completely in character for Miguel. It's like, no, it isn't. This is an escalation. There is a reason, like, Gwen's line is we're supposed to be...
But even if that was true, why the fuck is he hanging around Miguel if he knows he's like this?
That's kind of my point, right?
Go ahead.
Well, I was just...
I meant Jolly. Go ahead, Jolly.
Jolly first.
The line from Gwen is like, we're supposed to be the good guys, and like she gets sent back, and then Miguel turns back looking like a complete psycho, and he goes, we are, and all the spider people present are visibly uncomfortable. Like, that's the point. This is the breaking point for a lot of them. Like, this is meant to be Miguel's like moment with the facade, the mask comes off, the facade breaks, and they really see how fucking nuts he is. Like, there is no way, like, the movie itself is telegraphing this. Like, even if you want to try and make the argument that Peter was okay with Miguel's behavior before because, Miguel was just a bit too serious but not unhinged, this is Miguel being a villain. And at this point, Peter should be like, no, I am not cool with this. I am just not.
Wasn't also didn't the movie establish that Hobie was like literally taking parts so that he could make his own wristband because he didn't like Miguel?
I mean, I guess to be fair, it could just be that Hobie's a smarter character than Peter is in this. Like, than this iteration Peter is.
Yeah, I assume.
Well, yeah. Well, tech smart. I mean, like, this Peter might not be a tech genius in the way that other Peters are.
Sure.
Also, yeah, the escalation is like off the get-go of meeting Miguel. His escalation is already shown through the screen, showing him with a happy family, and then disappearing to see him with just a hollow expression.
Also, I love
like
how
the escalation is there.
At the very beginning of Miles' interaction with Miguel, do you remember the first thing that Miguel does?
Throws a trash can at him?
Yeah. He threw a blunt object at Miles really quick, like at a really fast. Like, apparently that's just something Miguel will do, even whenever he's not like escalated to a point of sheer rage.
Even before he's broken to the villain point.
Yeah.
He's not trying to stand up for either of them, but he quite literally is. Why do you think he keeps trying to lighten the mood to get Miguel off of Miles' ass? And on the train, he's literally telling Miguel to go easy on him. And this isn't what we talked about. You say that the Peter B. you know would put his foot down and start fighting Miguel or some shit. Like, listen here, Miguel.
Again, did he say
Peter
fight?
B. quite literally doesn't do that at all in the first movie. The only thing even remotely close is when he webs up Miles before going after Kingpin. And that's a completely different context that doesn't even remotely come close.
What is he even trying to say? I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Because first of all, no, I never said he would fight Miguel. I said he would stand up to Miguel because he would.
You know what? I will say this: I do not believe that he would. As soon as Jessica tells him to shut up, he just agrees and then even smiles. Like, he's not even looking like like dejected as he does it. Like, okay. And
well, again,
he's like
that's why I think the only justification for that line is that he's stupid. Because like in Has-Been Hotel, like those little egg minions that follow Serpentius around, they're like, okay, boss. Yeah. I get that impression from them.
Yeah.
From Peter in that moment. Just shut the fuck up and stand back, and he's just like looking blankly and dumbly at everyone doing their thing. He's stupid. They made him stupid in that scene. It's bizarre.
And the reason that he joins Gwen and Miles' side by the end is something that I think SK explains really well in the video he made about the movie. I think you should all go watch, but I'm just going to play a quick segment from that video.
Do you know for certain what happens if he breaks the cannon?
Do you want to find out?
Gwen takes what Miles says into consideration and questions if Miguel's reasons are rational. Miguel gave up on defending his position to Miles and instead opted to imprison him.
Goodbye.
Gwen already felt that was out of line, and her gut was telling her that there was something wrong with what they were doing. Miguel breaks Gwen and Peter's trust by telling Miles that he was the original anomaly, when that goes against what they had talked about.
Oh, that's enough! This isn't what we talked about!
It's a show of Miguel's willingness to act dishonestly in favor of his cause, which should raise red flags for those closely aware of this. He isn't fully transparent on what his intentions are, and Miguel also acts in a way that's noticeably more aggressive and forceful than he has ever been seen acting before, which starts to show layers of...
He threw a trash can at Miles.
Well, but also, this is just a contradiction of his earlier point. He's citing... Again, this is what I said, right? Like, he's citing SK's argument here as though it backs him up, when this is exactly what I pointed out that just derailed it. Because he's like, oh, they always knew what Miguel was like. He's like, no, they didn't. That was a major escalation, and that should have been the breaking point.
Yep.
his character.
They're eating each other alive.
As if his anger towards Miles has caused him to...
How the fuck did SK help write this video but didn't realize, oh no, what I said in my other video that you're about to cite actively contradicts the point you're trying to make?
Well, I invite their audiences to take away the illogical conclusion as to how that arose.
To slip and worsen his image in their eyes. This motivates Gwen to question Miguel on his cause, and if he is even as certain as he claims to be. As opposed to giving a direct answer that proves that he is certain without a shadow of a doubt, he starts to walk in a threatening manner towards Gwen, as if he's trying to scare her into agreement, rather than relying on actual reason.
Yeah, what Peter doing?
To further escalate Gwen's frustration, he tells Jess that he was right at first to see her as a liability.
Tell him he's wrong.
He's not.
Similarly to Miles, Gwen feels betrayed. She knows how it feels. Gwen feels betrayed, as if Jess is going to allow her to
Why'd
be
you
put
repeat
back
it?
in the same desperate place she was before she was let
It
in,
sounded
and
powerful.
given somewhere to belong. From Gwen's perspective, they should know why it'd be wrong to leave her behind, because they knew it was at the time they took her in.
You let him get away? I can't help you.
And what Gwen was afraid of came to pass. She was sent home by force, to be lost and alone, accepted by nobody. She finally understands how it felt for Miles. At that point, she is cemented in her belief that Miguel
What does
isn't
this have to
acting
do?
reasonable.
Yeah, I'm very
No,
confused
I don't know what
right
this has to
now
do with
what
the point.
any of
Yeah.
this has to do with Peter.
I'm also lost.
I'm kind of just
What?
waiting for a point to be made that has
You
to do
don't-
with Peter.
You don't think, my God, please tell me this isn't the case, that this genuinely has nothing to do, and he's just like, oh, I'm just going to play a clip from that other video I think you should watch that's really good, and picked one at random, and just so happened to pick the section that contradicted him. Because, oh my God, please tell me that's what happened.
That'd be so funny.
Reasonable, and shouldn't have been put in such a high regard as he was.
We are supposed to be the good guys.
Peter and Jess are noticeably uncomfortable by this. Jess is closest.
Peter's
Yeah,
uncomfortable by
what's
this.
Peter doing?
What's he doing?
What's the
about
dog
it?
doing?
I don't understand what you're trying to do here.
What's the dog doing?
Like, what are whatever.
Yeah, like you're. Yeah, okay.
I'm going to give Jess this. Jess actually does more to help than Peter does, because when Jess could have called in on Gwen's location, she chooses to let her go at the end.
But also, like,
Peter just went home.
I'm not going to give SK flack for this, because like this is just pulled from another video of his where all he's doing is summarizing, and like, you know, that's not very good media analysis. Just literally a plot summary without much in-depth,
Without trying to pull it apart.
analysis. But like, whatever, fine. I'm just kind of waiting for this segment to be over so we can get back to Colin's arguments. But it's weird he's playing so much of this.
His protege has been sent off to suffer alone. Peter feels that his friend has been wrongfully cast off for having rightful feelings of uncertainty for what Miguel is doing.
Didn't
What we
stand up
thought
for
could
her.
have been a working, healthy collaboration turned into a fallout. People are feeling betrayed left and right, left with questions on what the right thing is. Miguel angrily and assertively stands by his positions and pursues his hunt for Miles. Gwen is left anxious and lost upon returning to her world. Miles is left scared for who may be after him and for what's going to happen to his family and his neighborhood.
You think I'll be any good at this?
You're asking.
Steve, do you remember the part of your video where you were arguing against any of this?
Nope.
Yeah, I'm
Either.
lost. Blooded. I am.
Why would I argue against literally what happens in the film? Because it's all
yeah.
he's doing is just describing the events of the film.
It's just summary.
It's just
Peter
summary.
goes back home
This
with
is
May.
this is what people accuse my videos of being, just plot summary.
There is exactly one time in media analysis you should ever like summarize a plot, and that is if you are trying to bring in a an example or a counterexample that you want to compare to, that you think the audience watching the video's main subject may not have seen, right? That's the only time you do it, to give them context, that needed context to flesh out the example. You don't just repeat the fucking plot of the film that you've presumed the audience has already watched because that's why they're watching your video. Like, what are we doing? And again, like you said, that's not SK. Well, again, that is SK's fault for his own video, but it's not SK's fault for this video. It's just I don't know why we're watching this.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Yeah.
Mayday to reconsider all of his actions. As a mentor and a friend to Miles, as a hero, and as a father to Mayday. He asks MJ if he'll be any good at being a parent, and MJ reassures Peter that with how unique Mayday will be compared to everyone else, there will never be a strict guide for what the right choices will be in raising her, or being the hero Peter tries to be.
We can at least infer that endangering her life is in the don't column, though, right?
Yeah.
We don't have to have a rule book for this to know that that's probably not something we should do, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would hope so.
There's no playbook for raising someone like her, or being someone like you.
Peter and MJ are the first ones in their world to raise someone born with what Peter can do, so they can't just go by the commonly set rules by the world for how to raise someone. They'll have to improvise along the way, as if the unexpected will happen.
You just gotta make the right adjustments at halftime.
It's the
so endangering them is on the table.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, so it's okay to endanger her because she's not a regular child. I'm not even going to push back against that because that's basically been their entire argument this whole time, and it's obviously stupid. But like, why are we playing so much of this video?
Well, again, we are uncertain about what is safe or dangerous for this baby. So to find out, we're going to expose them to anything that could be dangerous. Like, I'm sorry, you're doing what now?
Man.
Homelander is a great guy.
He's a wonderful father. Yeah, testing
Push him
Ryan's
off the
capabilities.
roof.
Versus a normal person with common everyday problems. In listening to MJ's advice, he's now questioning his agreement to Miguel's mindset of controlling and strictly abiding by the rules he sets. Peter never went by any kind of strict guide or expectations to teach Miles. Miles' growth came as a product of the unexpected happening. Peter remembered that Miles showed Peter that he can do both, in spite of Peter strictly insisting one of them had to die, and this pushed Peter to want to have Mayday after Miles gave him his second chance.
How do I know I'm not gonna mess it up again? You won't. Right. It's a leap of faith.
Peter realized that it gave into fear, just as Miguel did.
This really is just going to be the rest of the video, isn't it?
Seriously, we're almost done.
Yeah, dude.
Why would you do like Colin? Why would you do this?
I'm also trying to figure out the point.
Yeah, like does he think that what SK is doing here in any way counters anything I've said?
They're arguing his character.
I think the 3 point here is just that, like, oh yeah, of course Peter's going to be reckless with her safety because he learned in the last movie to just let the chips fall where they may. And like, that is not what he learned.
Not at all what he
and
learned.
And also, there is a difference between taking a leap of faith and like, recklessly exposing your child to potential dangers because you just assume it'll work out.
Yeah, like
he's
a
not.
leap of faith. A leap of faith is accepting that there is a risk and that things might go wrong, but you have to try anyway. But obviously when you're trying, you're going to do everything you can to like make sure that things go right, because obviously let's just
finish it.
Yep.
Which he almost did in Into the Spider-Verse, he realizes that MJ is right, that he shouldn't go into parenting or heroism under the mindset that the future is already set in stone.
And this is pretty much the end of what I have to respond to with Sheev's video. If you enjoyed the video, I would appreciate it if any of you would like to support me on Patreon.
There's no,
Why would I?
Nope.
Why?
Why would I pay to support this?
Conclusive?
That was so bizarre. Why did you do that, Colin? Were you trying to hit the 30-minute mark?
No closing statements.
I mean, he already hit the 30-minute mark when he starts SK's video.
So why did he do that?
Would counsel like to summarize their position? No, Your Honor. We're fine. Let's rest.
Yep.
I am tired.
Nope.
That was horrible. Colin.
Did he not like know how to make an argumentative essay in middle school or elementary school and know what a conclusion paragraph is?
Apply yourself.
Or is he just using SK's plot summary as a conclusion statement?
That's I guess he got SK's permission, so there's that. Still lazy though.
Well, I mean, at least he did that. But yeah, again, lazy. It's the running through line of this video. The argument's lazy. The editing is lazy.
Jolly,
everything's dishonest.
What would you
also
do?
Fucking,
what would you do if Colin was one of your students and he handed this in?
I'd fail him. I would just
kick him out of the class.
If I I do written essays, I analyze written essays, but like if I got a written essay of this standard, I would actively invite the student to my office to be like, is there a problem at home? Are you okay? Because this does not this feels like you were not paying attention for this essay. Like, I'm going to presume that there was something else going on in your life that meant that you were not giving this your all. And if they went, no, I tried really hard, I'm like, okay, well then you need to rewrite this essay because I'm failing it. Like, this is not acceptable. Do better.
Yeah.
And
apply yourself.
No, that was just it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What the hell, Colin?
Dude, this man.
I mean, you know what? I will say this: your thumbnail isn't false advertising. This was a terrible video.
That video is terrible.
I guess I appreciate. Did he link my video at the very least?
I don't know. Let's check.
I don't think so, actually.
Oh, what a bastard!
He didn't. Oh. Well, I was gonna say I at least appreciate you doing that, but you didn't. So, okay.
This is just. I mean, again, I don't know why I'm acting surprised. Like, scummy is just the order of the day.
Colin.
Oh, he did link it.
Okay.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. I take back that last. Well, I mean, the rest of it's scummy, but at least he did that.
I'm proud of you for doing the bare minimum after misrepresenting me for 30 minutes. It's wonderful that you did that.
He linked your video and the channel. Your channel.
He took a giant dump on your doorstep, but at least he put like a gold sticker on the top of it to say it was him. Like.
Colin, I guess since you're bad at conclusive paragraphs, I'll go ahead and give you one. Do better. Apply yourself. Maybe just like what even is there to say really? Like, except certain things are just bad. Like if you don't have a solid defense for a movie you like, when a point is made, just accept that it's an issue. Or you could look into it further and maybe you'll find something. But like my point is, if you can't counter an issue, like a criticism that somebody has, then like just accept that it's an issue. I don't know.
The reason that I think it's a funny story. I think this is an issue, and Sheev would know that wasn't originally my position. In fact, we had some exchanges back on Sheev's old Discord account that he can no longer access, unfortunately.
When the movie first came out, I was already saying Peter B is damaged, and Southpaw did not agree with me.
And you want to know what? I was coping in that back and forth. All right. I mean, I didn't like make these types of defenses per se, but I mean, I did have.
Rest assured that if Southpaw had made anywhere near these levels of defenses, my faith in him would have been lost.
I did publicly make defenses that both you and Wormy, who is a very close friend of mine now, like in my first interaction with him, basically. Called out as basically like, the equivalent of like driving your kid in a car is just the rest of like that is frankly a disingenuous defense of the movie. Mm-hmm. And you can be disingenuous when you simply have a bias towards a movie, like I did. I loved Into the Spider-Verse. I was excited for Across the Spider-Verse. Into the Spider-Verse is one of my favorite movies, and sometimes really liking something and being hyped for something means, like in the case of
it can cloud your judgment a little bit. It's happened to me.
Yeah,
plenty of times.
It can cloud your judgment. It could mean that you get like really disappointed with something a lot more quickly if it doesn't live up to expectations. It could also make you more inclined to be like, no, this is good. This is good, right? This is good. It's kind of coping. I was kind of coping in my very first viewing of The Dark Knight Rises in the middle of it. But I eventually just got a point where like this is just bad, in a way that like I simply wasn't expecting it to be. A lot of like fans of like Star Wars fans did this with like the Phantom Menace at first when it came out, or Force Awakens, and then like the post nut clarity sets in eventually, and that's just where I am here. Is just like I think that Shee's arguments simply hold up, and I'm someone who likes the movie. Who thinks the movie is overall like good, but this is just a problem with it. It's fine.
I don't think I was ever as vociferously like against the movie, like as in pro the movie as you were. I don't recall Sheev having to argue me out on any positions, but what I will say is like I am very favourable towards the movie. I think I rate it higher than both you and Sheev do. I put it somewhere like an 8 out of 10. But yeah, this is just a problem. This is just a problem you have to reconcile. Like. There's no such thing as a perfect movie. Well, there is rarely such a thing as a perfect movie, and in order to get a perfect movie, you often have to make it essentially like stripped out of all possible complexity, and just like a video of a chair in a room is technically a perfect movie, right? But this is the kind of thing where I'm just like I don't understand the mentality of wedding your sense of identity so firmly to your enjoyment of a film that you're unwilling to concede it might have flaws.
Well, again, I mentioned this earlier that like they don't want to come off like they're so biased that they won't admit that this movie has flaws. So there are like a few nitpicks that they will level against the film, like Miles running across the ceiling in his school while not invisible, which he does, and that is an issue. But as long as they can keep it down to these little nitpicks here and there, they can be like, yeah, see, it's not perfect, but it holds up really well. Because they want to appear as though they're reasonable and that they'll concede if like a genuinely valid point is made. Yeah, that's it's just
like a lot of things that I really like. Basically, everything that I really like has flaws in them. Like Jurassic Park has flaws. Top Gun Maverick has flaws.
The
Mission
original
Impossible
Star Wars
Fallout
trilogy has flaws, and I love those movies to death.
Yeah, Mission Impossible Fallout, the Batman, Into the Spider-Verse has flaws. They are there.
Not me. I have no flaws. I am perfect.
Yeah.
Why are you perfect?
The original
why am I
Toy.
not?
The original
Goodbye.
Toy Story has a lot of flaws.
Yeah, to put it mildly, the original Toy Story has problems.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm really off put by because okay, I missed the first like 8 minutes or so of this video that you guys are covering. Like, Sheev, didn't you say in your video that like you still like this movie?
Well, yeah, Colin acknowledges at the beginning of this video that I make it clear that I still think this is a good movie.
So then, why on earth would you be lying about this thing that you take issue with in the movie?
Yeah, like
you're not trying to.
Well, I guess the implication is he's accusing Sheev of being a grifter. Like,
yes,
that's the only logical
it
reason.
literally has to be that. Like he thinks that I am so much of a grifter that in order to like make a hot take video that I know is going to get a lot of views, I have to misrepresent a film that I actually like, which is so weird because like my more popular videos are just going after Disney Star Wars schlock, and I don't have to really even try with those because it's obviously bad.
Well, you talk about The Acolyte's going to be a masterpiece.
True.
2 days.
I don't know,
Charlie.
man. If
2 days.
I feel like, I mean, if you were an actual grifter, then you would be trying to misrepresent a movie that you don't like.
Exactly. Well, again, like, I guess the idea is, if I think that this is a video that's going to get me a lot of views, this hot take that Peter B is not well characterized in Across the Spider-Verse, then it doesn't matter if it's a movie that I actually enjoy. I'm still going to twist things around so that, I can make arguments that say he's badly written.
You know what I'm going to say is, okay, I like to believe in the good in people. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. It's not often reciprocated, unfortunately. People who are very prone to making these kinds of accusations about people, they tend to be projecting. That's all I'm going to be saying.
I mean, we literally already proved that he lied about my video and misrepresented it at several different points in his own. So yeah, I'd say projection is a great descriptor. I'd say that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah. I don't really have words. It's just I'm just disappointed in the state of the discourse.
I'd say I'm disappointed, but like I really just didn't expect much better from an SK associate.
You know what's interesting to me is, I'm sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say I'm about to end the recording, so if anyone has anything else they want to say that they think should be in the video.
Well, I guess just one last point, which I just find mildly interesting, which is, and again, I haven't watched all of SK's videos, so maybe he has addressed this, but one of the most common incorrect, problems that are leveled against this movie is the idea that like the multiverse rules are inconsistent because they bring up Spider-Man: No Way Home, or seem to, and they're like, well, why don't we have incursions? Why isn't that a thing that happens in the Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse stuff? Why do they have different rules for traveling between dimensions if it's the same multiverse? And interestingly enough, like that would be a really good criticism. There is actually a line that deals with that, which is the fact that they call the Spider-Verse a poly-multiverse, indicating there are multiple multiverses with presumably different rules settings that get around that problem. But I have not seen SK or any of his ilk actually address that defense, or address the criticism. So that's interesting for people who claim to be very invested in the movie, I guess, then claim to be trying to mount good defenses of it. But who knows? Maybe they didn't. Maybe, whisper it softly, they didn't actually watch their own movie they like very closely. Maybe.
Wouldn't the incursions have something to do with either like magic being used to travel multiverse or like the Darkhold? Specifically?
No, because the incursions are explicitly stated to be something that happens regardless of the Darkhold, right? It's
Okay.
just if you're in a universe that isn't your own, you can collapse it.
Alright. I haven't fucking watched that stupid movie in ages, so
I don't remember enough about this fucking stupid show.
Whereas the Spider-Verse rules are like, you can collapse the multiverse if you break certain canon events, but like just being in it doesn't collapse it, and also like, you will start dying as well and start fading out, which is not something that happens to people in the multiverse in the MCU.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's basically the size of this. Thank you guys for watching, I guess, if I ever do upload this. Fuck you, Colin. Fuck you, SK, too, for good measure, just because I haven't said it in a while.
GG.
Fuck you, SK.
This is bad. This was a bad video. Please get better. I say that knowing you're not going to, but like whatever. It's worth saying at least.
My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. But congratulations on your video, I guess. I mean, fucking
For
hell.
what it is.
Yeah, for whatever the fuck that was.
Goodbye.